Guadeloupe ball for this scrum just inside the 22. Welcome to beautiful Barbados. Me and Tiffany Faye, my sidekick, with me today. How you doing, Tiff?
Good morning. I am great. I am 2 coffees deep, and I'm really, really excited for all the sevens.
And you just ran up the stairs to the 4th floor of this amazing stadium, so you're awake. The heart's pumping.
Oh, 2 knock-ons so early in the game. You know, I think it's just the morning jitters, right?
Absolutely.
Morning dew on that ball, on that grass.
It's very early this morning here in Barbados, so girls are just sort of dusting off the rust, getting themselves started. Loving the referees' outfits. It's a beautiful yellow that they're wearing today. The best-looking people on the park is always the referees, of course.
What about the stadium, Gavin?
I know, we've just been thrown in here, and we're getting started, and we haven't even had to mention that we're at the Kensington Oval, legendary cricket stadium, and there's a rugby field in the middle of it. Amazing scenes. Really honoured to be here, and loving the fact that we are here, Tiff. It's been a pretty wild couple of days in the lead up to this.
Yeah, it's really surreal, you know, just growing up with cricket and, you know, hearing about this over and all the legends that have played here. Oh, look at this breakaway from Guadeloupe.
And a nice little pop pass off the ground. Beautiful. And she gets over in the corner. That's number 10, Fanny from Guadeloupe. Getting the first try of the competition. Obviously, early days, not much of a crowd here, but we're expecting a nice crowd here in the next few hours. Today and tomorrow. It's going to be a bit of a party, I heard. Stagger bringing in some... Stagger supplying a lot of the beers here for the competition. Mitsubishi Electric are the title sponsor, so big thank you to those, the cooling and heating company in Barbados.
I don't know if you remember some of these the players from the Barbados team from the RAN tournament.
Absolutely, yeah. I was this is the 3rd trip I've been out here, and to see these girls, Kevin Morrell doing some great things getting into rugby and developing the game here. There's a lot of girls now playing the game in Barbados. These girls, I've seen them maybe 4 times now, because they were most of these girls were actually at the Olympic qualification competition in Vegas last year, and that was their first ever international competition for Barbados women. That was a historic moment in Las Vegas. Must have been just less than a year ago now. So it's the same set of girls now. They're all playing for the adult team, but they're pretty much all under 18, I believe. So a massive step up for them. But they've really developed. This is their 4th or 5th major competition over the last year. So it's good to see them developing and getting more confident in their game. Guadeloupe I haven't come across. Guadeloupe women, I've never seen them playing before. Just coincidental, never crossed paths. But look very organised.
Yeah. They went for the short kick this time. Yeah, really good handling here from Barbados. Definitely these girls are looking a lot more confident, even in the last 3 months since we saw them at the RAN tournament.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, they do. They look more confident, a bit more organised. The breakdowns look a little bit more structured.
Good run there from Emmeline from Guadeloupe.
Got around the corner. She's got a bit of space there, and she's even going to take it towards the posts as well. Good to see that those posts are holding up strong. Yeah. Because I had a little bit of a kick around yesterday when we were checking it out, and I kicked the ball really hard, and I thought the posts were going to fall down.
That was Elsa, number 20 there from Guadeloupe. Looks like she's going to kick her for her own try. There's nice boots. I love front boots, especially in sevens.
Makes her go faster. But does not make her kick well, unfortunately. That was not good. But Guadeloupe really in control of this game so far.
Yeah, Barbados have not had much possession, so we'll see what, last time Guadeloupe did a deep kick and then they went short. So hopefully they can get a bit more ball retention here. Barbados get a few phases in.
Yep, they haven't really gotten outside of their own, 30 at this point. But another chance, getting the ball back this time.
Short kick there from Elsa. Here we go, Barbados on the run.
Back inside. Using the width. Loose ball. Recovered well. Going to try and hold her up. and successful there. So it'll be Guadeloupe ball. And the teams are going to start streaming in. You'll see them sort of coming in through the stadium as this morning gets started here. A great group of games that we've got coming up. There's the men's elite division, and then they've got a social division as well, and then also on the female side. One of the big things for me, Tiff, is the fact that there's actually more women's teams in this competition than men's. So really sort of the go is becoming the go-to place for the elite women's competitions in this region of World Rugby.
Yeah, it was actually really refreshing speaking with Brian last night, and that's actually one of his main focuses. He wants this tournament to be pretty dominant for female teams to come around and give them an opportunity to play some international level or elite level, and it's a great start just to see that there's definitely like four more women's teams than there are males teams this week.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. That for me is should be one of the big talking points. We're trying really hard to develop the women's game in this region, and it's obviously working. Get into rugby. You got Quanese John, for example, running that out of Trinidad for this region. Obviously doing a great job, and then Kevin Morrell here locally in Barbados.
All right, we're just under a minute now in our first half. Barbados are the edge and nudge themselves into the half here for Guadeloupe. Guadeloupe are on the back foot for the first time all game.
And referee Steph Belinda Hargreaves, she's going to call that for the first half, while the ladies go get themselves refreshments. Back out in a few seconds. Current score 10-0 to Guadeloupe over Barbados Flying Fish, the local girls. And we'll see if they can turn it around in the second half. Amazing view that we've got from this vantage point up here. In the restructuring of this stadium, was it 2007 they redid this, but this is a very historical stadium here. It's been around since the 1800s and redeveloped in 2007. So a real honor to be here and getting this competition underway today. So Steph, the ref, about to get us underway again. You like that one, I just make it up as I go along, I'll be honest. So Guadeloupe territory, but they don't have the ball, so let's see if they can get their hands on it. And a little slip up there from Guadeloupe is going to give Barbados some ball in hand, hopefully. Inside the 22, central. So let's see how they line themselves up, whether they split or go one-sided. They don't have much of a range of pass. They don't have a massive pass, this team, so they do tend to just try and play go forward. But it's a young team, this Barbados team as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see them progress through the tournament. More landing, getting more confident now. So they want to score right now to understand the game.
Absolutely, and they're in a great place for it. And Guadeloupe are not lined up as best they could. So now he has a bit of space around the outside. Maybe carries the ball a little bit high. Needs to tuck it up her jumper sometime. Lost opportunity there for Barbados. So Guadeloupe will get this put in at the scrum. Steph. Putting a bit of pressure on Guadeloupe. Inside their own 5 now, Guadeloupe. Ooh, this is going to be a good one. She's still going. She's getting hunted down, though. This is the tackle. Breaks the 22. Cover coming from Barbados, but it's not going to be enough. And what a spectacular try for Guadeloupe from their own try line, under pressure inside their 5-yard to get it very close to the sticks, and a fantastic try for Guadeloupe. I thought they were under pressure and going to lose out there.
Sandra there from Guadeloupe showing her speed there here this weekend. 13 versus 13 there. That was a good job from Karen too. That was a huge chase.
Yeah, she's got hands on hips right now though. She's going to take a break. Substitutes coming in. The coach realizes that she might be gassed after that chase down. Gives her a break. And that's going to take it to 15-0. So Guadeloupe in control. Thought Barbados were going to get back into it at that point. Good pressure from that scrum over here on the 5-yard line. But Guadeloupe turned that pressure into points. Yeah, Guadeloupe, they're doing well though with rugby in general. They turn up, the men's and the women's now, so they've got a good foundation over there. So obviously with the French connection, and another try, taking it to 20 points. Good battle around, couple of stiff arms to get in over the corner. Hands on knees, trying to catch the oxygen. It's nice and fresh outside this morning, but it's going to heat up. Barbados is a hot country. It can get into the 90s. Yesterday it was probably up in the 80s most of the day, I think. I certainly got a sunburn. Yep. It was nice and fresh this morning, but it does heat up quickly. You can see some cloud cover coming over as well, so the humidity will increase as well. We are, I don't know if you can see from the wide shot. No, you can't really see, but just across the top of the stands, you can see the beach and the sea. We're right next to the cruise ship terminal, so we are. It's very difficult, feeling a bit like a vacation, Tiff, to be honest.
Saying that last night, we're like, okay, tomorrow it's work time.
It's work time. We had to switch it on. We got a couple of hours of relaxed time.
What happens there when you miss the kickoff like that?
That's what she's going to be called for the rest of the day, Steph the ref. And she's got it. She's got the space, and she's going to go. they're going to be stoked that they've got themselves on the scoreboard. They're going to be happy. I've seen this team develop over the last year or so, and they look much better. They're much more confident, and that showed in that try there. The skills are developing on it seems like a daily basis at this point. Yeah, good job. And that's 20 points to 7. Guadeloupe in control of the game. Barbados trying to get themselves back into it. Fair play to them. She kicks well, doesn't she? She's got good control of it. Overstacking that ruck a little bit. Maybe too many people involved in that ruck, which is great. And they can already see there's an overlap here for Guadeloupe. If they can get it out wide, it's 3v2, 4v2 at this point. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It needs to be done, doesn't it? I mean, we've seen so many problems, and with American football sort of leading the way in terms of concussion and stuff like that, and rugby just trying to find safe ways to do things. So developing the game. Ran straight off the field. Lost track of the lines. What the lines? How?
Yeah, because like you're not used to having so much space.
Yeah, true. They've got. Yeah, so obviously a cricket, for those that are not familiar with it, cricket obviously is played on a circular field. So we're in a stadium that is literally, the grass is just one big circle, and then we've plonked a big rectangle in the middle of it. And yeah, so that sort of puts a different dynamic on things. So I think she ran out to the side there, not really seeing the lines. But Guadeloupe win this first one. The first game of this competition goes to Guadeloupe over the local girls, Barbados Flying Fish. They look really happy anyway. They're quite happy to get this competition underway. Fair play to them. So this is sevens, ladies and gentlemen. So it's going to be a quick turnaround. Games are on and off really quickly, so we need to be on top of things. So next game up, TNT Police. Okay, familiar with a lot of these ladies. Let's see who it is that they're putting out there today.
I guess I've always been hard to label. Because I'm not one thing. Never have been. I've always wanted to be many things. Not to be known for one thing I do, but everything I do. After all, you only get one life, so live them.
just going to keep talking because if it just. So we got Trinidad and Tobago police force in purple out here against St. Lucia. It's pretty much the St. Lucia national team playing against Trinidad and Tobago's national team. The police has Nicolette Pantor there, passing the ball out wide. Good cover tackle from St. Lucia. Their kit basically replica of their flag, the national flag for St. Lucia. Yes, she probably did. She's really good, has a really classy style of playing. You see just a nice turn of pace, really comfortable on the ball, and that gets her the first try of the game. Makes it look easy. She's got a very classy style of playing. Her two brothers play on the men's national team, Jaron and Leon, and their dad even might turn up play today because he's part of the defense force. He's I think he's a sergeant in the Trinidad military, and getting on in years. They won't mind me saying that because he's probably older than me at this point. But he played last year, and he's still got a hell of a lot of talent and a fair pace to him too. So, absolutely, very talented. Absolutely, yeah, and the Trinidad team in general is quite a big, strong, powerful team. And then when you add her sort of elegance to it and a little bit of class, then you've got something pretty special. And the Trinidad team actually got last year played against Mexico in the final. We were in Mexico, and the Mexicans won, qualified for the World Cup. That game finished 5-0. To give you a sort of an idea of the level of intensity of the game, defensively, Mexico were amazing against a much larger, stronger team. Passed the ball, super patient, and Trinidad and Tobago just couldn't break them down. But Trinidad and Tobago are definitely breaking down St. Lucia, going in for the second try. Referee might want to have a conversation because there's a hint maybe that they dropped the ball crossing the line. Exactly, the man himself. But yep, that try will count, which takes it to 10 points for Trinidad and Tobago police. One of the first kick went over, so it should be 12-0. That last one there, though, did not go over. 2 points for the conversion kick, 5 points for a try. Referee asking the water boys to get off. Another good kickoff. St. Lucia taking well. Much more awake than us, that's for sure. Keep an eye on number 9, Kamika Precedent. She's making a bit of a name for herself in St. Lucia, and seems to be like the poster girl for St. Lucia rugby right now. She's out on the far side, sort of standing towards the wing. She's the fluorescent green boots on the far side, the top of your screen in the St. Lucia team. Oh, and she's off to the races. Pantor's chasing her down, covering across. Making a step inside. Does a great little step. And she's got the pass away. Not much further to go, and she's managed to get around the corner. That's Electra Marcel for St. Lucia, getting them back in the game. Now we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, St. Lucia really wanted to make sure they would let one try, because I think both teams are quite even. They just haven't had much position. So.
Correct. Similar styles of play too. We'll see if you can get this over. They're definitely back in the game. Winnie couldn't get that one over, so it's going to stay at 5 for St. Lucia.
2 minutes left in the first half. Oh, looks like we're behind. We're on the rich time.
Maybe the clock's just not lined up right. But referee says it's half time, so they get a quick water break. Get that water in early today because it's going to get heated up later. The sun behind us here at the commentary booth, so it'll be in front of us towards the end of the day. Not much shade out there, but there is a nice little breeze. Nice little breeze here in Barbados, keeping the guys and girls cool this morning, but it will heat up later on today and test the endurance of these players over the next 48 hours. Many of these teams obviously local to the Caribbean, so much more accustomed to it than some of the European teams that have come over. We've got teams from Scotland, England, Wales, a real nice mix of teams. Guadeloupe obviously here in Central America, and obviously the Caribbean teams, giving a real nice cultural diversity feel to this competition.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how those
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the start of the second half for Trinidad and Tobago Police Force. On your right-hand side of your screen in purple, playing St. Lucia in the light blue kit. Current score is 12-5 for the Trinidad and Tobago Police. In control of the ball, in their own half. They've got numbers this top side. Panther aggressively taking it forward, looks for the offload. Loose ball, picked up nicely into the forward pass there, accidental, but forward all the same.
St. Lucia, we're not letting her get away with that one this time.
Yeah, she does. She takes it to the gain line aggressively before she looks for the pass, and it keeps people guessing. So you've got to be on your toes. But St. Lucia have got that ball back. Good interplay. TNT Police get the ball back in their own half, give another attempt at the attack. Just getting it through the hands, getting a bit comfortable on the ball, get that confidence going.
Yeah, it looks like the St. Lucia coach must have been like, you gotta launch and keep that defense on. It's much more even this second half.
Good battle at the contest ruck. Not much space here. Good pressure from St. Lucia defence. That was Kamika, who had mentioned earlier, President. Kamika President, the golden girl of St. Lucia Rugby. Not much space down this line, and she'll step out.
Yeah, I feel like the sideline's really going to step a few. This last little line of defence is going to get a few players today. Alright, I think this is our first lineup.
Yeah, that I think that's playing in the mind of a lot of the players. When they get sort of 5 yards from the edge, they don't see how quickly that sideline comes up. Just with the width of the actual grass here in the cricket stadium, I think it's thrown a few people off. But they'll get used to it over the course of the weekend, I'm sure. They'll be playing plenty of games. Sevens rugby, you'll play 3, 4, 5 games in a day.
Ref's calling not straight.
So back underway. Good push from St. Lucia to put Trinidad and Tobago under pressure. Good loop. Stop and start from Panther. Well wrapped up by St. Lucia, but nice quick recycle from that ruck. The space was there, but that went loose. Advantage St. Lucia, ball in hand. She sees a space, she goes for it, she doesn't quite get through. Great track down.
Oh, nice pop.
Offside, Trinidad and Tobago police. Yeah, the referee, Lee from California, I think, from memory, bumped into her in the airport last year that we were here. We ended up being roomies. But yeah, the refs out here, a really eclectic group of referees. You got referees from all over the world coming in for this competition. Really high caliber, good quality referees to make this game a spectacle for you guys at home and the fans that are going to be streaming in over the next couple of days to watch this game. People coming to Barbados specifically for this competition. It's getting a real name for itself. St. Lucia with a quick line out. Ref didn't like that though. They'll reset themselves.
What's she calling?
Scrum. Yep. Scrum to the police. Not sure what to call them. TNT police, Trinidad and Tobago police force. It's such a... The cops. The fuzz.
The cops. The fuzz. Hot fuzz. Have you seen that film?
But I feel like I should now.
It's been scoreless this half. Right?
Yeah, nobody's scored yet. Loses her footing, but great work to get the ball away.
St. Lucia are having a really passive defense here where they'd just rather stay connected and let him run. It seems to be working for them.
Yeah. They found a bit of space out there, just wrong-footed. The number 7 came back inside and she got on the wrong side of the ruck. And the police score another one to sort of, I feel like, take control of this game. I don't know if St. Lucia have got enough in the tank to come back in with just a minute or so left. 17-5 to the police.
Yeah, both teams have been defending really well this second half, hence why that's the first try with only just over a minute to go, unless of course the ref's got his own time. But good battle with both teams. Again, like the level, the quality and the skills, in comparison to 3 months ago, it's just going up again. It's really exciting.
I'm noticing that in the women's game locally. I'm seeing that a lot where you'll, maybe see a team one year and the same set of girls more or less the next competition. They're just on another level. I'm enjoying the occasional time when I'm getting some contact with the women's teams. Their level of coachability, if that's a word, is impressive. It's much easier to coach women. They're more logical, and they just make they get it. When you tell them something, you don't have to tell them twice. Whereas guys sometimes, it's like
we're already friends, okay? You don't have to.
It's like talking to a brick wall.
There you go. St. Lucia will be looking to have the final say. String together a few phases.
They've got
space will start opening up. Here we go.
They've got numbers out here if they can use it. Cover that.
Jet shoes.
She might have this.
Kato, as usual, coming across.
She got stepped. That's beautiful stuff. Mary Roberts finishing in style for St. Lucia. Won't be enough to win the game, but definitely doing themselves proud and getting back into it. There wasn't much between these two teams. Just I think the control of the ball for the police was the major difference.
Yeah, there was really good heads-up rugby from St. Lucia. They saw that there was an overlap, skipped past, obviously the jet shoes, and then that step back inside of Pantor. She's not one easy player to beat, so really well read.
And the kick's decent too. That makes it 17-12. And that's the whistle, so the result will stand as that. 17-12. Trinidad and Tobago police keeping control of that one long enough to squeeze out St. Lucia. Great little try at the end there by Mary Roberts. Great work.
This Christmas, make it a very special season. This Christmas, make a wish and watch it come true. This Christmas, let Republic ease your way. Let Christmas get rid of the brain, get a new point of view. Make your Christmas happen. Get a quick, easy, and so affordable Republic Bank loan up to $50,000 unsecured, low monthly payments, and up to 6 years to repay. This Christmas, share it with the ones you love. This Christmas, let Republic make everything happen for you.
Republic Bank. We're the one for you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get our first men's game underway. This is the H1X1 Barbarians in the bright pink socks against the Jamaica Crocs Academy. So this is all the young talent from Jamaica. They've got their Crocs Academy run by Percival, the friend of ours, and doing amazing things in Jamaica to develop the youth side of things. So these guys are all sort of 18 to 21 year olds. Obviously the Jamaica national team doing very well over the last year, making it to the World Cup, making it to the Hong Kong Sevens. So this is the future of that team. Mikel Facey is the one to watch. Not sure which number he's got on. Probably
he's
the
got number 11.
Okay. Number 11 today, Mikel Facey. He was actually the youngest participant of the World Cup at just 18. Most of these guys are like 18, 19, 20. So, but an amazing amount of talent that's coming out of Jamaica right now. So exciting things to see. Let's see how they fare up against H1X1 Barbarians. Okay, so we've got scrum just outside the 22 of the Barbarians. Jamaica come away with it. Long pass. Not much space out there though. Well taken from the Barbarians. Aggressive at the ruck. Quick pick up. Step inside. Pops it up but gets interrupted.
Yeah, so there's two faces on the field. Are they brothers?
Could be potentially. I've only ever
You got
come
Miguel and
I thought Mikel Facey is the one that I'm familiar with.
And then I've got here, so we've got Mikkel here, who was at the World Cup, and then Mizar Facey looks like the World Cup's youngest try scorer.
Okay, so yeah, that's the number 9 is the one that I'm familiar with. So Miguel potentially is the brother. We will get to know these players over the course of the weekend. Got coaches coming in, giving us information on these players. Many of them we know because we've commentated in this region, but always new faces at these sevens competitions. There's so much raw talent in this part of the world.
Yeah, that lad there, the number 5 there, was also in the World Cup team. Al Pacino Nick.
Excellent name.
Yeah.
Look at this. We've got some space down here. Steps out, though. Good hustle across to defend from Jamaica. This Barbarians team looks lively. Could be an equal matched game here. Bit of cloud cover coming over, so we might see some rain pretty soon coming from our right-hand side. Keep an eye on that.
Can't say it out loud, otherwise
I know
it
it.
happens.
It's not to rain. We're in Barbados. Hurricane season finished. We expect sun. Nothing more than sun.
Looks like Jamaica's got a line out here. They'll be looking to get out of their half. So the game remains scoreless.
Not straight that. They were hanging up there for a long while. Barbarians got up too, and that just distracted the thrower.
And their jumper couldn't even pretend to try and reach into the tunnel. It was just
Too far over. I think it hit his right hand actually, didn't it?
see some set piece moves here, and it looks like we're going to come wide over on the outside.
I'm loving the fluorescent pink of the Barbarian socks. Barbarian squad. I recognize a couple of names. Walcott, who I believe is locals. This team might be a bit of a mix of Trinidad and Barbados. Obviously quite close neighbors in terms of the Caribbean islands. This game's going to be tight. It's a bit of a battle here. They're all sitting in that middle third for quite some time. Middle third of the field is being occupied. There's a knock forward there.
Yeah, very similar to the opening game in the women's league as well. Just a few handling errors. You know, I think everyone's just trying to find their rhythm, find their groove.
Yeah, Facey frustrated with that one. Frustrated with himself. Real talented lad, very composed, even in interviews for such a young kid. Very mature. Comes across really well. Great future for him. I think Jamaica look to him as the future of Jamaica rugby and have maybe aspirations for him to do some big things within rugby sevens. Plays 15s as well on the wing, but tends to be more central when he's playing sevens. Bit of a play Nick like to kick forward. There's space down here now. Barbarians getting chased down by a couple of Jamaican Crocs. Finally they get in. They're almost at the 22 now.
Well, the ref's got his hand up here. Looks like someone didn't come through the gate here with the rug, so free 10 meters here for the Barbarians.
He's insisting on getting them further back. He's going himself, the scrum half. Pops off the ground. Ball squirts out. It's in Jamaica hands. They've got the advantage as well. A couple of little steps. He stepped the same guy 5 times.
I'd be tired after all that stepping. I was tired running up the stairs this morning.
Prop life. Retired prop life, even worse.
Why do we have 2 props in the booth here? 5, 8, or 7.
For the sevens, yeah.
What's happening?
Genius
Here we go.
There's some space. Nobody's going to be catching him. Found himself a little bit of space there. Kwame Green gets himself under the sticks. The Jamaica Young Crocs taking this game by the scruff of the neck. Young crowd, but they've got the talent. And I think that's the argument of the Jamaican management as well. Like, these guys have got some talent. Keep an eye on them. They're going to do special things. So, not a bad start. Great kick. Nearly kicked it to the beach.
Yeah, just on a minute left here for the first half. Probably enough time for one more kickoff.
Yeah. Referee's hustling the water boys off again, though, because he wants to get this thing going. He sees the time ticking away. Management getting water on. They realise that they're going to have to get water on early throughout the day. It's going to kick up in temperature. There's a bit of a strong breeze coming across the field now. If you look at the flags,
Yeah, we definitely can't feel it, but yeah, if you look at the flags.
the AC is cranking. It's about minus 20 in here right now. We're good. Can't feel the breeze. We're not sweating. Life's good.
Nice deep kick here from Jamaica and well defended as well.
Confident there going forward.
That was Kevin Cobham there. Did a good job there with 2 defenders on him. Keep that ball retention. Oh, nice pass.
Keeping it alive.
And John Miller, number 3, is doing a lot of work here for the Barbarians.
Yeah. It was everywhere. That's the half. I think the referee's called the half. Ball went to ground there, but yep, half time. 7-0 to the Jamaica Young Crocs. Loving their academy setup for some reason. It's cricket. It could be. So we're back here. The current score is Jamaica Young Crocs 7, the Barbarians 0. It's been a tightly contested game, middle third of the park most of the time, just one breakaway that got them the try. Young crowd of kids.
Oh, they've got Steve Lewis over
I
there.
just looked at that. Steve Lewis, the New York, his wisdom, his years and years and years.
So many years.
The oldest man in rugby.
You couldn't tell with that backpack. Looks like a schoolboy at the moment. All right, Barbarians will be looking to touch down early, stay in this game. Very, very close. A few handling errors from both sides, but I'm sure that won't be happening the second half.
A couple of guys for the Jamaica team are only 17 years old, so it's great that they've got letting these guys get exposure to higher level rugby, and there's a hell of a lot of talent out there.
Kevin Carter there getting us started there with a nice deep kick. Too deep.
Now that wind's picking up and carried that ball a little further down than expected. With a swirling wind. So they'll come back to the halfway line.
Where are the ball boys and girls?
Yep, some of the local school kids doing their duty. Tap and go. Oof, big hits in the middle. And a long looping pass to the rangy winger. Gets stopped. Good covering across from the Barbarians. An aggressive forward. That's a little chip through. It looks like Facey using his footy skills. And another one. Picks it up clean and we've scored. Jamaica Crocs. Michael Facey.
That was Green again that dotted down.
Was it Green?
Yeah, he took it over the line, but I think it was Facey that made the kick.
The initial one?
Yeah.
From this distance.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because the numbers are orange and so is the jersey. Half the jersey, but
Maybe sometimes better get the camera shot for us. Make it a little easier. And the drop kick is bad. We did not get that one, so score will stay at 12-0 to the Jamaica Young Crocs. These guys are making an impact.
yeah, I imagine Steve Lewis is like, get down there and, you know, have fun with it. I mean, chip and chase.
They do have a bit of skills. A lot of soccer players that obviously soccer being a big game in Jamaica, and it's very noticeable over the last year or so that I've seen the younger lads, the under-19s national team, for example. They're very comfortable just kicking the ball about, and Big hits coming in from the young Crocs, and they've retained that ball. Scoops down the short side, comes back inside.
Oh, this Henry, is it Henry Calling with his footwork, huh? We can call him Happy Feet.
Happy
He's the
Feet
guy
Henry.
that stepped the other guy 5 times.
Uh-huh.
It's amazing.
And Barbarians frustrated. Jamaica got ball in hand again. Barbarians must be offside. They were really up very far. Quick hands just pats it along.
No advantage made here.
Yeah,
Oh, I think the ref heard you. They weren't onside.
yeah, that's what it was. Hadn't gotten back. The assistant referees as well are all over it. So, and we've got end goal judges as well. So lots of referees, lots of eyes. I don't think we've got the TMO going on, so we will get the educational replay, but not for access to the referees. And the young Crocs playing with lots of confidence, throwing the ball around. Only got a couple of yards to go, and he's surely going to get over there in the corner. And a try. Jamaica young Crocs. Barbarians look like they've given up.
That's Facey there with number 11 jersey, isn't it?
Two of them.
Yeah, he's no stranger to the try zone.
Looks very comfortable getting across that line. Not going to be the easiest of kicks though, because pretty much at the 5 once you cross the line. A few of the Barbarians guys dropping.
The one Facey scores a try and the other one makes a kick.
Not a bad attempt. No, short. Across the front. Would have been a big ask. I think we've managed to avoid the rain. The clouds are dispersing. So that's great news. Just being informed that we are on a cricket ground, so they would have to actually cover the centre if it started to rain. So we actually get, if it does rain heavily today, we may get some stoppage time. Got to respect the cricket stadium and the groundsman's work. Cricket, obviously a massive thing in Barbados, very important game to this country. Teaching all the schools, so a lot of the local guys are trying to introduce rugby as well to compete with cricket and football.
That kick went out on a full.
See,
Barbarians here with a quick tap from halfway.
Noah Paskins.
There's Kevin Carter there with the switch.
Noah Paskins, a very young player, played for the Barbados under 19s not too long ago in one of the
Interesting
competitions.
call there. I don't think he went off his feet, but I may have caught it because he was on his hands.
Great little pass. We've got a bit of space over here. He had the inside option and he's bumped him off twice. He's dropped the ball. Great cover, great pressure from Facey.
Oh, that's John Miller. He's been doing a lot of work for the Barbarians. It would have been nice for him to touch it down there, but you know, you can only stiff arm someone so many times without
Right.
losing the ball.
I think he just got distracted with Facey coming across. It was enough. And they've lost the ball, so that's going to be Jamaica scrum on their own 5.
Just over a minute and a half to go here. With a full-time whistle on our clock anyway.
Just casually kicks it back to his teammate and puts themselves under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, you don't see that type of handling error from Facey often, but that was definitely a bit of pressure. There was a messy ball. Probably should have picked it up and just taken it in.
So Paskins with the put in here. And Jamaica put more pressure on that scrum, so they've come away with it. Loose ball, dangerous play. Oh, and he's just knocked it forward. Can Jamaica get out of this little corner? And they can. A little isolated right now. Support's coming. There it is. Lost the ball again.
Yeah, lots, a few too many handling errors from both ends over here.
So lots of pressure from Barbarians putting Jamaica here. They've been in there for a while now, a few minutes. Backs to the wall for Jamaica Young Crocs. There's a comfortable little cushion lead. Haskins gets it out. There's lots of width here if you can get around the corner. Jamaica pick it up. Just need to tidy up the ball a little bit. It's a bit loose from Jamaica when they do recover it.
Yeah.
And there's your game. Jamaica Young Crocs 17. Local boys, Barbarians 0. We're going to go to a quick commercial break in just a second or two. We will be back very soon. Myself, Gavin McLeavy, and my sidekick, Tiffany Fye.
All Seasons Resort is a unique 3-star hotel located on the posh west coast of Barbados. Nestled in the heart of Sunset Crest St. James, we feature 48 rustic Caribbean one-bedroom suites within cottages. Visit our website at www.allseasonsresort.bb.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are at the Kensington Oval in Barbados for the Mitsubishi Electric Barbados World Sevens. We've got the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force coming up against the Arctic Rogues, another local team from Barbados. We've got the Defence Force in green in their camouflage. Makes sense, right? The Trinidad military.
I almost can't see them. Sorry, guys.
How y'all doing there, guys? Welcome to the booth. Big hits early from the local boys, the Arctic Rogues. This is going to be a big impact game. I remember the Defence Force last year, and they're a bunch of heavy boys, all military boys, well fed. A lot of them look like 15th brought forwards rather than 7th place, so it's going to be a bit of bish and bosh. There you go, exactly there.
Oh, I thought that went forward a little bit, but Rogue's looking for a quick throw in. The rest of his forwards are like, no, we're coming over.
We need a second. Give us a moment. Yeah, there's some big boys on both teams actually here today. The Arctic Rogues. Used an early jump for that line out.
Oh.
And they managed to steal it. I wonder if we'll see Father Pantor on the field today for the Defence Force. He did play for them last year. Put themselves under a little bit of pressure here, and here comes the cavalry for Rogues.
Yeah, you just can't make that ball not playable, right?
Yep. Not much space out here, covering across nicely, but he's found some way through. He's still moving forward too. Finally goes to ground, almost at the 5 of the Defence Force. Big hits coming in from all angles. Taking it forward. They've got a bit of space. If they can get the offload, and they can, and they go over Rogues. Right next to the sticks.
What an offload.
It was a beaut. And they had an extra man after that as well.
Yeah, this Rogue team would look pretty fired up. I think they just want to play. Just want to play quite direct and, you know, take it, be physical.
Great try, Rogues. But yeah, a lot of contact up the middle. But I feel like maybe the Rogues have got a bit of speed out wide. And that might be their pathway to a win today.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of the two different styles.
A little bit unorthodox, this Defence Force team. but very enthusiastic. I think last time I was here, got a bit of time on the bus to the stadium with them and singing songs, having a good time. Great attitudes from these guys. Disciplined, of course, military boys.
Great kick, really well taken by the force, and then just not a very good pop there. Opportunity again for Rogue, scrum down in their half. What sort of defense do you think the defense was going to do here?
Cannons. Trinidad and the Caribbean. Who's got the battleship? More teams filtering in as we get this competition underway here at the Kensington Oval. There's a wide variety of teams from all over the world here. It's a great competition to be involved with. Absolutely stoked to be here at the Kensington Oval, and an exciting weekend ahead for us. Simple pick and go here from the Defence Force, just keeping it simple, working through the middle, trying to retain possession. Losing out at these rucks, though.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That prop for Rogue did such a good job countering, but he just couldn't stay on his feet.
Loose pass. If the Rogues can pick up here, they've got a bit of space in front of them. No. Ref's pulling them back one more time.
Yeah, little wee knock on there, trying to pick up that pass. Good pressure from Rogue, though, with the defence. It's a pretty even match.
I think if the Defence Force can just retain a bit of possession, they're using a few 15s tactics to pick and go. Just rumble down the middle and then try and find some space out wide. Just got to keep a hold of that ball. We'll get them underway again. It's a Defence Force put-in. Ref doesn't like the scrum set up. Have a word with them, sir. No, that's not going to work for them. And taps and goes. And bashes through the middle. Beautiful. Crosses the 22. Gets the ball away. He's still moving. The ball's gone to ground. And now we've got a loose ball. They're picking it up. Referee's going to bring it back. That'll be a Rogue put-in. And a big shove from the Defence Force. And they've taken that ball right out of the hands of Rogues. They're 5 yards out. Can they maintain possession here? Get themselves across this line, because this is going to heat that game up. And they're very close. They've got... No, he's lost the ball as he crosses the line. So frustrating for the Defence Force. Good work to get themselves into this position. It hasn't been pretty, but they've got themselves there.
Both teams just battling, especially in that ruck area. The Defence Force just want to play physical. They just want to throw their bodies in the ruck, keep the ball. But Rogue are coming up and putting that pressure on.
But the Defence Force has got a massive shove on them. So if they could do it one more time and get the ball away from them. But this time, much cleaner for Rogue. Lots of pressure. He's going to chip over. He's got some ambition, the lad. And he's managed to pick that ball. Oh, and it goes to ground. Somehow the Defence Force has kept a hold of that. Another massive battle at the ruck. Defence Force have come away with it. He's got a little bit of space. He's gone through the gap. He's managed to get the ball away. There's a hint of a forward pass there for me, but ref didn't see it. Or did he?
Yeah,
He
no,
did.
the linesman saw it. Sorry, lineswoman from the other end. There's only been one score, right? From Rogue. Yeah. They maybe have. It was over the dot, but who's monitoring that?
So that must be halftime. Sorry, I don't get to hear the I don't hear the whistle. So 5-0 to the Artec Rogues, the local boys, against the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force. Get some water in early today, boys. She's going to heat up later. And we'll be back in just a few seconds. We are back here. Welcome to the Kensington Oval in Barbados, the legendary cricket stadium. We are not playing cricket, though, playing rugby. It's the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force against the Artec Rogues, the local boys from Barbados. Getting into it, it's been a bit of a bashing session this last 7 minutes of rugby. A little different from the previous games. Two heavy set teams going at it. Not your typical sevens players. So it's been an interesting one. Scrappy, very aggressive, and there's not much in it. Rogues definitely had the better of the first few minutes, but Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force really putting some pressure on and camped in the last 22 of the Rogues for a few minutes towards the end of that first half.
Yeah, it's real obvious that Defence Force, are looking to use their physicality. They're a much bigger team, so obviously, they're trying to play smart. Whereas Rogue are just wanting to get their ball in the hands and move it wide. So it's real good to see that both very exciting styles. It's just who can, come out on top after this next 7 minutes.
Let's see how the TNT Defence Force tries to retain some possession in here and put Rogues under pressure. Local boys, obviously, they want to do well. Just pats it back, manages to gain possession. He's got a little space if he can stay in. Oh, referee! He sees that he'd stepped on the line and he's frustrated, throws the ball away.
That's like the fifth victim from the sideline is going to get everyone today. No one knows it's coming. This field just feels so much bigger.
It is. It looks. You've got this massive rectangle in the middle of a circle. It just doesn't fit, and I think it's throwing off the players. We've seen several people just step outside the line, and they're like, "How did the line come so quickly?" Yeah. You ran at it, mate. So TNT Defence Force got the line out here.
Oh, they're looking to stretch the whole 15 here.
It went over the back. A Rogue's hand got to it, but he ended up in the TNT hands, and they've got some space here. And he's going to go over in the corner. Hopefully he'll go along. He should have come back inside. I hate it when they do that.
When they dotted down in the corner?
Yeah, get over by the sticks, make his life easy.
Well, look at him. He's killed over. He's obviously tired. At least he dotted it down.
Well, that's because he's a prop for sevens. But fair play to him. You know what? He scored. He's put his team back into the game. 5-5. A big ask to get this kick. That's going to be a hell of a drop kick if he gets it. He does have a bit of a breeze behind him, and that breeze actually cuts it short for him, pulls it across. So we're just a minute or two into the second half, and we've evened this up. Trinidad and Tobago's Defence Force are back in the game, 5-5. The Artec Rogues feeling the pressure, but the communication is good. You can speak, you can hear them, see them speaking to each other. Try to organise for next time. Let's not make the same mistake twice. And that's a kick, a little sneaky one, but too far. Yeah. If you'd have kicked it shorter, they may have retained possession. Great thinking, though.
Yeah, Defence Force just really using their tactical experience here. They saw space, put the ball there. Oh, it looks like Artec's coming away with the ball now.
Nice little step inside, but he's been chased down. Good chase down. Get back through that gap, get back through that gate, and he's taken it. Good work. Just patient enough. Got to have two hands on it to catch the ball, son. And he looks for the long looping pass. And he got it across. That covering tackle's coming again. He's going on his own. Weaving, and he's got the stiff arm in. And that's going to change things up one more time. Diving over the line. He's happy with that. Artec Rogues gets over. loose play, but it worked for them. The looping pass didn't quite make it cleanly, but he recovered it well and just went on his own.
Yeah, defense force probably not happy. I mean, they'd worked so hard, created that turnover for themselves, and it was just that little pass that, that couldn't, our guy on the winger there just couldn't handle it and it went forward. So
Yeah, it was great over there. He'd gotten through the gate, he'd been patient, did everything he needed to do, but
it's the thing about the sevens games, there's just no time for errors.
kick's no good. So we're going to stay 10 points to 5 in favor of Artec Rogues.
Kick's no good.
Next game up, just after this one, is Project Water Boys against Atlantis. Project Water Boys of Scotland, last year's champions of this competition. They're just off the back of a trip to Dubai. They're going to be playing against Atlantis from the USA right after this game. Long kick, manages to stay in. It did go the 10, bounced back the ways. That's not pretty, but Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force come away with it. Gets to his feet again. He's still moving, still going. Real close to that sideline. Trying to play it quickly. Referee will bring him back.
Referee there, James. I believe he was at Thanksgiving Sevens a couple of weeks ago as well, reffing.
Were you up there? No.
Yeah.
Oh, you were?
So yeah, I remember I played for New York Rugby Club. We host the tournament.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah,
And just straight down the middle, went straight to contract. Not interested in looking for gaps. This has been a really aggressive game. Lots of contact in this game. Some big boys rumbling up. Great contests at the ruck as well. All kinds of stuff going on down there. Would not want to be down there
always
today.
go to his pocket.
Didn't like it.
Yeah, when you yellow card someone, it's not time for a quick tap. Wait. Did he pull out a pocket? Oh, no one's going off though.
Yeah. Maybe a mistake. Oh, but he's got a bit of space through the middle, the big boy. If he could just hold it up a little longer, and he can, he gets there. He's crossed the line.
Under the post.
Little inside ball. It was a beautiful thing. And how did he get through there? Gap just opened up. The defense shot up and just sidestepped on the inside for the big man.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of confusion here with the Rogue because it looked like there was a yellow card and no one had gone off, and then there was a quick tap.
Category of errors, but it's 10-10 right now. There's just over a minute left
Did they not
in the
make the
game.
kick? Did they make the kick?
I didn't see.
Who's watching the kicks?
So the defense force are going to get us back underway. I didn't catch if that kick went over or not, but it's on the scoreboard. It's 10-10, so I'm going with that for now. I'll take Rogues, looking to spread it wide. He's got a nice stiff arm, this lad. It's the second time I've seen that. The number 8 from Ratec Rogues. Again, defense force are really aggressive at the ruck, causing kind of problems. You're getting some dirty ball. It's never nice to get dirty ball as a scrum half. You don't want someone's backside in your face as you try to pick that ball up. Good recovery again, defense force. There's not much of a backline to speak of. But he manages to catch that ball. He's going straight down the throat of the defense. Good cover tackle again, the 8 of Rogues. And that's going to get interesting there at the ruck. Loose ball. It's popped up to Rogues, but it's going to be defense force ball on the 22. We're at the death of this game.
Yeah, defense teams really showing their experience. They're very well disciplined. Rogue are kind of all over, not staying on their feet in this ruck area. And I think the defense are just playing just a little bit smarter, and they're creating little opportunities for themselves with a bit more patience as well.
And a great use of the talent that they've got. I mean, sevens you sort of expect to play a certain way, but if you've got, a couple of bigger guys, and they're using their strengths, really well.
Yeah, Rogue is short one man here too, so they're going to have to work a little bit harder and cover this.
So if you're watching us here, guys, in Barbados, feel free to share it on social media with your friends and family around the world. We're going to have a great weekend of rugby here at the Kensington Oval. You have the pleasure of listening to me and Tiff bang on about rugby all weekend, so that's going to be fun for you. But while we're doing that, there is actually some really great rugby happening in front of us. The game is over. The Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force look like they're trying to kick it out because they want the game over. Look at it going in the corner. If you can get this over, it's
I actually think it was an attempt for a crossfield kick because it's a draw.
Is it a draw though? They look like they think they've won. I've got it 10-10 on the score sheet.
We're not sure if there was that first conversion when Rogue scored, so...
But
Yeah,
as soon as we find out, we will let you know.
Great game.
It was a good game. It was actually very entertaining for me. We're going to go to a quick break and then going to be back with Project Waterboys against Atlantis. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Last year's champions, Project Waterboys, in the fluorescent green and blue kit. From all the way from Scotland, playing against Atlantis. Just got underway, you only missed a few seconds. And this is going to be a great game to watch, because these guys played against each other last year, and it was epic.
Yeah, so Atlantis they've been around for a while now. It was first tournament in 1986 at Harvard Sevens, where they finished runners-up.
Damn, Project Waterboys getting themselves underway very quickly, very aggressive. They scored themselves a 5-pointer. Sorry, Tiff, I interrupted you. What were you saying about Atlantis? They've been around for a while, right?
Something along those lines, yeah.
Bit of history behind them. Now, the interesting thing about Project Waterboys, the Dodie Weir, the famous Scottish rugby player, diagnosed with motor neuron disease. Project Waterboys have said that if they win this, the prize money will be donated to his foundation in Scotland on research for motor neuron disease. So that's going to be interesting. They feel pretty confident they can win this weekend. So we shall see if Dodie Weir receives the prize money.
Right, that's a good incentive though, isn't it?
Sure is. They've just got off the back of a trip to Dubai, so they just went to Dubai to London and then straight over to Barbados. A lot of talent from the top division of Scottish rugby on display here. So it's a big challenge for Atlantis. Big step up.
Yeah, there's definitely a change of pace here with the, this is the opening of the elite bracket. And you can tell already it's really fast paced, really aggressive. Both teams want to play direct. Oh, great launch here from Project X. pressure here, trying to get out of their 22. But they come away with a scrum, their possession, their feed.
Okay, so we just got confirmation of that previous game that the Defence Force 10, Artec Rogues 12. So Artec Rogues, the local boys in that game, actually won. So a scrum to Atlantis, just inside their own 22. See how they manage this one. Comes out clean. Early pressure defensively. Finds a little bit of space. He gets the ball away. Scooped up. Atlantis moving forward, making some yards. They've got a little bit of an overlap. They can use it. He's gone through the gap. Now, has he got the pace? The chase is coming. It looks good. He gets a stiff arm out there, but brought down well. Now he's isolated. Great work from the Project Waterboy defender. A little bit unnecessary. He's going to get himself in trouble for that. You don't want the referee wagging his finger in your face at this point. It's early doors, so yellow card.
Wow, so ref really setting the tone here with zero tolerance.
It was a little unnecessary, nothing dramatic, but you know, a little unnecessary shove.
I mean, come on, pre-workout's kicking in, you know,
Exactly.
give us a couple of minutes.
So Atlantis with an additional player on the field. See if they can take advantage of this, but they lost the ball at the breakdown there. So Project Waterboys, ball in hand on their own try line. What can they do with it?
A little goosey to start with. That was amazing. That's the first goose that we've had all weekend. Well, it's only been 4 games, but it's only been 4 games.
Stuff nice and slow. Yeah.
Managed to retain possession here, but they really can't get outside the 22. With that one man down, it makes a big difference. He's lost the ball forward. So Atlantis will get that. They can start applying the pressure. Can they turn it into points? That's the big question.
Oh, it's a really unfortunate knock on there because that offload was on and he was in a really good field position. His support was about to run off his shoulder, but great defense here from Atlantis, as expected. You know, coming from 15s to 7s, you still cringe when they move the ball around like that in your 22. Because, you know, in 15s, you're like, kick it out! But, you know, with 7s, you want to keep the ball in hand. So, bit of a mental toughness, mental adjustment for me as well, watching this game. So, just under 2 minutes left in this first half.
So Atlantis trying to create some space out wide, but Project Waterboys covering across well. Trying to hold him up too. And they've recovered the ball.
Yeah, they're playing some smart footy here. Project, but knowing that they can hold him up, you know, get that maul, and then they don't have to come through any gates. So
Yeah, they play smart rugby. The player is back on, so that puts them back to the full complement of 7. And that was Atlantis' opportunity that's gone begging. They had the man advantage. They haven't converted it into points. So Project Waterboys 5 points up at this point. We're approaching half time.
nice scrum here from Project Waterboys, and they come away with possession.
Keeping it alive, swinging it back this way.
The numbers on these jerseys for Project, do you know much about it? They're all in the 30s, are they?
Yeah, 53, 14. It's
It's like a football team. NFL football.
You were referring to, I see. Good step inside. Sport's arriving. There it is. They're very patient in their build-up. They'll swing it wide, make 3 yards, and there's an opening for them. Great work. He's getting chased down. He's looking for support.
They're just so clinical, this team. They've gone through multiple phases, really good ball retention. And then just to know that his support wasn't there and have that step to buy his teammates some time, it's just real clever play. This is
They're
really good to watch.
They will literally stand still and organize themselves and go again. It's great. He's getting around the corner there. Nice little pop pass. Looks for the step. Oh, goes to ground. That's going to be a knock on there. Yep, ref picked it up. One of the Project Water boys has gone down. Once he'd broken through and he took a big impact. Looks like he's maybe hurt his knee.
I feel like there's not been many knock-ons this game.
No, yeah, it's very unusual to see so many phases at this level. But yeah, great work. Atlantis have got their hands full. Project Waterboys 5-0 up against Atlantis, the American team. So we're going to go to a break in just a second, and we'll have the second half of this game back underway here at the Kensington Oval. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gavin McLeavy with Tiffany Fye at the rugby here in Barbados, the Kensington Oval. How we doing, Tiff? You feeling good?
I feel great. I mean, this AC is blowing, but you know, we don't want to complain about it because we know how hot it can be without it.
Don't say anything. Let's keep the AC on, and it'll keep us awake.
But man, how buzzy is it that we're in the Kensington Oval?
I know.
I just can't get over it. This is amazing. It's so surreal.
Yep, I'm pretty stoked to be here, to be honest, and alongside Tiff, obviously the newly announced assistant coach of New York's, the MLR team in New York. How's that feel, being the first female rugby coach in professional men's rugby? Let's talk about that.
Yeah, I know. I knew you were going to do this.
What's wrong, Tim? This is massive. This is a massive moment in rugby history, and I'm very, very proud to be sitting next to you doing this commentary. And your name was going to be going down in history books. That's huge.
It is huge, and you know, I'm actually still processing it. Obviously, it's always an honor and a privilege, and coaching MLR is no joke. Like, this is, you know, this is pros, and as a coach, you want to put your best foot forward. I'm nervous but excited, and then, you know, perspective-wise, the impact it's having on, you know, I've had a few female coaches from all over the world reach out, you know, feeling motivated and inspired, and obviously that's also huge for me, and you know, makes me want to keep going, and
Cool.
just excited. Hopefully, you can make everyone proud or meet those expectations.
Absolutely, I'm sure you're going to do an amazing job, and I'm really happy that New York have made that decision, because that's I'm sure there's, you know, it's a big step, and you know, smashing ceilings.
Yeah, huge step. Not one to take lightly, obviously, but yeah, it's early days. See how we go.
No pressure. But here, talk about pressure. Project Waterboys going over for another try, and early in the second half, taking a 10-0 lead over Atlantis, and taking a stranglehold of this game.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying watching this Project X team. Like, just the decisions that they're making and how calm they are. You know, it's very clear, very experienced. And you said they won it last year.
They did. They won it last year. I can't remember who they played in the final. It may have been the Chosa team, which was a combination of Trinidad and Guadeloupe.
Yeah, and then, you know,
No, Guyana, sorry. It was Trinidad and Guyana. It was a combination of, yeah. Good
and then
team.
you saying that, you know, them donating, you know, if they were to win again, the awards up.
Yeah, that's going to be massive. Current score is 12 points 1-0 for the Project Water Boys from Scotland. A lot of the guys play at the top level of university rugby in the UK and the top division of Scottish rugby. Not the Pro 14s Glasgow Edinburgh, but that division below them within the Scottish competition. So some major talent on display here.
Yeah, so we're actually quite high, but they still look tall from here. Are they? Do you know some of these guys? Are they actually that? I wish their heights.
There's a lot. There were last year. It's a few different faces from last year's team, but yeah, very rangy, athletic team. You know, guys that potentially will be playing for the Scottish national team in a few years. Project Waterboy is actually a company in Scotland. I believe it's like a water filtration company, so a nice play on the name. The Water Boys, certainly not Water Boys, because they know how to play the game. And they'll get the line out. Atlantis just making a couple of substitutions. Looking for a bit more height at the line out to see if they can challenge it. Nice and clean from Project Waterboy. Not the best of passes though. Goes loose, picks up nicely. Looks for a little space through the middle. Covering tackle comes through. Ball to ground right on the halfway line. Good counter ruck Atlantis. Making life a little difficult for the scrum half. Quick tap and go. Carrying well. Draws in a couple of defenders. And yeah, the patient build-up is excellent, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Atlantis are also a very, very, good team, also athletic, and you can tell that they're putting this pressure on, but I think it's just those little areas where, they're letting them beat them just a little bit in that collision area. And that's why I feel they're being on the back foot a little bit this game.
Yeah, the Atlantis team made up of majority American players. Sort of a pathway team towards the US national team. Turn up for these elite competitions around this region. Lots of history in this Atlantis team as well, not just the Project Boys. Making a good challenge of it, not letting the game run away from them yet.
A couple of New Yorkers in this team too. Canola Raymond's here, he's from, Dom Oliveira's from New York.
Project Waterboys have found some space around the outside and another try. Number 14, Project Waterboys dots it over. Stretching that lead to 17-0. Atlantis haven't given up yet, but there's a few. And they want to try and stay in this game, but simple dot over. As the crowd begins to filter in for this weekend of rugby here in the Kensington Oval. Took a fair bit of convincing to let the rugby be played on a cricket field. Heard the government got involved at one point. And a great kick. Did he get that over? Just landed short. Very good accuracy though from a fair distance.
Just so clinical, this Project X team.
Yeah.
They're pretty good in all the areas. Very strong counter-rucking, good ball retention. Yeah, Atlantis will want to look at dotting down fairly soon if we want to stay in this game, but we've only got just over a minute and a half left.
Good take in the air from Atlantis. He looked away before he actually caught the ball and lost possession, so that's going to be Project Waterboys put in at the scrum.
Unfortunate area there for Atlantis. I was really excited about them just bringing a few phases in, see if they can get behind this defense.
Yeah, they really haven't had much possession on the ball, have they?
No.
It's just all Project Waterboys probing, passing the ball one side to the other, attack when it's appropriate. Smart at the breakdown. Oh, he's stumbled the ball there a little bit, but he's managed to keep it alive. It went backwards. Good takedown. No contest at the ruck. Swinging it back the other way, making the Atlantis defense work. Now there's numbers. Fakes, stiff arms, gets the ball away off the ground and keeping it alive again. Cool as you like.
Yeah, it's much better defensive from Atlantis.
Can he get that away? Good pick up for the tall man. And the referee's calling it. That's the game. 17-0. Project Water Boys get the first win for them of this weekend. I wonder if there'll be more to come. They look pretty damn good, huh?
Definitely a defending champion team.
As the guys shake hands, make their way off. Got another game coming up very, very soon. Oliver and Ponty Butchers versus Guadeloupe in the Men's Elite Pool B coming up.
This Christmas, make it a very special season. This Christmas, make a wish and watch it come true. This Christmas, let Republic ease your way. Let Christmas get rid of the brain, get a new point of view.
Make your Christmas happen. Get a quick, easy, and so affordable Republic Bank loan up to $50,000 unsecured, low monthly payments, and up to 6 years to repay.
This Christmas, share it with the ones you love. This Christmas, let Republic make everything happen for you.
Republic Bank. We're the one for you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You've just joined us at the beginning of this game, Guadeloupe against Ponty Butchers, the team from Pontypridd, Wales. And just before we came live, Pontypridd had put a score on just in the first 30 seconds of the game. There you go. You can catch it on the replay right there. Ponty Butchers. So an interesting one here. The Ponty Butchers, actually a team founded by an award-winning butcher from Pontypridd called Clinton Roberts. So a big shout out to Pontypridd and the folks over there in Wales. I'm sure you're watching your boys play here. Currently against Guadeloupe, the national team. And already put a score on the board. So the 5 points up. Guadeloupe, a lot of French players in the Guadeloupe team. So I heard they might have put a couple of ringers in the team for this year, but we'll see how they pan out. Played really well last year. Great set of guys. Had a good crack with them last year when I was here. Haven't had a chance to see them so far the last couple of days in preparation, but we'll see what kind of challenge they can put up against the Ponty Butchers. Easily the best name of the competition. Well, Project Water Boys is a pretty cool name too.
There's that Cole Swanek there, number 1. I was saying that he went to Hartbury Uni. You were telling me that they're quite good Swedish rugby.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, they got Loughborough University back home, and then Hartbury are kind of like considered the new sporting university, but they've also got their top team is playing in the RFU Championship, the division just below the old Aviva Premiership competition, which now I think is Gallagher Premiership.
Right. Oh,
so
beautiful hands here.
good standard of play, so really going to be a challenge for Guadeloupe, I think. And there you go. This is a second try for Ponty Butchers.
Yeah, second try for Ben McGee as well. He was the first one who dotted down just under the post.
And just a real simple pass. Little goose step, fakes inside and goes around the outside. Going to be hard to stop him from there, whichever way he went. Looks like he's got the kick as well, so having a good day, that young'un. Good start to the competition. Ben McGee plays at Darlington Mowat Park. They'd won the in the 2018 Dubai Invitational Open winners with Speranzi. So that's it sounds like he bounces around a few of these elite clubs. Any excuse to go on his trip, get a bit of a jolly out of the country for a while.
Oh, ref has his hand up here. Yeah, it was a great hit, but still anything around the chest, the refs are really, really transparent about zero tolerance there. Safety first.
Keep an eye on the big number 10 for Guadeloupe, Lalo Valentin.
Oh, unfortunate knock on there. It was looking pretty threatening there. It was really confident ball movement.
Really interesting the differences in teams that we've got in this competition this year. Teams from Scotland and Wales playing against, French countries such as Guadeloupe and Jamaica, and all of this different mix is a really interesting cultural diversity here. That's it's really different styles of play, different types of rugby. Down there on the field earlier on, you were listening to French, and then people speaking English with unusual accents of the Caribbean and all that. It's really going to be a very cool, interesting weekend. And look a bit of pace down here on this left near side. And he's gone all the way around the covering tackles, just doing it all on his own. Dots it down.
Oh, that's James Hare
Great
from
speed.
Cambridge.
Oh, he's got a brain too. That doesn't happen often in rugby.
Hey,
I can say that I'm a rugby player, or I was at least.
you still play? You were telling me, what was it? Who you play for in Florida?
The wonderful, legendary Okapi Wanderers. I might be a little biased as president of the club.
The kick was no good this time. But Ponty Butcher's definitely in control of this game this far.
Yeah, Guadeloupe don't have much of an answer for them at this stage. But last year, remember, they started off a little slow, and then as the competition developed, they kind of kicked it into a better gear. So hopefully we'll see a repeat of that from them. But at this point, they're letting a lot of loose ball go. Ponty Butchers all over them.
Here we go. Guadeloupe get an opportunity here to attack.
Their scrum half's really lively. He likes chip and chase as well. So keep an eye on him. He's an interesting one to watch.
Was he? I think he was at Rand too. Was he?
Yeah, I think he was. Yeah. Dan Court, I think his name is.
The scrums have all been quite messy today, right? Like the balls just aren't coming out. They're all popping out everywhere.
Yeah, maybe a little unusual underfoot for rugby players. This field obviously is a cricket field, so they're pretty solid on the ground. He's gone around the side again. They've got this sort of disguised pace about them.
Has he got number 5? Really good pass there. Or is it 6? Mike Connor. His club is Tata Steel.
Tata Steel Rock. Oh, and he coaches the ladies team as well.
And Cardiff Blues ladies. All right.
So there's some high caliber people out here from this team. Could be a challenge for the Project Water Boys, would we say? This is the elite group competition, isn't it? Yep, it's the other pool. So this is going to be an interesting competition. These the European teams that have come coming over with a certain amount of pedigree in their ranks, and great for the local teams, just taking it to the next level in terms of competition. And this is what these competitions are all about: is growing that place where they can play a higher level of rugby and get exposure to it. So we will get back to you in this second half in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break and see how the second half of this pans out for Guadeloupe. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So just had a little interesting tidbit of information. As the New Times report just came out that they reckon that they've reduced the head and neck injuries in the tackles with the new sort of contact with the head laws and all of that. So really interesting fact there: 67% less contact with the head because of the lowering of the, because it was sort of shoulder above, now it's kind of like the lower part of the chest. Anything above that is considered illegal. And yeah, there's a rumor going around that maybe rugby has solved the concussion problem. Massive news.
Hey, and you know what? Like, as a player, I've been pinged a couple of times, and it is frustrating because it's never your intention. But I do think we should credit the referees because they're keeping it consistent. It's them making that call, and it's not an easy call sometimes too. Under that pressure. But
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I think especially the whole seatbelt tackle now, the sort of the arm that goes over the shoulder when you're tackling from one side on or from behind, and I think that's a big one because in American football, for example, it's maybe similar to the face mask. Your neck gets twisted in contact, that kind of thing. So I think I think we're doing some great things with rugby in general. World Rugby has worked really hard, and it seems like the results are coming through. 67%.
Good work, referees.
Job, guys. Look at the space that they play with here. The Ponty Butchers, they're really confident. Just attack and slow down, find a new space. Ball goes to ground, no biggie, because I've got time.
Ben just taps it on the foot.
Look at him go through the space. Again. Great work. Now he's got space out wide. Great pass. Cover tackle comes across. It's a good one too. But again, take the foot off the pedal and let's find another spot.
Is this the team that were at that party we were the first night, weren't they?
Yes, yeah. So
okay, we met a few of these guys.
David Watkins was a very gracious host a couple of nights ago. He'd gotten together with Shane Williams, the famous Welsh winger, was over last year as the guest speaker, and they decided between the two of them, we'll get a team over ourselves. And managed to keep that in. That's pretty impressive. Unlucky if you'd have pulled that off.
I'm going crazy in my seat right now. I love this sort of rugby. He's like, looks for the pass, chips it behind, and his mate just tries to keep it inside. Yeah, these Ponty Butcher guys are just having fun out there. It's really great to see. It's exciting to watch.
Yeah, I think Dave mentioned when he was speaking at his home the other day, we were having a bit of drinks and dinner and all of that, and I think it was a big deal when they realized that this competition is such a big competition that's moving forward every year and growing. Him and Shane Williams said, let's get a couple of teams over. So the Ponty Butchers have come over with a male team and a female team, and obviously, by the looks of it, brought a fair amount of talent in those teams. So maybe they could be challengers for this elite division title in Pool B. Certainly looking like one of the stronger ones. And Guadeloupe Guadeloupe's a decent team, so they're making easy work of it. Patient build-up as well. Guadeloupe working well in defense. But it does suck up a lot of time with this patient build-up. But when you've got that kind of talent and you can just show and go like that and start racking up the points. Ponty Butchers, another one dotted down.
Gethin Gibby.
Gethin Gibby, great name.
Narbeth Club.
So most of these guys, obviously, from the Pontypridd area of Wales, obviously a massive rugby hotbed.
My favourite fact about Gethin, though, is his mother played for Wales in rugby and hockey.
Field hockey, interesting. huh?
Wow.
So just
Runs
a
in the family.
family full of talent.
It's always from the mum side, guys. Always from the mum side. The good ones, anyway. The good stuff.
They're going to get us back underway. They're not playing around. They want to get more points on the board, so they're hungry for it. Don't know if that's going to go 10. Short. So Guadeloupe will get some time with ball in hand. See what they can do with it. They haven't had much so far in this game. Not that they've squandered it. It's just Ponty Butchers have strangled the game out of them.
Yeah, they've just starved them of possession. You
Yeah.
know, just
And support arrives just in time. Switched to the near side. Nice little dummy. Couple of good steps. He's managed to stay on his feet.
man.
Oh, and a knock on there from Butchers.
Hey, but Guadeloupe is starting to show what they can do with the ball too. You know, they just haven't had much of it this game.
They're a great team. They just haven't had the ball in hand to be able to show what they can do. But maybe a couple of phases, a little bit of progress. They're into the Ponty Butchers half.
I mean, Ponty Butchers probably did some research, right? You know, with a team, if they're really good with the ball, what you want to do is keep it from them. You can't win without it. So
Exactly.
very, very smart play.
So Delabroy having some problems at the scrum, but managing to keep hold of this ball to give it another go at the attack. Interesting formation that they're lining up with. Nice and deep. He's lost his foot in there.
We talked about whether these teams were going to struggle in this weather, but it looks like, you know, we've got the Scots and the Welsh, and they seem to be doing fine in the
Yeah.
sunshine.
It's not super hot out there. It got warm yesterday, but it's not too humid.
Yeah, another line break here from 13 for Guadeloupe. Seems to be a very confident playmaker for the team.
Nice out the back door pass. Big collisions here on the near side of the field, right in front of us here.
Yeah, great work from James here. Made that offload and got back off the ground to clear that ball.
Look at that, he's spotted a bit of space around the outside and gone for it. And he's got the support there as well, but he doesn't need it. He's going to go on his own. There's a couple of tugs of his shirt, but not enough to stop him. And that one's a live wire. We'll have to keep an eye on that guy because he's got some wheels.
What's the name? Albi Tedezerwa.
Look at that.
Sorry if I butchered that.
A good grasp, but just couldn't pull him down. And the Guadeloupe defense gives up, lets him stroll it in.
He's from the club named St. Ives.
St. Ives, yep,
Yeah.
I know St. Ives. I think I had a holiday when I was very young, a caravan holiday when I was a kid.
And it says here he loves the Barbados rum punch. Don't we all?
Don't we all? That's why we've got headaches this morning. Welcome to Barbados. We are working officially. We're enjoying this way too much, Tiff.
Ponty Butchers with the kickoff again. Nice and high one. Plenty of time for his mates to get under it.
What
And they-
was that? He just volleyed it back to him as if he was Pelé.
Seriously, this team, loving. I'm sitting off the edge of my seat. It's too early, guys.
Yeah, we need to conserve our energy. We've got 2 days of this, Tiff. We can't just blow it all out in the first 5 games. Great contest at the
Yes.
breakdown there. Great work. Both teams. Guadeloupe trying really hard to get back into this game, pulling all the tricks out of the bag to just get a little bit more possession. They need to do something with it. So they're inside their own 22 here. Just trying to spread the defense of the Welsh team. And there goes there's the loose ball. So that's where immediately you're losing possession.
Oh, man. There was space out wide, too, after that cutback. I really thought he was going to get that offload off. You said Guadeloupe are usually quite shaky their first game, right?
They do,
Coming
yeah.
to
Last
warm
last
up.
year, I remember they had a couple of rough games to begin with, but as the competition developed, they got much better. But that was not a good one for them. 38-0. Whew.
Highest
The
point
Butchers.
difference so far.
The Butchers are butchering it, cutting the Guadeloupe team to pieces. So, 38-0. That was Pool B of the elite competition. We've got lots more rugby coming up in just a few seconds. We're going to take a break. I need a drink. Flying Fish. Another good name. I'm loving the names today, Tiff. This is awesome. So, both of these teams have already played one game, so this is the second game for them. Eagerly awaiting the Elite Division for the women to get started, which should be pretty soon. But similar kits from this distance, sort of that purple-blue colour, but the Trinidad and Tobago Police are the team on the left with the more purple kit, and Barbados Flying Fish in the blue with yellow trim on the right side of your screen. Great speed from her going around the side. I never expected that. Pantor chasing her down, and she does catch her, but what a great acceleration from the Barbados wing.
She looks so close to the sideline, but that flag's not going up, so... Yeah, Barbados will be looking at, have a win here after a bit of a short loss here to the Guadeloupe earlier this morning.
But this Trinidad and Tobago Police team, they're going to be difficult to beat. They've got talent in many different areas. They're strong, they're aggressive, they've got ball handlers. And the Barbados girls, I feel, are much younger. So we shall see what happens here. Good work, good driving the legs. Good support at the ruck. Hint of a knock on there, yes sir.
Yeah, both teams came out flying this half.
Yeah.
They must be warmed up after their first matches this morning.
Exactly, yeah. Well, I mean, these guys are neighbours, so they've probably crossed paths many a time over the last year or two. So the girls from Barbados developing well, more experience in the Trinidad and Tobago Police team for sure, but I'm sure they cross paths very often and maybe feel a bit more confident playing against the more experienced players now.
It's funny you say that. I think they're like maybe the Caribbean version of Zion versus Northeast, because they're both from the East Coast, cross paths many times throughout the year, and they both like one tournament Northeast wins and then Zion wins. So
So I mean, obviously, being in smaller islands like this, wherever you guys are in the world, listening to this and watching the games today, keep in mind that some of these countries are very small, so you don't get a lot of teams on the island. So many of these girls that are playing here today from Barbados, they don't get 20 games a season, so that they really play amongst themselves. And when they get the opportunity to travel maybe to their near neighbours like Barbados to Trinidad, that's their main competition throughout the year. And then they get this kind of event where they're going to cross paths with bigger teams from other countries, and that's where they really can get on a better learning curve and get that exposure against bigger, better teams potentially. So it's a great way for us to develop the game on the male and the female side, and great watching them just develop year over year. You see a lot of this Barbados team were in the Olympic qualifiers for the Junior Olympics in Las Vegas just a few months ago. So very young, 17, 18-year-old players playing against, adult women. It makes a big difference, a big leap, I think. I mean, it definitely is in the men's game. I don't know about in the women's game, Tiff. Is it such a big step up going from that high school age to full adult?
Oh, absolutely. But there's still like under 20s, and so there are stepping stone teams in between. But yeah, from high school to open women, definitely a huge step.
Great work through the middle for Trinidad and Tobago Police Force. Aggressive.
Wrestling and not release.
Aggressive go forward. Well, that's going to be a Barbados ball, so they get a bit of possession again. See what they can do with it. A couple of impact players on there that are going to take it up. The number 13 there, she's got some wheels on her. She's already demonstrated that. And why not? Give it a try. See what happens. Testing Panto back there, but she's confident when she goes forward. Makes it look easy. It wasn't even a side step. Just glided. It's a glide step, exactly.
But now,
I just invented it.
call it a panto step.
It's a beautiful thing to see. She makes rugby look very easy.
Yeah, she's one of the key players here for this TNT police team. Takes it to the line, either shows and go, takes it herself, or she just likes to keep the defense guessing. Great player.
Yeah, and then there's a few of the George sisters. There's several girls down there from the same family that representing Trinidad and the police. So yeah, Trinidad and Tobago Police Force are going to get us back underway. They've taken the lead. A well-worked try from Pantor. Ambitious kick over the top from Barbados, 13, yeah. And big mistake. Won't be doing that one again, I guess. Punished. Short kick just makes it across the 10. Nobody's pouncing on that, so the police will take it themselves. Just a little bit lackluster on the reaction time. Switching play, scrum half looking to carry, one-handed, lots of confidence. Breaking tackles, looking for the offload again, but well wrapped up by Barbados. Packed really tight, the defense for Barbados, which is leaving a lot of space around the outside, and there she goes, getting punished one more time. Another good try. Trinidad and Tobago Police, a little bit too packed on their defense. Barbados getting sucked into that ruck and just left a lot of space on the outside. Have to take advantage going around the edge.
Yeah, Panto just again showing her class. She's just so skillful. She knew to stop and go, made the defense plant her feet, and then she just had to go on the outside.
Makes it look easy.
Makes it look way too easy. But like with the experience, Barbados are doing a really good job hanging in there. I do believe it's because they've had a little bit of possession. Be nice for them to play in the other half, get some momentum going, but
yeah, I think maybe a mistake of kicking it ahead and no real chase to it. That's kind of put a big strike on them, and from that they need to just retain possession now, get going again, get the wheels churning, get back in this game. Got to be a bit more aggressive at attacking the kickoff reception. But another good kick into space, and there's a knock on. Just popped up in front of it, goes to ground. So Trinidad again going to have possession in Barbados half. They're going for half-time though. So it's 10-0 at half-time here in the Kensington Oval at Barbados. Make sure you're sharing this live stream with your friends and family, Facebook or whatever else you can. Get it out there and let your friends enjoy some beautiful rugby here in Barbados. The weather's great, the sun is out, and the referees are dressed in bright yellow. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Going to be getting the second half of this game underway very, very shortly. We are at the Mitsubishi Electric Rugby Barbados World Sevens here at the Kensington Oval. Alongside me is my sidekick, Tiffany Fye. I'm going to do that all day until then.
I actually quite like it.
Just caught you eating, Tiff, on camera. That was live.
It just gets better.
Having a good day here, eh? There's worse things we could be doing on a Saturday morning. Still early. I feel like I've been here for ages already, though. 10:30 a.m. here in Barbados. There's been a plethora of games that have gone on already. Highly entertaining, fast-paced rugby. Many different styles of play. People from all over the world. Lots of people are going to be coming in the next couple of days, Saturday and Sunday. This competition is going on. Within it, there are several different competitions, elite level and social. And just sit back and enjoy it, guys. Grab a beer and enjoy the Barbados sun here at the Kensington Oval. Just gets to the 10, right? Nope, referee thinks it landed short. He was right on top of it.
Oh. Yeah, you don't want to waste those 10 meters.
Yeah, use it. We'll have another bash. There it is. Really powerful run through the middle.
I'm really enjoying watching Jara. She's getting more and more confident. That number 5 from Barbados. She's so young.
She has ambitions to go play rugby at Harvard, I'm told. Apparently she's got a massive brain in that head.
What?
Yep.
Let's get her up there. That's your job, isn't it?
Yeah, I was having a conversation with her mum a few weeks ago, and looks like she's going to try and get herself there. It looks like she's got the qualifications to get in. We shall see. She'll be stateside probably by August of 2019.
Oh, Harvard would be lucky to have her.
I was actually watching, I think I watched the Harvard game a couple of weeks ago. It was great rugby. Looked a little cold for my liking. Living in Miami, I would prefer not to be up that way, but definitely good rugby on display in the Ivy Leagues.
Yeah, they've got a good program there. It was really close between them and Dartmouth. Going back and forth again, talking about teams facing each other multiple times.
The Ivy Leagues, what is there only eight teams in the Ivy League? Or is there more than that because there's a few of them? It's kind of fringe Ivy League in terms of schooling, but
they split it recently. I'm not sure how they've split it, but there are teams like Columbia and we weren't playing against the likes of Brown, but they used to.
I know Brown are putting together a decent program, and they're giving out quite decent scholarships as well nowadays. I actually got a message from the coach not too long, maybe like a week and a half ago, asking me if they've got any, if I've got any players that could go that way.
Yeah.
It's a pricey school. It's Ivy League, right? So, you know, even with a bit of scholarship money, it still works out pretty expensive. But yep, more and more schools getting involved in rugby. When I say schools, I mean universities, of course. But let's see what they can do on the field today. Here, this is the Trinidad and Tobago police force trying to get out of their 22. Barbados are all over them, really aggressive there in the tackle, just looking for the ball, hunting, getting in their face. Wayward pass. Can they scoop it up? Yeah, back in control. Trinidad and Tobago police. Good counter ruck, causing a few problems there. Barbados making sure that the scrummy for the police gets some dirty ball, and they've managed to recover it. Fair play to them. Referee will give it to them.
Very tight game, this one. Both teams played a much wider game, and against their first opposition. But I guess they're both just trying to create some space out wide by taking it into contact. It's just getting a little bit messy in these ruck areas. Good strong carry there from Barbados on the counter ruck from TNT here.
So a little bit of information about the referee, Gordon McClashen, I think his name is. Gordon Galashan. So apparently there's a story going around that was it in Trinidad? I heard?
Well, he just went to his pocket.
Oh, he did. He sent someone up.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've definitely got to tell the story now then. So apparently he was invited to being involved in a goat race.
A goat race.
In Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, great try!
Scores for Barbados.
They're back in the game.
She's going to have it.
What's gonna happen? No, she's a good little talent. She knows what she's doing. She gets around the field. She kicks really well. She might find herself playing a bit of Ivy League rugby pretty soon. Let's have a look. So back to the story about the goat racing.
Yeah.
The referee was invited to a goat race, and apparently you just like put the goat on a leash, like a dog, I guess, and absolutely blew out his hamstring while doing the goat race. That's his claim to
Oh,
fame.
he runs with the goat?
I guess, yeah. You got a leash, and different people racing with their goat, and he was given the goat, and the goat pulled him along too far and snapped his hamstring. We shouldn't laugh, but it's hilarious, so why not?
Brilliant.
So I appreciate the referees dishing the dirt on each other so that I can entertain myself up here and hopefully you guys at home.
Here goes our try scoring jar with the kick. Goes 10 this time.
Good pick up from the police. Good contests at the ruck every time. There's Panther releasing someone on the outside. And she's got the wheels for it, I think. There's 4 chasers, but none of them are going to get to her. Another great try. Wow. That might have killed off the ambitions of the Barbados Flying Fish.
So flying fish, that's a popular fish here, right?
Yeah, I guess that's one of their national dishes as well.
I see it on all the breakfast menus.
And it's great. I haven't had any this time since I've been here. I did have some last time and it was excellent. Down there in Dover, near where we were staying. Were you with me that time?
Oh.
Yeah, I was there. You were there.
No,
with
you
me?
didn't get the fish. You got a typical English breakfast with baked beans and sausages.
Did I?
Because you just
How
you
stereotypical
take the
of me.
man out of the UK, and let the UK out of the man.
She's like putting me out on blast now too. there's me thinking, yeah, all multicultural and eating local exotic food. No.
Get
Fry.
your can of baked beans out of your bag. Can I have this on toast, please?
That's probably what happened. True story, ladies and gentlemen. So here we are. The police kicking out again to the Barbados Flying Fish. Another one of the great names of rugby in this competition. I'm loving that. Another contest at the ruck. Referee cleaning it up nice. Thought she was going to go for the kick ahead then, but kept it in hand, right?
That was a massive hit from our try scorer there.
A wrestling match going on just inside the Barbados 22. Let's see if they can find a bit of space. They want to carry it. It's a good stiff arm.
That's Karen there, 13.
A try score from earlier. Knock on. So will be a Barbados ball.
Looks like our yellow card's coming back on here.
Current score is 17-5 to the Trinidad and Tobago police. So commanding position. Time off, says the referee.
I mean, his hammy seems to be okay now.
He's recovered fully. But yeah, that's a great story. Goat racing. So we will keep you up to date with all of the dirt to dish on the referees and the players over the course of the weekend. Probably my favourite part of this job, to be quite honest. Enjoy the commentating, but it's way more entertaining to just make fun of people from our lofty heights up here in the commentary booth, where nobody can get us because we lock the door. So lots of pressure on the scrum half from the police. Ball goes to ground. Who's picking that one up? Police get it finally. Still live. They've got some space out here if they can get going with it. Pantor's looking to attack the gain line. Shows the inside ball and goes on her own. Gets to the corner. She's happy with that because she knows that they're in commanding position. Doesn't need to go for the sticks because not much time left on the clock. But again, there's that flowing style from Pantor.
Really impressed that her hair stays together. My hair would be so messy by now if I was out there. I mean, it's messy being in here.
Yeah, Pantor, under the supervision of her father, he's here this weekend, and maybe we'll catch up with him in a little bit. And that's the final whistle for that game. Trinidad and Tobago Police take a commanding lead at the end, but it was pretty equal for large chunks of that game. The Barbados girls doing themselves proud in front of their home crowd, and Barbados Flying Fish continue to develop, and I'm enjoying keeping a track of these ladies over the last year or so. Very young team, and continue to develop. Great work from the coaching staff here in Barbados and the Get Into Rugby program, which is doing phenomenal stuff in the region. Congrats, guys.
Come on! I guess I've always been hard to label. Because I'm not one thing. Never have been. I've always wanted to be many things. Not to be known for one thing I do, but everything I do. After all, you only get one life, so live them.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It shouldn't be too long. We'll be underway with our next game, which would be Guadeloupe versus the Swansea Bevies. Am I right? Yep, I'm on the right track. Everything chugging along nicely here. We're on schedule. The Swansea Bevies, obviously from Wales. They'll be playing their first game of the day against Guadeloupe. So is this the team that Maria Thomas is going to be playing for? She said that she was going to be playing with the Swansea team, but maybe... I know that Swansea have got two teams involved, right?
Yeah, no, I think this is the social. So she's on the elite.
Okay. So Maria Thomas of the Trinidad and Tobago national team actually going to be turning out for Swansea this weekend. Not in this team, she's going to be there's two Swansea teams entered, so it'll be interesting to see how she does. Obviously, I think she has some family that originated from Swansea, if I'm not mistaken, maybe her father or grandfather or something. So that'll be interesting to see. But controlled reception from Guadeloupe from that kickoff, and they've got a bit of... Seems like there's a lot of the Swansea players on the field. Seems like they're buzzing around everywhere, putting Guadeloupe under pressure in their own half. So the first scrum of the game.
Yeah, so Guadeloupe should be feeling a little confident here. They've had one game already, a nice win against Barbados this morning.
Crunching tackle coming in from Guadeloupe. Great stuff. Pick and go from Swansea. Another Welsh team in the competition. It's great to see all these European teams coming over here and making a great weekend of it. Defending well, Guadeloupe. Quick recycles from Swansea. They don't mess around at the ruck. They get it moving, get the ball in hand again. They've made their way across the field. Now they're going to make their way back again. They've got the space out wide, but they choose to go to contact. Now there's a massive gaping space. If you can get the ball across, poor pass. The winger maybe a little too far forward, needs to delay the run a little bit. Trust in her speed. Holding on. That'll be a Guadeloupe ball. Inside the 22.
So Swansea playing quite, a bit direct rugby here, sort of one-off runners, two in a ruck. But it seems very structured at the moment, going one way, bringing it here and then going back the other.
Ball goes to handball. Manages to scoop it up, pops off the ground. The inside ball and ran straight off the. That's the 6th or 7th time we've seen that happen. It just creeps up on you, that sideline.
Another one bites the dust. We're going to keep tabs of how many times this line here defends so well.
So again, we mentioned this earlier, but one of the things that our theory, Tiffany and I, is that because the field is circular, it's a cricket field, but you've got a rugby pitch in the middle of it, people are not noticing that the sideline is creeping up on them. They just feel like they can see the green on the outside and they just presume they can keep running sideways. Ball goes straight over the top into Guadalupe hands. Nice little backhand pass. That was a beaut. Pops off the ground again. Now if they can get it out wide, this is a competition for speed alone. And Guadalupe are going to win that one. Off to the races and makes it look easy. Great little sequence. And Guadalupe dotting it down under the sticks. What a start. I thought it was all Swansea up at that point, wasn't it?
That's Sandra. She dotted down for them earlier this morning as well. She clearly has wheels out there. Very patient, kept her with. And then her team just did their job getting the ball out there.
And no good on the kick, unfortunately. It was pretty close.
I like that stance at the ref there when the kick. Reminded me of Aussie rules.
Very animated. What's that? The touch, the end goal just there. What's his name? He was doing the auction yesterday. We had a charity event, and the I'm sure John Inverdale will come up. He was doing the after dinner speaking last night, so it would be an honour to have him in the booth at some point this afternoon or tomorrow at the latest. And the referee there was doing the auction for charity, a local charity here in Barbados, doing great things for youth and endangered youth within Barbados, helping them get into education and get into sports. So that event was a great success. We had Heather Fisher, the famous England Sevens Olympian, sitting with us. We basically hogged her all night.
She was in between us as if we were the props and she was the host.
We were basically fanboying. It was ridiculous. I had a moment. And she grabbed my love handle at one point.
How did she find those, I wonder?
I don't know.
There goes Sandra again, probing.
Oh, great pass and coming from depth. Another great try. Wow, Guadalupe. Shocking the Swansea girls. I don't think they were expecting that. But yeah, Guadalupe really pulling it together and putting in a performance now.
It was a nice sequence of play there. Sandra probed, she offloaded to her, and then she wrapped around and got the ball back. And just working that little bit extra, huh? Get behind the fence.
Exactly. So Guadalupe, 10 points to 0 over the Swansea Bevies. And the Swansea girls, I don't think they were ready for this. I think they were expecting to come out and make a better game of it. But Guadalupe, they got the experience. They're a national team at the end of the day. Although it is a smaller nation.
But Swansea is still fun. You know, it's their first game of the day. So
Yeah, they're still probably trying to wake up, get the sleep out of their eyes.
that's it.
Loose pass there, throwing it out.
Jeff, we need to get that stuff out of the way.
Shake off the rust. Get the mistakes done early so you can get over it and get into the game.
I'm liking their coloured jerseys.
I was just thinking the same thing. I like purple. It might be my favourite colour.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Royalty.
makes sense.
Of course.
Oh, nice behind the back pass from Guadalupe. Over the top there.
Sandra again.
Swansea defence have figured that one out. They want to swarm her as often as possible. Big tackle coming in there. But Guadalupe still moving forward, still being aggressive, making yards, causing problem for the Swansea girls. A few hands on knees down there. The Swansea girls maybe not acclimatized to the heat yet. I know they've been here for a couple of days already, but looking a little bit out of shape. Maybe haven't acclimatized properly, not used to this heat.
Yeah, they're definitely the least aggressive in terms of, you know, those tackles. I think they're coming up a bit soft, um, letting letting Guadeloupe players get on their outside shoulder and just making it a little bit too easy for them. So hopefully if they get this, shake it off, you know, turn it up a bit. On the other side?
It's okay, guys. We're on the 5-yard line, Swansea's 5-yard line with a scrum. Massive push from Guadeloupe, but somehow the scrum half manages to get away. A couple of big stiff arms going in, and lots of contest at the ruck. Swansea come away with the ball though. They've got a lot of space out here. The cover defense is coming across. The fullback's there too. Great tackle, Guadeloupe, on that far side. Ball's gone loose in the ruck contest. And that's half-time. Swansea against Guadeloupe. 10-0 right now for Guadeloupe. And I think Swansea were a little shell-shocked by those 2 tries early on and haven't really gotten outside of their 22 much after that. So a chance to regroup. We'll go to a commercial break. We'll be back very shortly for the second half of this game. Swansea Bevies against Guadeloupe. Thanks for getting back to us here, guys. We are at the Kensington Oval. It's half-time between Swansea Bevies and Guadeloupe, the local national team from right here in Central America. We're in the Caribbean, in Barbados, at the Kensington Oval. I'm facing the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand, and I said that correctly. That was my challenge to myself for the day. Don't ask me later, because apparently they're bringing rum punch, and I'm not going to try it then. But the second half of this game is about to get underway. Guadeloupe should be kicking off in the red, white and green shirts on the left-hand side of your screen against Swansea Bevies in the purple and pink. Tiff was just commenting on the wonderful jerseys from the different teams from around the world that are here, and really getting inventive with the fashion statements. The fashion statements and the names of the teams. The Swansea Bevies, the Ponty Butchers. Some great ones out there. Barbados Flying Fish. It's all for entertainment, ladies and gentlemen, and we are certainly entertained. We're having a great morning so far. We've got another afternoon and a whole day tomorrow of the beautiful game. Swansea in control of the ball, looking to get out of their own half at this point. They've been stuck back there, and for the majority of the first half, they were stuck back in their own half, in their own 22 for fair periods of time. Trying to keep the ball alive, but Guadeloupe are all over them like a bad rash. And there goes the pass in the space out. It just goes to ground. There's a hit of a knock on there. Yes, referee saw it. So
Yes.
Swansea under pressure again.
Some good adjustments made here from the Swansea team. You know, it's clear that they're rugby players. You know, probably more 15s players. But you know, they clearly want ball retention. So I think they're doing a better job in the ruck, except for that last one. But yeah, much more position. I feel probably going to be a different second half.
Yeah, I'm sure that the coach has had a word with them and said, listen, we need to maintain possession for a little while and see if we can get control of this game. before it runs away because it's 10-0 at the moment for Guadeloupe. Refs playing advantage for Swansea. Coming in at the side, Guadeloupe. So quick tap and play. Kind of going sideways, the girls from Swansea. All the way out to the wing. Good chase down tackle. Nice pass. But now she's isolated. Cavalry is arriving. But too late. Ball's out. Guadeloupe have stolen it. Great work at the breakdown. Little flat coming forward here. Going into contact. Takes the short ball. Finds the space. Has looped around as well. Got one more support. Yes. And great pass. Well worked try from Guadeloupe. Good pressure defensively. Great work. Excellent try. One of the best tries of the moment so far.
Yeah, that was Vanessa there, number 22 from Guadeloupe over here, coming for that inside ball. Really run support lines. My coach always said if you run support, you're going to score the tries. But again, Guadeloupe, I think that's just their fitness is probably, you know, really giving them that front foot here. They're working really hard off the ground, getting back on their feet a lot quicker than the Swansea players are.
Yeah, right after that try went down, two of the Swansea girls were like, yep, I need substituting. She was waving out, I need out, I'm done. So something maybe with the fitness of the Swansea girl may not be up to the standard of Guadeloupe. Bear in mind, Swansea is just a town in Wales, whereas Guadeloupe is actually a country. So this is a national team. These ladies compete in the international circuit locally here against the likes of Trinidad, Jamaica, Mexico. So maybe a bit more. Oh, quick little ball, little kick there. Went for the short one. One of the Swansea players was alert to it and managed to scoop it up. Actually broke a couple of tackles and made some good yards there. Could have gone either way at that point.
Good run there from Hannah Jane, number 5 there from Swansea. Good heads up footy. Knew to stay strong, make a few meters, buy her teammates some time to come support. What's this penalty for?
Sure, but the referees called the medics on. Felt like one of the girls wasn't too comfortable laying down on the floor there. We got hurt in the contact, felt a little bit awkward.
There's Coach Nico there with the black shirt. I met him down there when they were warming up before.
Okay.
When we were trying to translate me asking for the roster using my hand gestures.
So he doesn't speak French then?
I don't speak French. Steve Lewis walked past and said something in French, and then he helped me out there. So I was like,
okay, referee just taking them back to the right spot. Tap and go, and they're off to the races again. Good tackle, aggressive from Guadeloupe. Good line speed, putting the Swansea girls under pressure, and there it keeps going. They've gone backwards at this point, at least 5 or 6 yards. And Guadeloupe, look at the bench there, cheering for their girls on the field. Good work, good pressure, and now they've got the ball back in hand. Swansea have not managed to get out of their half. Looks like a set piece play. This is planned. Dropped ball though. Correct idea. They've obviously something you've worked on, but just took her eye off the ball for a split second, and that's all it takes.
it's a good opportunity for Swansea to attack here.
Substitution coming on. Switching the girls in and out. Just trying to find their rhythm for this game. Current score is 19-0 to Guadeloupe, the national team from here in Central America. We're in Barbados at the Kensington Oval, the legendary cricket ground. Guadeloupe carrying it up. Solid at the ruck. Bunched up a little bit here, but they're looking to get around the corner, and that's successful, and she's done it again. Another one.
That's 7.
We've got a tally going of the amount of times that a player's just run out of the sideline because they just can't.
This line is defender of the day so far.
He's made more
7.
tackles than some of the whole teams. Yeah, it's got to be throwing people off the size of the field itself, meaning the circle of the cricket field. It's just throwing people off. They just see the green in the peripheral vision or something. They can't see that white line right there. Ball over the top again from Swansea. Goes into Guadeloupe hands. That's the second time they made the same mistake. But the girls of Swansea are being valiant in their efforts to keep themselves in this game. They're pulling out everything they can to try and stay involved.
Yeah, they need to get around. They got two defenders over here, leaving it wide open for Guadalupe out on the left side.
And,
so
and Guadalupe are really comfortable just popping these balls out in contact. They're quite happy to go to contact and look for the offload. So that's causing problems for Swansea. They can't deal. They need to start wrapping up at the upper body.
yeah, Guadalupe again taking it into contact, looking for that offload. But this time it's Jade that comes in right off the shoulder and dots it down in between the posts. Really nice try there for Guadalupe. Score now is 24-0. Guadalupe with their second game. Swansea still warming up. This is their first game of the day. Here's some chanting outside. I don't think it's the haka. Oh, Jamaican team warming up. Swansea with possession here. Oh, a little bit of a forward pass there. When a sprint away. Just short of the line. Oh, can't see the number on the back there, but really, really good support line. Yeah, nice try there from Guadalupe again. I feel like they're going to get more and more confident each game. This is their second game under their belt. They won against Barbados this morning. Now with a comfortable lead, 29, stays at 29-0. And that's full time now. They're very happy with that result. We'll take a short break. We'll see you in a few.
When you are thinking of things to do in Barbados, a tour of Medford Craft World is a truly unique experience not to be missed. Our fully interactive tour takes you from the raw wood on the ground, through the carving process, to the finished product. Witness a fascinating live demonstration by one of Barbados's top sculptors, Reggie Medford. Each Medford piece is individually handcrafted from Barbados mahogany, using a unique sanding process developed by Reggie and some of his staff. Come see us for a great experience and for artist-signed, one-of-a-kind mahogany sculptures. Whitehall, Main Road, St. Michael, or give us a call at 246-425-1919.
Hey guys, Gavin McLeavy here. Tiffany just stepping out for a quick break. I'm right now watching Jamaica Young Crocs Academy playing against the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force. Defence Force in green in their camouflage jerseys, and the Jamaica Young Crocs in the orange and green on your left-hand side of the screen. These guys are, a couple of them have been at the World Cup recently, the Sevens World Cup, representing the country. Some of the youngest players in the World Cup this year were from Jamaica, Michael Facey being sort of standout, the youngest kid to actually score a try in the World Cup. at the tender age of 18. But we watched the game earlier on. They played very well, the young Crocs. Most of the guys, I think there's one player that's in his late 20s. Everybody else is, sort of 18 to 21. Got a little bit of rain coming down here in Barbados to get this game underway. Unfortunately, a bit of rain. We don't want rain in Barbados, but we want to rain with tries. And here's Facey. He's going to put this one under the sticks for sure. Excellent try, Jamaica Young Crocs. There's all kinds of talent in this Jamaica Young team, and they are impressive. They're already making it to the first national team at a very young age. Percival, one of their coaches, said to me at the highest possible level, and they're definitely raising to the challenge. 5-0, Jamaica Young Crocs taking it to the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force, and I call them the Defence Force because they are the Trinidad military. This is the military team from Trinidad and Tobago in the camouflage green jerseys. And Jamaica getting them back underway. Loose ball there, goes out. Don't know if there was any contact there. It'll be a Trinidad ball at the line out. We managed to kill the AC, which was cranking in the commentary booth. We're going to warm up a little bit. A little bit of rain coming down there in on the field, so could start with a bit of slippery conditions, maybe a few more loose balls. We shall see. Great at the breakdown there for the young'un from Jamaica. And he plays a quick tap and go after recovering that ball. Hot pass over the top. These young Jamaican lads play with a lot of confidence. Very Fiji. That was a massive hit. I felt that, and I'm about 200 yards away. Great tackle from Trinidad. But they've managed to maintain the ball. This little goose step. Looks to step on the outside. There's some flying tackles going in. Great stuff. That's a Jamaica ball. Taps and goes. And he's chipped it over the top. He's seen a massive space back there. There was no one covering it. Ball doesn't bounce kindly for him, so Trinidad have managed to pick that up. And the Jamaica Young Crocs putting Trinidad Defence Force under pressure.
I was wondering if she was going to call that because he was clearly taken out without the ball. But I think our ref on the side there saw it. He put his flag up. So, is this Cat reffing?
Yes, Cat Roach, right?
Mm-hmm. What did I miss? Looks like Jamaica scored.
Yes, they did. I can't remember how, but they did.
Excellent.
I think it was Facey. Yeah, Facey scored in the 6.
There's 2 of them out there now.
Just to make our life easier, right? And they look identical. Great hands. Again, another looping miss pass. This rangy winger's really good down the sideline. His acceleration is really good for such a tall lad. And that's the thing, in this part of the world, there's a massive amount of talent. There's a massive amount of speed on these islands, ladies and gentlemen. And it's on display for all to see. You know, the land of Usain Bolt, and there's many of them coming through with that kind of pace. I think I remember earlier in the year I was watching one of the Jamaican teams, and one of the players actually wanted to be a sprinter and decided to leave it to take up an Olympic level sprinter. You know, so that's the kind of thing that's available here, and it's just raw talent that needs to be harnessed and teach them the game. So the game's developing so well that it's just a question of time before we see world-class rugby players coming out of this region.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, that happened with Carla Niles and Perry Baker in the US as well, Rugby's just growing so much, and it adds a lot more. People are traveling the world playing it.
It's an attractive thing for a young kid.
Mm-hmm.
Good way to see the world without having to go into the military.
Yeah, Defence Force again, playing that direct rugby they want to play. They want to be physical. They want to draw Jamaican boys, the opposition.
using their weight, a bit more mature, some of the defense force players, stronger, bigger guys want to use that to their advantage, but the young Crocs know what they're doing. They're getting a good education of rugby, so their rugby IQ is good. They're getting well stuck in at the rucks and the breakdowns.
Yeah, like we saw earlier, Steve Lewis was in the circle, and you know, a few months ago.
Yep.
But yeah, he's obviously got so much knowledge to share, and you know, this athleticism, you know, to get as much as people like him behind it, teaching you all he can, it'll have a massive impact. And there he is again, coming off the sideline. So clearly he's helping out this Jamaican side this weekend. Really good for those guys.
Interesting thing is the other person that's walking out there, that's Wayne Panther. So Wayne Panther is the coach for the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force. He's from Trinidad and he's actually with the Jamaican Young Crocs right now coaching. So definitely getting a wealth of experience from the coaches, and really cool to see that the Trinidad coach is actually with the Jamaican kids. Just maybe getting a different perspective on the game.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just showing that community again, you know, like everyone's just wanting, or everyone to just play good rugby, and obviously this is an academy.
And we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back in just a few seconds. Thanks, guys. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get the second half of this game underway. Two very contrasting styles of rugby on display. You got the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force, sort of up the middle, the bigger, stronger guys, a bit more mature. And then you've got the Jamaican Young Crocs. You've got all the pace in the world, the soccer skills. And it's really interesting to look at the contrasting styles. And just before we went to the half, I rudely interrupted you because we had to go to commercial. But yeah, you're right. The academy sort of system here is really working well. There's all kinds of talent appearing, and that went straight out. Overkicked that one. A bit of a wind behind him. If you can see, I don't know if you can see any of the flags on screen, but they are kind of blowing. Wind blowing right to left. A bit of a strong breeze coming across the island. And this from that open side where there's only one side of the stadium that doesn't have an actual grandstand. Good hands from the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force. Using that physicality, burst through the middle of the slighter Jamaica defence. But this is where the Jamaican defence turns into attack, and the speed is the massive difference. Look at the pace of the lad going around the edge. And the defence force not doing that one. Great try, Jamaica. Nobody's interested to go over there. They're going to chew up the clock.
That's it.
To run the clock down. They're in a commanding position. The Jamaica Young Crocs. Again, very young. When I say young, most of these guys are between the age of 17 and 21. There's one older player, must be on 29, but it's very much their academy system, and it's great to see the talent coming through from all over the Caribbean, not just in Jamaica.
Even like knowing to go there and, you know, give your team a breather to not jot it down and milk that time, you know, stuff like that is just really showing like that rugby IQ again. And obviously with the knowledge that they're having to go into that much depth, you know, with the little details, it makes all the difference.
And getting some of these players, you know, they got the exposure at the World Cup level in San Francisco this year. That's got to be huge. Just the learning curve alone.
Right.
Just being there, even if they didn't get on the field, like you're going to learn so much being in that environment.
Oh, that atmosphere was amazing.
Offload there, stacking up on the tackle, big contacts at the ruck as well. A lot of loose ball, but managed to tidy it up. Got a bit of space down here. Could be isolated. There's a lot of young crocs around. Cavalry arrives. And just a maul. Let's go. That's what we need to do. It works. It's old school, but it works. Doesn't matter if it's sevens. Same rules apply. Just at the death. Goes to Jamaica.
Not seen that gesture before. What does she do?
That's the fat man dance.
Drum!
I'm gonna ask her about that one later on.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's something that we just don't.
Your time now, Chippy. Your time now. Your time now. Let's go.
I did recently see one of those sort of refereeing manuals that has like a picture of all of the different
What it
sort of
means?
signals, and yeah, I don't remember that one. But she is a great referee. She's been doing a great job for years out here.
Big foot.
Enjoying the travel around. It's great watching the referees all get together. Actually, they've got their thing and their little crowd of referees that get together and do these competitions. They
Bit
have a good
clicky,
time.
aren't they?
They're a fun crowd though.
Yeah.
You've got to hang out with them.
When you were talking about players that are coming here from Dubai, there's a few referees as well. Kat's one of them too. That was refereeing in Dubai. Had a day in New York and then came over here in Barbados. So she was talking about she's pretty keen for a break after this tournament.
No, he's not that. He's not responsive.
Looks like we've got to play it down. Looks in a really awkward position. Maybe took some contact to the head. Cat looks a little concerned. So she's asked the medical staff to get on quick. (19-0) is the current score.
Good
In
work,
favour
Leila.
of Jamaica Young Crocs
Good work, Dada.
over the Trinidad and Tobago
Good
Defence
work,
Force,
Eddie.
the military's team.
Medic.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a medical break here because he has not budged an inch since he went down. So the call for the ambulance to come on. So we might take a moment. Stretcher on from the Warrell Weeks and Walcott stand. Couple of replays from earlier on. That was Guadeloupe against Barbados Flying Fish. There's some great tries today. Some great rugby on display so far in here, the Kensington Oval. Great location, great atmosphere that the crowd is beginning to roll in. Gingerly getting to his feet here. That goose step to get around the corner. He's got some talent, man. Makes it look very easy. Just got a really good start speed. Jamaica Young Crocs running in plenty of tries this morning. Putting a lot of pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force. So, a little bit of a medical situation here, so getting that taken care of. He didn't finally gingerly get to his feet on his own, but medics are to get on the stretcher. Let's take care of him. Hopefully he'll be fine. Getting him off the park. Substitutes on. So the referee momentarily can get started again. There'll be a Jamaica Young Crocs ball. So they get themselves on just on their 22. Get themselves underway. Steps back inside. Wants to challenge him. 2 steps. Basketball pass to create a bit of space, and unfortunate just couldn't get down low enough to pick the ball up and knocked it on, because there was a hell of a lot of space out there out wide. Just couldn't keep a hold of the ball for that second or two. So scrum to Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force, just outside the Jamaica 22. And they win the scrum. Good shove. But loose ball, putting themselves under a lot of pressure, but missed 3 people tackling. High tackle there, that last one.
Yeah, really great launch here from Facey and there's in the back line on defense.
A little chip through. And a big pickup, and now there's not much cover coming across. He steps inside what's there. He's still got a lot of work to do, and he's getting chased down. And a stop-start, and he's isolated. Great pass out the back door. That was ridiculous. What did I just witness? Did you see that?
I saw that. That was amazing.
That was.
Oh, I love that.
That was absolutely out of order.
So that was Miguel Crowell, the number 12, that had that line break. I looked down to find the roster, and I looked up. I wasn't expecting him to be chased like that. So there was a huge chase from the TNT number 21.
Yeah, for coming across. He came from like the halfway line on the far side
Let's go,
to get there
guys.
to the 22. Made the tackle, and then just abruptly gets the ball thrown out the back door. Like he had no right to make that pass. That was ridiculous.
Loved it. I mean, you talked about people wanting to work out to look like Sonny Bill, but
Jeez, no, that was out of control. That was disgusting. We need a replay of that. Did we get a replay already?
we replay that.
The guys over there can hear me. Production team doing great work here, setting us up with all of this, providing you with all the replays, the scores, and the live stream. Make sure you're forwarding it on to your friends and family around the world. Want as many people watching this as possible. Entertaining rugby. You just saw that alone would make a Fijian proud. Big rumbling rugby right through the middle there. Took 3 to bring him down.
Didn't make the 10. Cat's not having any of that. She's gone to her
Run,
pocket.
Tendai, run up, run up!
Off he goes.
Run up, Tendai!
Tendai Allen. Oh, and a beautiful little step inside.
Can't hold it, can't hold
Powers away. Didn't even change in the 3rd gear.
it. Next step up behind it.
Jamaica Young Crocs really taking control of this game now. We're at 27. If he dots down, we'll go up to 32-0. Jamaica Young Crocs really showing what they can do and tearing this defense force to pieces.
That's Miguel Facey, the one, the 18-year-old. That last one.
Such a turn of pace that these kids have got.
I'm proud of those parents, huh? I mean, you got the Barrett brothers, you got the Facey brothers,
You got the Panther family.
you
There's
got
all
the Panther
kinds.
family,
There's all
yeah.
kinds of legacies being left around here. Just put them all in the same category as Barrett.
I mean, come on. 15's brothers, these would be the 7's brothers.
Another one of the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force players is down. I don't think the game's over yet for the time, so medics looking to come back on. Now we've already got one that's in the ambulance, so I don't know if they've even got the space in there. They might be transporting that player already. So we'll see, give it a few seconds and we'll figure out what's going to be going on with this game.
Oh. So he's been down since. Oh, this is number 12. Look at this replay.
This is the pass. Okay, let's have a look at this. Watch this. And it worked. Bang.
Yeah. He saw him coming though, because he turned, right?
Yeah,
He was trying to get
he'd
his
had
body
a
over there.
yeah, he'd had a look and literally just swiveled around on his foot and somehow flipped it out the back. Unbelievable.
So
skill.
Revi would be proud of that.
Literally. Literally. Yep, so Revi normally turns up to these competitions in this area, but he just got hired by the Russian 7th team apparently, right?
Watch your mind, watch your mind.
So now he's over there helping develop the game in Russia, but he's spent a lot of time. He was actually here in Barbados just a few months ago for the RAN 7. He was in a few months back. maybe Bermuda.
Yeah.
Yes, he was coaching the Bermuda team, but then gets himself a contract. Gets himself a contract with the Russian national team, so now he buggers off over there. I know he's based up in Seattle, so that's a bit of a hike, but obviously a tempting contract for them. And you know, if the Russians tell you to do something, you usually have to do it. Just waiting on some medical assistance there for the one player that's still down. I'm not sure if that game actually finished. The clock's not on. Yeah, the medics are having to keep on their toes this afternoon. A couple of the guys down hurt and not getting up quickly. Okay, so Tiff, let's well, we've got a moment. Let's have a chat about this this New York gig that you've just got. What's going on there? What's the situation with the team? Are you involved in the roster selection, or is it a little bit early days so far? And if so, what is it that you've got you concentrating on in the coaching aspect of things?
Thank you for the question. So yeah, I'm not involved in the selections actually. I obviously just joining the team under 2 weeks ago. You know, there was already contracts or talks with particular signings in the pipeline, and I think there's about 7 or 8 more left to join the team. So we've been training at Randall's Island with the combination.
Is that going to be the home field or not?
No, the home field's actually down at Coney Island in Brooklyn.
Okay.
But yeah, we've been training with a combination of, you know, the guys who are coming on board, and also like there's a development squad as well who have been coming along. And obviously with any top team, you know, you need that depth, you need that second side to come in and push each other at the training. But it's been good. Mike Tox and I have been talking. He knows I'm passionate about defense, so, you know, and telling him I want to, you know, eventually become a specialist in defense structure. But at the moment, tackle technique, breakdowns where they have me focus on, and obviously learning as much as I can off keys as well. World Rugby coach, you know, with the set pieces. So yeah, I've only been down about 4 or 5 times, and they've been really good with just letting me sort of sit back and find my feet and yeah, get to know the team, get to know the squad, get to know how they operate.
Yeah, it's all very fresh, I'm sure. I mean, I got the news a week and a half ago, was it, something like that? Mm-hmm. And literally, I'll be honest with you, a little tear came at my eye. I was so stoked when I saw the news. Yeah. I was like, this is literally groundbreaking, especially in the women's game, and doing what they've done and giving you this opportunity. And I think it's a very well-deserved opportunity. I think it's just smashing glass ceilings. And I think I even said that to you when I texted you.
You did, yeah. Honestly,
it's huge.
The support's been overwhelming from both, you know, like I expected it. Like obviously a lot of women reached out from around the world. You know, they've been coaching men too, but clearly, you know, at this level, especially in the US, it speaks volumes, you know, with where the game's growing and moving towards. So very exciting times. I'm sure a lot more opportunities will come up, you know, fairly soon. But yeah, to be the first, it's exciting. And obviously, I don't like to half-ass things like you mentioned. So, so you know, I'm already thinking about what I can do for the Rooney players. You know, how to put my best foot forward.
So Rooney is how you pronounce that. So it's Rugby United New York.
Yes.
Yeah. So Major League Rugby really stepping up and doing things right.
They are. New York, you know, and New York fashion leading the way, you know, always trying to do something different, take risks. So it's exciting, and I'm very, very fortunate.
Cool, really cool. Very proud of you, Tiff. And we're going to go to a commercial break. We're going to speak a lot more with Tiff this afternoon. My sidekick for the day, Tiffany Five. We're going to go to a break. Welcome back, guys. Unfortunately, there's an injury. There's been a couple of injuries this last game with the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force, and this one they're taking their sweet time in it. They're not moving him. They've immobilised him. He's face down. I'm not sure if it's a neck or head injury, but there is absolutely no rush. We need to take care of these guys, so we'll hold off for a few minutes and make sure that he's good. No rush to get the player off, but in the meantime, I know Tiff doesn't like talking about herself, but I'm just going to do it anyways. We've actually got a couple of people that are going to step in today, and we can maybe interview throughout these games. Brian Stollemeyer is the actual organizer of this amazing event here, and congratulations to him. We'll get him in a little bit later on, and we'll have a chat and see what's going on with all of this competition. This is something that's growing year over year, so Brian Stollemeyer is going to be involved. He's the organizer of this event. We'll have the manager of the Project Waterboys coming in as well. The manager of the Ponty Butchers from Wales. That's the Scottish manager and one of the Welsh team managers. And then we'll drag in George Nicholson, who's really the backbone of this competition and does all the operations to make it all happen. And he's the one that convinced me to come to Barbados, which really wasn't a very hard job to do. Basically just said, "You want to come?" And I said yes. When? I'll be there.
I thought it was, "Hey George, can I come?"
Probably was, actually. There's the schedule on your screen, guys. That's some of the games coming up over the next few hours. You've got the Barbarians, the local boys, two of the local boys teams they're going to play, and then Project Waterboys playing against Barbados Jet Blue, another team from Barbados. Ponty Butchers are going to be taking on the TNT Police. That's the men. Guadeloupe and St. Lucia, who both played a couple of times already. The Flying Fish from Barbados, the girls, they're going to be playing against Swansea Bevies. That'll probably be a pretty tight game, I think. Barbados Flying Fish and Swansea Bevies, who played a little earlier. Science Sirens against the Ponty Butchers women. That's been in the elite competition on the women's side. That's good. Yeah, that's the first elite game for the women's competition. That's going to be a good one. I'm looking forward to see that. Then the North East Academy against Toronto Saracens. We've got teams from all over the world at this competition. Canada, all through the Caribbean. The USA is well represented, and then England, Scotland and Wales with a few teams in there. Two teams from Wales and a Scottish team. So yeah, great representation from all over the place. Guadeloupe, obviously a French nation. I don't know what the correct terminology is, but I know they're not an actual separate country. They're part of a French territory, shall we call it. I was corrected earlier on. Yeah, great selection of teams on display this weekend, and the party hasn't even started yet. It's early doors. We're still in the morning of Saturday. We've got another afternoon and all day tomorrow. And we know that these Bajans like to party, so it's gonna get fun. Some replays there of the guys and girls scoring their tries this morning. There's been some spectacular rugby on display. For me, really, the most interesting has been the Jamaica Young Crocs. Such a young group of kids that just got talent and oozing confidence, which is scary at such a young age. Lots of the local teams from Barbados participated. Just grateful to get the exposure against other teams from different places, and really get an opportunity to develop their game.
Yeah, and don't forget to mention that there's more women's teams at this tournament than men. I can't get over that. It makes me so happy. But I mean, it's no surprise either after briefly talking with Brian last night. And he said he has a vision, that he wants it to be sort of a platform.
I mean, I think that's something that a few of the organisers have been talking about, that maybe this needs to become the preeminent women's tournament in the region. And why the hell not? At this point, there's more women's team participating than men, so there's obviously an interest in it. They're loving coming out here. I think they're enjoying their time on the social side as well as the competition on the field. And you get here a few days early, you get some beach time, you get warmed up, you acclimatise, you get into the rugby. It's a great situation to be in, to have so many people from around the world in one place, really just raising the bar for women's rugby and and getting that competition in and really having a chance to work and develop the game. I think there's just some really cool stuff happening, and it's really exciting. I'd love to be able to see this next year as kind of like announced the place to go.
Yeah. And you know, he really touched on, because everyone's like trying to, you know, make it elite to attract the elite players, and then he was really both like quite clear. He's like, no, he's not necessarily trying to target. It's the ones who, you know, don't get the opportunity to be looked at. So, but you still get the likes of Heather Fish and them to come over and play against players who won't necessarily ever find themselves on a pitch. You know, with that experience, it's just going to raise the game for everyone. So I love the vision, you know, all the intentions behind it. Obviously the support's growing too, so I can only see it moving forward in a very positive direction.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll have Heather on display later on. She'll be turning out for Ecosse, a team from Scotland, which will be an interesting thing, seeing her in a Scottish jersey. But yeah, she was. I was actually sat between Brian and Heather last night at dinner, and they got into quite a heated conversation about, you know, where to go with this competition over the next few years. And I think eventually they came to a sort of an agreement that, yeah, this is something that we could use this as a platform for women's rugby in the region. And it sounds like everybody's on board, so why the hell not? Let's make it happen. Now, the injured player looks like they've finally made their way off. He's actually being carried by his teammates along with the medical staff. Some of these guys are big boys, so it's getting him over to the ambulance. So hopefully he's okay. We will update you if and when we get some further information. We are a bit separated from the field, and we're up in the booth, the commentator's booth on the 4th floor, right up here in the Kensington Oval. So kind of relying on people running up and down every so often with news. There's a walkie-talkie floating around somewhere. But next game up, what have we got?
The Barbarians up against Arctic Rogues.
There you go. Yeah. So a couple of local teams here. So the Barbarians, the X1H1 Barbarians versus Arctic Rogues. This could be a good one. You've got the Barbarians in the pink socks, the fluorescent pink socks, on the left of your screen in blue and pink, and on the right of your screen in white and blue is the Arctic Rogues. Arctic were the sponsors of the competition earlier this year for Rugby Americas North.
Barbarians will be looking for their first win. And they went down to Jamaica earlier this morning. And then obviously Rogues played the Defence Force.
Ooh, big bump. Massive contact there at the 22. And they found a little bit of space, and there's an early try for the Barbarians. Great try there just to get off the mark. Quick possession, a couple of nice passes, a massive bump, and recycle quick for the try.
Yeah, I'll take a walking back. I mean, you know, one try, there's plenty of time to answer back, but they probably definitely don't want a game like they did earlier against the Defence Force, where it was a little bit back and forth. Came down to that conversion, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. In the end, was it 12-12 or 12? And I heard 3-4 different reports. I stopped listening.
Yeah.
It was 12-all in the end. Yep, easy. You blink, and it's sevens rugby at the end of the day, isn't it? You blink and you'll miss something, and that's exactly what happened. We blinked and missed it. But at least we can put our hands up and admit it. It's all good. Everyone's enjoying themselves, and that's the main thing for us. Enjoy your rugby. Sit back, relax, and let's have a look and see what's going on. What we got here: Arctic Rogues against Barbarians.
I thought there was a knock on, but it's a straight arm penalty, so she's pinging them for something. Contact in the air, maybe?
Yeah, there was like 4 bodies up there all at the same time. So we're going for the tap here, setting themselves up for an attack. Fakes and goes, and he's found the space. Another step. He's looking to offload. He's looking for his support, and it's coming. There it is, and they're going over again. Great work. What was the lad number 3?
Yeah, I'm just
He's
gonna-
played, he got it earlier on. But he's having a great competition. He's amped up. He is happy with himself. So Barbarians sort of stretching the lead here. Takes the kick, not successful, real short. Kicking into the wind that side. The wind is coming from the right to left on your screen. It's dropped a little bit. It was pretty breezy earlier on. But yeah, when you're kicking off into the wind, it does hang up there a little bit. So they're going to get themselves underway one more time. A little bit deeper this time. No challenge, but a big tackle coming in.
Yeah, well taken by Rogue here under pressure.
Inside ball, I like that. A little bump and run. There's another one. Second man brings him down. Contest at the ruck. Managed to stay on their feet. Dirty ball for the scrum half. Skip pass. Strong carry. Going again. He spotted a space. Someone jumped the gun. Support's not there, but nobody's contesting at the ruck. So he goes again. Brought down aggressively by Barbarians.
I like the defense here from this player, Barbarians here, 17. Really aggressive in this ruck area.
Low pass, so it goes to ground. Barbarians got it. There's your man there. He's found a bit of space here. He's looking for his support. There it comes. But loose ball again. Now what's going to happen? We've got Rogues. They're off to the races. He's getting chased down, but I don't think he's going to catch him. Great try, Rogues. Against the flow of play, you could say. But just loose ball, and that's what happens in sevens. It can happen in a heartbeat. So Artec Rogues back in this game. 10 points to 5. He's taking his sweet time for the kick, catching his breath. That was a long way to run. I want someone else to come and kick it for him. Is there a time limit? They have a time limit on the kick, right? He's waiting
Yeah.
to come. He's got it, okay. Yeah, he's good. Plenty of time.
Good to hear the crowd cheering.
I
Everyone
know.
slowly coming in.
That's it. The crowd's building here. You can see over at the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand, and I've said that twice successfully today, just to let you know. The crowd's
3
full.
legendary cricketers.
Exactly. We have, I'm sure a lot of you guys at home are very familiar with this excellent and legendary stadium. It's a real pleasure to be here and commentating these games today in a place that I never would imagine I'd be commentating in. It's not normal to put a rugby pitch in the middle of a cricket field. So, yeah, really great work from the organisers to be able to pull this one off. Big hits coming in again from Artec Rogues. Managed to get the ball away somehow. Charging down the wing, looping inside ball. Look at that. That was great work. And another good try on display here at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. The crowds lost their mind over there.
Did you see him put his hands up? Is there no one else? That was an amazing offload. His body was literally over the sideline there, and he just happened
Great
to
work.
manage to pop it back in for a support running off his shoulder.
And the cavalry has arrived. So the kick's not good. It's short again. It seems to be hanging up in the wind. Kicking it at the wind there is not easy. But the Barbarians are...
Yeah, Barbarians got a bit of wind behind them. You know, different display from their earlier game. Obviously with the Jamaican as well. Very similar style. Both very physical and got some speed. So getting a bit of a leg stretch against its Rogue side.
Yeah, the Artec Rogues brought themselves back into the game, but I feel like the Barbarians maybe have just put the squeeze. But look at this. If there's loose balls flying around in this kind of game, the Barbarians have scored 3 tries, but they haven't managed to get any kicks, so it's 15-7 at this point. It's not out of reach. And a stolen ball, but the referee's going to take them back.
Ref must have been playing advantage.
Signal for a high tackle, I think. And Barbarians play it quick. Rogue's defense hasn't backed 10 yet. Looking for the space out wide. Just playing the patient game. He wants to go. He's going to challenge for the outside, and away he goes.
There's 17 again.
Oh, and he gets pulled out.
Spoke too soon.
Great cover defense. And that's your game, ladies and gentlemen. It finishes 15-7 to the X1H1 Barbarians. Great game of rugby, very entertaining, and I'm really enjoying this. I believe I've got myself a guest who's going to join us for a few minutes. Maybe we can get some words with Mr. Brian Stollimer. How you doing, sir?
I'm very well, thank you.
Come, grab yourself a seat. That's your mic right there, mate.
Thanks, Jeff.
So, Brian, how's everything going down there? We're kind of isolated up here in the commentary booth, but the crowd's beginning to pour in. How's everything going with the competition so far today?
It's great, Gab. We're getting, you can't hear it from here, but there's a nice bit of music going on, and there's some reggae going on, and everyone really is beginning to enjoy it tremendously. And that's off the pitch, not on the pitch. So the on the pitch stuff is really good as well.
Yeah, no, there's been some real, like, genuinely disgusting rugby on this field. I've seen some ridiculous passes, some great tries. The young talent that's on display. All of the local teams for me have been playing excellently well. So tell us a little bit about how long has this competition been going on, Brian? I know you've been involved with it for quite a while, right?
Yeah, well, it actually started in the 80s. And let me just say before you go on, Gab, that you know, it's about the youngsters and about bringing teams on and getting people involved in playing rugby, and this does we hope a good job in doing that and encouraging people to play. No, we started in the 80s and exactly for the same reason that we're doing it now, which is to bring young people on and to take them up to the next level, to expose them to world-class rugby, and to just make them better people and make them enjoy it and experience all the good things about the game that we all love so much. And basically, it's as simple as that, to tell you the truth.
Excellent. No, it's really cool that what we're doing here. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. While those games are going on right there, I've got the man of the moment, the organizer of this competition in the booth with me, Brian Stollimer. So I just want to get into a little bit more of the history and the story behind, you know, what's going on here. And obviously, youth development is a big thing for you personally. And last night with the charity auction event that we did, could you talk to us a little bit about what happened last night? I mean, I personally enjoyed it. It was a real pleasure sitting with you and the guys and girls there. But where did all that come from, and the charity that we're helping out? What's going on with all of that?
Well, that started last year. We felt that we should give back outside of rugby as well, and so we started helping local charities in Barbados and helping underprivileged kids, basically. Last year we did the Get Into Rugby program, which we raised money for that, for the annual dinner.
And it's Kevin Morell that's in charge of Getting to Rugby on the island, right?
That's right. So
great, you're doing a great job.
To get in touch with Kevin Morell, and he is doing a great job. There's a lot more teams and schools playing rugby now than there used to be, and it's a big plus. The whole thing is changing. A lot of young talent. You're seeing some on display right now.
Right here, yeah.
That's a lovely passer. He's going to cut inside, isn't he? Oh, what a good tackle that was.
And this is two local teams. These are both local
exactly.
boys. Yeah.
and there's no quarter given, eh? There are a couple of Canadians in there as well, but which is great, you know.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've noticed, that it's not just the national team or it's your club. It's there's people mixing in, and there's a few players that maybe wouldn't normally play for a specific team, and they're going over because their friends are there or they've been invited to play. So it really gives a different dynamic to it than maybe what they're used to.
Correct, and they're also learning. You see, Steph Belanda is the referee, and she's one of the best women's referees. She's a tremendous referee from Canada.
We've renamed her Steph the Ref.
Steph the Ref.
Yeah, that's what she's called now. Doesn't matter what her last name is, she is now Steph the Ref.
Well, left to me, I think she's one of the best referees I've ever seen, men or women, and she's right up there, right at the top. And when you play with quality refs like that, you learn the game, you know. And it really helps to bring a player on when you've got good referees, which is something that we lack in the Caribbean in general.
Yeah, I mean, regionally there's lots of referees around here, but there's different levels of referees, and one of the things I noticed last year when I came here was the fact that all the referees are from much further afield. So that's obviously something that you guys have focused on, and sort of maybe to raise the standard of the exposure for the kids. I'm sure that they're playing and they're in a better position to learn the game.
And a couple of the teams went to schools during the week when they came to help coach them and help them along, and that was hugely successful.
Ponty Butchers was one of the
Ponty
teams.
Butchers went to one of the teams, and they were saying to me that they started with 12 or 13 girls, and within half an hour there were 40 others that arrived, all kitted up, and
they realised people were enjoying themselves and they wanted to jump in on it.
Exactly, and that's 40 people you're going to have playing rugby from now on. You know, they love it, and it's just a matter of making kids, exposing them to the game, and getting them passing the ball around, tackling, and enjoying the sport. So, you know, it's doing wonders.
And back in your day, you played a bit of rugby. Did you play here locally, or you
played very, very badly, Gavin? I think I must have been the worst player ever to represent Trinidad.
Okay.
I never scored. I don't think I ever scored a try for Trinidad. I scored very few for my club. But thoroughly enjoyed it.
But you've done many good things since.
I don't know about that, but I've been all over. I think I've played rugby in almost every Caribbean island, all over South America, North America, Europe, everywhere. So it's been a wonderful experience.
You've definitely got a love for it then.
Absolutely. And you've got to give something back. At the end of the day, you've got to give back. And this, to me, is well worth it. It's grand when it's happening. And we've got big plans for the future as well. So
Excellent. Yeah, I sat with yourself and your wife yesterday, and I thought to myself, man, he's been doing this a while now, so he either enjoys the torture or he just genuinely loves it. So I'm presuming it's the latter, not the former.
She thinks it's the former.
No, excellent. Hey, Brian, thank you so much for coming up here, mate. I really appreciate you coming and hanging out.
I really appreciate what you two are doing. It's wonderful.
We're up here having too much fun.
Great. Well, that's good. That's what it's about. And at the end of the day, that is what it's about. If you're not enjoying it, then there's no use.
Why you're not
doing
it if you're not going to enjoy it?
Exactly.
No, it's
well, thank you very much indeed as well, yourself, man, Tim, for coming.
Pleasure is
so
absolutely ours, and I appreciate you.
Thank you very
inviting us all back and putting on this great display of a rugby competition. Yourself and George doing amazing things, and I'll come back.
George is great. Graham Allen in charge of the referees is great. We've got a really good team.
Yeah, no, it's really well.
I know Martin Vargas is going to be taking more of a role next year as well. So, and he's a great man. So he's going to help as well. We've got a good team and a lot of helpers behind the scenes.
I think this is going to even go further over the next couple of years. I see, developing into something really special in the next few years. It's going to become
so
cool.
the women's side of it will be more important and become probably more emphasized next year from next year.
Yeah. All right, Brian. Thanks you so much.
Thanks again, Gavin.
Cheers, mate. I'll see you later on in the day.
Cheers, everybody.
I'll try and grab a drink with you before the day's out.
Absolutely. If not right after.
Exactly. Cheers, Brian. So this game has developed along quite well. The two local teams, and you're just about to see a score. Perfect timing as Brian leaves us from the commentary booth. Some of his local boys playing some great rugby here, and that's the Barbarians in their lead from 15-7 up to 27. The Artec Rogues looking a little bit under pressure. Perfect timing as Brian there was speaking with. There's no try, so we didn't miss anything as we were having that good conversation. But the Barbarians taking a strong lead here, and can't be much time left on the clock for this game. But an absolute pleasure speaking with Brian. Spent a little bit of time with him the last couple of days, and it's honestly it's a great pleasure to have him around. And I know that myself and me certainly, I'm sure you Tiff as well, have really appreciated being invited out here too. It really is a lot of fun.
Oh, it's huge. Who would have thought you and I'd be sitting here in this booth at Kensington Oval of all places commentating?
A Samoan Kiwi and a Northern English Rugby League player sitting talking in a cricket stadium about rugby.
About rugby. These future star rugby players. It's surreal, guys. I wish you were all here. You'd be loving it. There's sunshine, there's beer.
As Brian said, the music's cranking down there now, so on the side of the field, people are going to have a good time. It's Saturday afternoon, and everyone's having a good time. We've got some more rugby coming up in just a few minutes. Now, this Barbados team, I remember from last year, they're going to be taking on Project X Waterboys. Now, that is going to be a game and a half, and a massive challenge for the local Barbados boys. Let's have a look at that. Give me a few seconds and we'll get into it.
Yellow Bird Hotel is a 22-room boutique hotel situated at the start of St. Lawrence Gap, Barbados. Directly overlooking a panoramic view of the bay, this intimate hotel offers stylish and elegant rooms and a guaranteed 5-star service. Visit our website at www.yellowbirdbarbados.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is going to be a doozy. We've got the Project Waterboys against the Barbados Jet Blues from the local national team. And not a bad start. They've got the ball under control. Keeping the ball away from Project Waterboys is going to be the objective here, because when they've got ball in hand, there's tries coming. Simple as that. Michael Walcott just burning it up into the Project Waterboys half. There he is again, picks up, under a little bit of pressure. This is going to be a great game, I can see it. Trying to hold him up. They've tried this a few times, Project Waterboys, in the earlier games, and successful once again. It's just a big, strong, physical, athletic lads.
Yeah, Waterboys again just showing their experience. They're threatening all over the pitch. They're very good in the ruck area, very smart with when to go wide. They're very exciting to play, and I'm not surprised at all that they're the defending champions.
Yeah, no, these guys last year, I don't know how many of them came back from last year. I do recognize a few of the faces, but just very experienced, very composed. You know, these guys are playing high-level rugby in Scotland and university rugby in England, a few of them, and it's you can just see the experience. But great for the Barbados lads to get exposure against these kind of players. It's just going to raise their game for future international games when they're playing the likes of Jamaica and Mexico, you know, in these RAN competitions.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the first time this winger here was sort of getting around the corner, you know, all day that first game, but that foot race seems to have found his match here, so it'd be really interesting.
No, there's plenty of speed out there for the Barbados boys. But there's a bit of space. He got sucked in, the winger got sucked in, and he's got a foot race on. Great covering tackle. Now, he let go of the ball. Did he let go of the ball before he stepped out? Maybe not. Referee will sort that out. But yeah, this is going to be a good competition now.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on Michael Walcott. He's always a danger man. He can be a little bit inconsistent. Sometimes he's solid and he plays really well, and other times he's making an unusual kick or a pass that just seems a bit wayward. So other than that, he's a great talent to watch. I kind of see him like a bit like a Quake Cooper type. You know what I mean?
High
Like,
risk, high reward.
yeah, exactly. if nothing else, from the you know, if you're a neutral fan, he's just great to watch. I've been watching him for a couple of years now. It's fun to watch.
Which number is he? Number 5?
11.
Oh,
Miko
number 11.
Walcott. There he is with the ball. There you go. Finds a bit of space, just throws it. Just confidence, you know.
I think he was at Rand 2 a few months.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he also stood out then.
Yeah, you okay? Bit of cardio.
Barbados support coming a little bit isolated, and these guys are Project Waterboys are good around the ruck, but he found some space around the outside, and there goes the Sean Bowen. Is he going to get in the corner? Try saving tackle, Project Waterboys.
Maybe. I mean, it was pretty high there, you know, with the rifts and looking out for those shoulder hits.
Maybe we can get a replay of that.
Yeah.
Nice. Don't like to too much of. Oh, boys, give us a replay.
I mean, you don't see this often with the line breaks getting behind Project Waterboys like this.
It's a line out from what I can see. Project got it. A little bit of shoving going on at the line out, debating where the line is. Clean enough, managed to get it out the back. Not much pressure coming from Barbados, but containing it nonetheless at about 10 yards. That's the thing as well. They're even patient and cool in their own 5-yard line. That's the big difference, isn't it? But look at the space out wide now they've got. Cover's going to have to work hard to come across. They get there though. Good work, stepping inside. Past their 22 now. The patient build-up is paying off. But there's a little mistake. It's gone backwards. It's good. No.
Oh, very surprised he didn't make that pass. There was a 2-man overlap that time. I think Barbados were quite lucky that ball carrier didn't see that space. But
Deshaun Bowen on this side, marshalling the defence across. Doing
really
quite
good
well.
field position here for Barbados. Barbados Jet Blue.
So the sponsor, I'm presuming, is the airline, who brought us safe. And Barbados are about to make a bit of an upset. What is happening? Project Waterboys stunned. Looking around, looking for answers, and the answer is it's 5-0 to Barbados.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're seeing two different styles. Project Waterboys, very, very structured. They know exactly where they want to go. And then you got Barbados just with a bit of footwork, a lot of swag, you know, just playing freelance rugby.
Freelance rugby, but isn't it be free in Barbados? Feel free, like that's their thing, and they're definitely playing free-flowing rugby. Love it. That's a shock. Project Waterboys are thinking, they're looking around, they're kind of opening up the palms of their hands, like, what's going on, lads?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Interesting.
also very early in the game.
Hey, I'm all down for an upset. There's nothing wrong with upsetting people. I do it every day. So nice take there. Patient again. But Barbados are equally patient in their defense. Skips through this time though. Cover is taking his time to come. He's not overcooking it. Great chase.
Oh, wow.
But again, quick recycle, clinical recycle from Project Waterboys, and that puts them on the mark just to silence the crowd. 7 points to 5. This is going to be a great game.
I mean, the stiff arm, the spin, the 3 steps, get out of contact, the explosiveness. And then, yeah, that support and the third runner to come and dot it down.
A few guys walking around with hands on hips and trying to get some oxygen in. So it's high pace down there. Glad we're sitting up here doing nothing.
Why are we breathing heavy? We're not even running.
And what did you Ben?
We'll say it's the altitude being up here.
Yeah, this is altitude for here. Like. There's only maybe one hill over there that's as high as up we are. I live in Miami, so I'm used to sea level. Anything above that, I'm struggling.
So we got a 2-point game so far. Got the defending champions versus our local team here from Barbados, Jet Blue.
And the Jet Blues look a lot more organised than last year. They just look like they're maybe more educated in the game. They must have spent some time with, you know, newer coaches or modern ideas. I'm not sure what's going on, but they look good. They look confident. They're playing with a little bit of swagger. Maybe just polishing the rough edges that they previously had. Every single breakdown, there's project player over the top of it. High tackle there, says the ref. But I like the way that the composure that Barbados have got. They're not rushing things. They're playing their pace. They're gonna punish if project make mistakes, which they did earlier. And allow that patient build up, but just strangle them and force a mistake, force the error, and then they'll get the ball back in hand, which not many people can do against this Project Waterboys team. Lots of travelling recently. There's only 2 changes to the Waterboys team from the team that played in Dubai last week or the week before. Let's shoot. Better out than in, Tiff.
Okay, Shrek. Isn't that what he says?
Yeah. And again, they go for that choke to try and hold up and create the maul. Switching direction, but here comes the pressure from Project Waterboys. This is where they're strong. This is where they'll attack. Great work there from the ruck defense. Looking for a bit of space out wide. They'll bring it back in. Finally to ground. But there's the line speed putting Mikhail Walcott under pressure. They've managed to retain the ball.
Yeah, ref saying they were offside.
There you go. So it wasn't line speed, he was cheating.
Hey, I've seen it a couple of times. Some refs don't know how fast these players are, and they assume they were offside. It's like, no, they're actually that fast.
Yeah, they maybe had the back turn, and then they realised, wow, how did he get there so quick? He must have been offside. But no, he's just really quick.
Yeah.
Especially in the sevens. I mean, there's some of the talent now. It's like the amateur players are even nowadays just so much more powerful, faster, bigger, stronger. Like, where does it stop? Not not like in our day where you just turn up and you do your office job or whatever it is you do, and then you turn up and play.
Yeah.
Nowadays, these guys are 5 hours a day in the bloody gym.
Yeah, very explosive off the mark.
I'm a prop forward at 5'11" and 250 pounds. Nowadays, a prop forward is 6'4", 290 pounds, and he runs 100 meters in 11.5 seconds.
Oh, look at this pressure from Project Waterboys. Definitely not Waterboys.
Another big pressure moment. Can he get the ball away? He does, but it's gone to ground. Unnecessary. Just hold on for a second more. The support's arriving. There's a lot of people down. It's half time. They're getting down to their knees and trying to get some oxygen in.
Must be pretty fast out there, or either the heat's turning up. Because Project Waterboys were not bending over like that for oxygen after their first game.
Okay. But I would presume that the Project Waterboys are maybe in better shape. They play back home at maybe a higher level than some of the Barbados guys. But the heat could be a factor to some of these lads from Scotland. I mean, Scotland at this time of year basically is borderline Siberia. So if they're in Barbados, from a Barbados perspective, maybe the heat's going to be a factor in the last few minutes of games. Fingers crossed. I'd really love to see the Barbados guys put one over on Project Waterboys. My mum and my grandfather would not be happy that I said that, being a Scottish family, but I'm just always about the underdog. As a commentator, are we allowed to take sides or no? We got to be neutral. We're going to go to a break because nobody wants to speak to me anymore. Let's go. Break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks very much for being with us. We are here at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. We're at half-time with the Project Water Boys from Scotland. Not having the easiest of time against the local boys, Barbados Jet Blues. Let's see what goes on in the second half. But so far, the Project Water Boys look a little bit hot under the collar in the Barbados sun. Tiff, opinions of the first half. What do you reckon?
I think, JetBlue came out pretty confident. I think they know how structured the Water Boys are, and they're just trying to play fast, keep that ball alive. But obviously, like we've witnessed in the earlier game, the Water Boys are very clinical. They know exactly what they need to do on attack and on defense. That counter-rucking, I think, they're just looking for those quick turnovers to turn into points. So.
Yeah, I see the Barbados Jet Blues. They've played very patiently in defense. And that's come through maybe another year of experience. Previously, you might not see that so much. They can maintain the same thing through the second half. Just takes a couple of little mistakes from Project Water Boys, and there could be an upset on the cards. And that's not a bad thing for the game, huh?
No, not at all. Look at this defense. They've got Water Boys pinned in their own 22.
It's the first time we've seen it happen. Mm-hmm. But a nice little shrug off, and that's a difference. Just big, strong, powerful lads. Athletic, fast, and there you go. A try to Project Water Boys and just shut me up.
That's for your grandpa and your grandma.
Yeah, that was my granddad up there cursing me.
It's like America's changed him. Florida's changed him.
Be rolling in his grave if I said what I just said. If he heard me. So Project Water Boys trying to take control of this game again. They were looking a little bit despondent after that Barbados try earlier on. They looked a little bit like, what the hell's going on, boys? But they're going to need to bury these points. That's 2 more for Project Water Boys. And they maybe feel a bit more comfortable at 16-5 ahead. They maybe choke the life out of this game. There's young Chris Carrington coming over on this side, I think, for Barbados.
Yeah, it looks like Walcott's going off for a break.
Yeah, he kind of got stifled in the beginning of that second half. First half, he was allowed to roam a little bit, and maybe they figured he might be the danger man, so that Project Water Boys put a bit pressure on him. So Barbados just outside their 22, looking for a bit of space, but defense looks solid. Project Water Boys.
Yeah,
Quick
no
tap and go.
releasing.
I don't know if the Barbados defense is getting back quick enough, but they're putting themselves under a bit of pressure. Clean ball out. Looking for that side step. Looking for the space, and he's gone. That's it. It's over. Great step. Not just one, but 2 or 3 all in the same moment. And really puts Barbados on the back foot now.
Yeah, Barbados look like they're doing a blitz defense here, and especially on their outside 3. And I think the only con with the blitz defense is there's no backup when you're inside. So really good heads-up rugby from Water Boys here to have that inside step option. And then just that power through, right? Those first 3 steps.
Yeah, real quick off the mark. Low center of gravity on them as well. And just dip a shoulder and go the other way. It really is about half yards, isn't it? It's that half yard of pace off the mark that makes the difference. Once you've gone through a gap, it's just who's quicker over a longer distance, and sometimes it's too late by that time. So Project Water Boys will give us another kick-off. Wanting to finish off this game strong. Big contest in the air. Ball went forward, Barbados. That'll be a Water Boys ball. So that'll be a Water Boys scrum.
So our referee there is married to, I think, Steph the ref.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Keeping it in the fam.
He was saying he's lucky she refs too, otherwise he won't be able to come on.
he get around the corner? He's looked for the inside ball, but it's gone to Project Waterboy's hands. And loose play. He's looking for the offload, but wrapped up well. A little bit of an overlap. The inexperienced Carrington here on the wing. It's a test for the lad. He's let him slip by. And Project Waterboy's over in the corner. There's no contest. Unfortunate for the young Carrington. Frustrated with himself. Young lad, only 18 years old. But another prospect that's coming through the Barbados ranks. And this is a great experience for those young lads. You've got to get them out on the field and throw them in at the deep end a little bit. Okay, so with this win for Project Waterboys, that's going to take them to the semi-final number 1 at 12:30 p.m. Sunday. So they're already through at this point, providing this game doesn't dramatically change. Not a bad kick either. I think the wind just blew it in as well. If you can see the flag there, the Mitsubishi flag just behind the poles, it just blew in. It was a little bit off target to start. And landed in. Great kick. That was a hell of a distance.
Yeah, Project Waterboys looking really comfortable with their lead now.
Completely different game from the first few minutes, huh?
Definitely. Yeah,
Good
but
take.
Yeah, it comes down to experience, and that's what we keep talking about all day. This is what we want for these tournaments, you know, 2 different types of styles coming together, just improving the quality of the game.
Referee didn't
So
like that
scrum
breakdown.
there?
Yep.
Yeah, Barbados have not had much possession this half, so again, Waterboys just finding their rhythm, starving the opposition of any possession.
Yeah, just tightening around the neck. It's currently 28-5. And again, that patient, deep build-up. Attack, step in, step out. Great cover. Good effort. Carrington gets to his feet as well. Gets bullied off the ball at the ruck a little bit. Good work, young'un. Got to be a good tackle there, and it is. Gets the ball away off the ground. Out the back door pass. Fakes one way, goes back inside again. Play that patient game. Got his dancing shoes on and he's away.
I don't know if it's a sunshine, but there's some creative footy happening right now.
Yeah, they're enjoying themselves on the field. They're relaxed. They've settled into it. We're halfway through the day. They're all warmed up. Good pass out wide. Can he step? Nope, he comes back in. He's done one. He's done two. Can he get the pass away? Nope, they've wrapped him up. Good work at the defence.
Yeah.
Every time, Project Waterboys are right on top of the breakdown.
Yeah, there's no clear release there, though. The ref is saying tackler has to make sure that it looks like they're at least giving them a chance to place that ball.
Oh, just a loose ball. And that's your game. It started so well for Barbados, but it turns out 28-5 for the Project Waterboys. They're going to be going through to the semi-final tomorrow at 12:30. Hey, guys, if you're in Barbados and you're listening to this, get yourself down to the stadium, get yourself a ticket, get in and enjoy the atmosphere. There's music down there. There's beers flowing. It's the weekend. You're not going to work. Come down and hang out with us right here. Guys, we'll be back very shortly.
I guess I've always been hard to label. Because I'm not one thing. Never have been. I've always wanted to be many things. Not to be known for one thing I do, but everything I do. After all, you only get one life, so live them.
When you are thinking of things to do in Barbados, a tour of Medford Craft World is a truly unique experience not to be missed. Our fully interactive tour takes you from the raw wood on the ground through the carving process to the finished product. Witness a fascinating live demonstration by one of Barbados's top sculptors, Reggie Medford. Each Medford piece is individually handcrafted from Barbados mahogany using a unique sanding process developed by Reggie and some of his staff. Come see us for a great experience and for artist-signed, one-of-a-kind mahogany sculptures. Whitehall, Main Road, St. Michael, or give us a call at 246-425-1919.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the Kensington Oval. My name's Gavin McClevey, and my new sidekick is the one and only John Inverdale. Welcome to the show, John. How you doing?
Well, listen, it's fantastic to be here. Good try in the corner, by the way, which you'll tell us about in a moment or so. And looking out on the Kensington Oval and the Worrell Weeks of Walcott stand, which I've never been here before. Gary Sober's Pavilion over there, the Grand stand there. And all these sort of names that I've listened to on Test Match Special for heaven knows how many years, and just to be here is just fantastic. It really is.
No, it really is. I've been, when I walked in here yesterday with Tiffany, just to have a quick look around and sort of set up the booth up here and all of that, we literally had our hairs on our arms were standing up. It really is a spectacular sight, and just for me to put
there's a Test match here in January, isn't it?
Right, yeah, it's not far off.
Yeah.
But to put a rugby field in the middle of a cricket ground,
yep.
It's just stunning. It's great what Brian and the team here have done to make this all happen, and to get you over as well. It's excellent.
Well, it feels like watching an Aussie rules game.
Right.
In a funny kind of, because of the contours of the ground and things like that, and there's so much space. We are so far from the touchline. You could actually fit a pitch between us and the touchline, but it is the view we've got from up here at the top of the media centre is just fantastic.
Yeah, and if you look over to the left, you can even see the beach almost. So no, it's we're not that far away. Some of these guys nearly kicked the ball over the stand there. It could have landed in the water. But yeah, great location. Absolutely stoked. Now, regarding the field, one of the things we've noticed is a lot of the players, as they're running down or towards the sideline, they're kind of losing track of where the line is because they can see maybe the grass that just continues so far
absolutely.
in the peripheral, and they're actually stepping out a lot.
Well, the temptation, if you play rugby at any kind of level, the grandstand by and large is kind of 5 yards at most from the touchline.
Right.
Here, it's 50 yards.
Yeah.
You could actually you could run an extra half a distance of the pitch.
Yeah, like right in front of us here, in front of the booth, there's a fair amount of space, and that's where all the teams are doing their warm-ups on this near side, not over to the Worrell Weeks and Walcott stand, but plenty of space right here. So this is where they're doing the warm-ups. And
I've just seen the Hall and Griffith stand as well. I hadn't noticed that.
Yeah, no, these names are just like
names. Listen, they're names of your life. People who've defined your sporting listening over the years. It's just fantastic. It really
exactly,
is.
Yeah. No, growing up, I would watch a bit of cricket. Obviously, I'm a rugby fan and played a bit, and obviously saw you over the years, and so it's a real pleasure for me to have you commentating here with me today. But let's get into the game a little bit. We've got currently. We got the Ponty Butchers from Wales playing against the Trinidad and Tobago Police. You've got the police there about to kick off in the dark purple kit, kicking to the right to the Ponty Butchers from Wales in the sky blue kit. First time I've seen these two teams on here today. Ponty Butchers took a hit just a few minutes ago as we were being introduced, and are 5-zip down. This team actually, Ponty Butchers, put together by Shane Williams, who was here speaking last year.
Well, Shane was actually one of the real reasons that I'm here, because he said to me what a great event it had been and how much fun it had been and how warm and friendly the welcome had been. He said, "You've got to go." I said, "Okay, I've got to go." So
I'm down.
Here we are.
Doesn't take much of an arm twisting, does it?
No,
to
it
come
doesn't actually. Yeah, just give me 2 seconds to have a think about it.
Right, exactly.
I think all matches here, all 7-a-side. The World Series is taking place in Cape Town at the moment this weekend, and there's always a sort of misconception with 7-a-side that if you've got some bloke who's a flyer, then that's kind of all you need. But it's not. The game is so physical now, and if you've got one bloke who's bigger than another guy and they can bounce off and create space, it's a try before you even think about it.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I've always played in the forward, so this obviously is not my game. But it really is that the velocity that they, and I don't even think sometimes it's noticeable how quick they are because they're all of a similar pace. So you might not notice it so much. It looks like one of the police force got a finger in the eye and just abruptly stopped. Wasn't very happy with that. Went straight to ground. Nothing intentional, no malice to it, I don't think, but certainly stopped him in his tracks. It's never
but
fun.
It's interesting, you know, there's always a sweeper, like the Ponty Butchers have got the guy with a top knot in his hair, playing as the sweeper. But fundamentally, if you make a break in this game, providing you've got support anywhere, it's a try. And that's why the first up contact is just so crucial, isn't it? You just can't let anybody get half a yard on you.
It's important. Yeah, no, and especially, I don't know if you've come across it or I don't know if you've followed it much, but the talent pool that they have in this part of the world for pace, it's incomparable. There really is a wealth of pace here, and that's that rugby's not the main thing here. You know, there's obviously sprinting and soccer and whatever. Cricket obviously is huge, but the pace that's available, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica. I mean,
but that's why, without getting sort of too political about it, that's why, you know, for World Rugby, you know, 15-a-side rugby, it's very, very hard to promote the game in many countries to a substantial level because of the complexity of the sport, which is its great strength, but it's also its great weakness. Whereas sevens is so much simpler that it does mean that in countries like Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, wherever it might be, that's a great weaving run by the guy who's effectively the long stop for the Ponty Butchers, but that was a good Billy Whiz kind of try under the post there.
Nice little step, double step, one way, went the other way, and he'll take this kick, and he looks pretty confident with the kick as well.
That's 7-5, but you know, this is anybody's game at the moment. But it's, you know, you look at countries like Uganda, where 7-a-side rugby really has taken a foothold. It's quite hard to do that with 15-a-side rugby, but you can do it with sevens because you've got the natural athleticism. As long as you add into that a bit of power, but also really good coaching to actually get the basics right, you can actually create an interest in the sport that might not otherwise exist. And that's why you can do that in countries like this. You know, if there was a bit more funding, a bit better coaching perhaps as well, and a real desire. If you've got the desire to do it, it can be done.
Yeah, I mean, I live in Miami, and Tiff lives up in New York, and a lot of what the USA tends to be doing is using sevens because you don't necessarily need 20, 30 guys and girls. You can do it with 10, 12 and you're good. You know, you play seven-a-side rugby competitions and just get it done in those little tiny communities, and that's a great way to grow it. But when I say great, I mean that was a great try. Just stepped through the gap, sucked in two defenders and went by them as if they weren't even there.
There's a lot of recriminations though going on between two of the Trinidad boys there. One of them saying, "What about that was your man," and the other one saying, "No, I think it was yours." And in the end, it was nobody's.
Yeah, I do a lot of the commentary in this region of the world, Rugby Americas North specifically, and so a lot of these guys that are maybe in these club teams or elite touring teams, they'll quite often be playing for the national team. So there is a certain bond, and
the kick goes awry, so it's still only one score in it though. So
a lot of these games are a lot tighter than they were expecting, I think. So the score is 7-5.
12-5.
12-5 currently to Ponty Butchers.
And it is one of those, you know, people always forget it in the context of sevens because, especially when you watch the really big guys playing, it's amazing how many matches are won by a score or less. And actually, you don't think that goal kicking is remotely important in 7-a-sides, but an extra 2 points, you know, 3 converted tries, that's an extra 6 points.
Yep.
And a lot of matches are won by less than 6 points. And it can be overlooked at your peril. You know, you lose by 3 and you think, hey, we missed 3 kicks at goal.
Now it makes a big difference. One of the things as well in the Caribbean, you can quite often find a lot of really good kickers just because soccer is one of the main things here.
Yeah.
So you get a lot of very talented lads. There's a couple of lads from Trinidad, not on display today, they're a bit younger, but fantastic soccer players. And the 2 brothers, they play together, the Pantor brothers. One of the father is here coaching one of the teams today, and just phenomenal soccer players. So when they're playing, is very much the cross kicks come into it, and it's very Fiji-esque type rugby.
Yeah.
So obviously hugely entertaining. It's just that nobody knows about it. It's not on, it's not on the BBC.
No,
So
absolutely.
but hopefully with this kind of thing, we get live feeds out there. We do these kind of productions. It gets the name of rugby in this region out there, and it's definitely entertaining. So the more exposure they get, the better.
Well, of course, the key thing again, as the Welsh side bearing down on the line, and that could be a key try just before half time, I think.
Yeah, that might be polishing off the Trinidad police, because they are heads down, looking a little disappointed at this point.
But none of the tries that the Welsh team have scored have actually been, if you like, good tries. They've all been tries that have been born of errors by the Trinidad police team.
Exactly, and that
That's
comes
always what's so frustrating.
and that comes from maybe the experience or lack of experience with these with some of these teams. But
you mentioned Fiji, actually. I should just say, anybody listening who fancies a good Christmas present, I'm not on a percentage when I say this, by the way, but a guy called Ben Ryan, who coached the Fijian team to win a gold medal in the sevens in the Rio Olympics 2 years ago, he's written a book called Sevens Heaven about that. And it's one of the best rugby books, but it's actually more a sort of political history of Fiji as well.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've got a rugby person in your family and you haven't got a present for them for Christmas, honestly, it's really, really good. A tremendous read.
he's not paying you commission?
He's not paying me commission.
Must be a good friend. So back to the game. Let's see what's going on down here at the field. There's a lot of work being done by the Trinidad guys, but they're not getting the openings that they're looking for.
So they've got 3 on 2 here, but because the passing's not sharp enough, 3 on 2 eventually just becomes 3 on nobody. Although that's a missed tackle done on left wing here, and that's real pace.
It really is. Just opens up his legs. The covering tackle was taking 2 steps for his 1. And really, really good work to recover that ball. Good cover defence. Fair play to the lad.
And in fact, that try there, or had there been a score there, that might have changed things just on the stroke of half time. They'll look at. There was no support. I mean, a really, really long run by the right winger for the Trinidad side, but there was nobody inside him. And then here we go. You can suddenly have a 14-point differential in the space of 30 seconds because one of the Welsh players has kicked long ahead of him, and if he gathers that, and the ball bounced a funny sort of way. And that's a funny kind of pass as well, but it's effective.
There's been a few of them. You get it done, right? He's got a good step on him, number 7. Dangerous player. Swerves around, looks for the inside support, steps to the outside.
And he's got to make that tackle or else. Well, that's good last tackle, but support on the right. And that is a 4th try, I think. Ponty Butchers.
Ponty Butchers definitely taking it away, taking control of the game. Unfortunately, Trinidad and Tobago police look like they are despondent, hands on hips, blowing a little bit, just a bit of inexperience. The looping passes may be unnecessary, and that's what's losing them the game from my perspective at this point.
Of course, the great thing about tournaments like this is, you really do want a local side to do well. It's kind of imperative at some point that you can have as many invitation teams as you want, which is great because it raises the level and it gets people to understand how good they need to be to compete 1, 2, 3, 4 rungs up, however it might be. Oops, I do apologise. That's one of the organisers of this tournament. He should know better than that. But anyway, but you do need at some point there to break through, and you need somebody to actually put the visitors in their box, good and proper.
Well, it was actually just before you came up. Project Waterboys from Scotland were playing, and they got a bit of a scare at the beginning. Barbados Jet Blues looked really comfortable for the first few minutes, and they slowly put the squeeze on them and turned it around. But there was a few sort of Project Waterboys looking at each other, hey lads, what's going on here?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what you need. You need to plant, the seed of doubt in people's minds. That's when people make a mistake. That's when the opening appears. That's when you get a bit of luck. That's when you score a try, and then suddenly the whole thing changes.
Truer words never said. 24 points to 5 is the current score from the Ponty Butchers of Wales. We're going to be back in just a jiffy, 30 seconds. We'll be back to get the second half underway. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gavin McLeavy at the Kensington Oval in Barbados for the Rugby International World Sevens. I've got alongside me a guy that kind of knows what he's doing, named John Inverdale. He's done this a few times, so I've been told.
Yeah, BBC for 36 years. I kind of like to forget that, really, because it just makes you sound so ancient.
Yeah,
it makes it sound like actually, you were almost playing when Hall and Griffith were bowling for the West Indies, but it's not quite as bad.
It's just you started very. You were 5 years old when
I was very,
only
very
42.
young when I started, and it does. This kind of event, when I was first playing the game, was unthinkable, really, especially on this scale. And that's what's the most fantastic thing about rugby, that it is, because of more and more people are playing it around the world. That's why, in a sense, it's a very easy thing to say. World Rugby or whoever should be doing this, should be doing that. It's very easy to say that, but actually, what 20 years down the road could seven-a-side rugby be if there was a kind of a like a first division, second division, third division, fourth division, promotion, relegation? If there was some whole World Series that operated on that basis, how exciting would that be? If Barbados were playing a match, if there was going to be a match today between Barbados and whoever it might be, and if Barbados won it, they got into the third division of the World Seven circuit, and then you're suddenly playing against countries who are, more recognised on the world stage, etc., etc. But that requires a lot of investment, and it requires a lot of commitment from a lot of people.
It does,
and that's the problem.
I see it firsthand here with the Get Into Rugby program in this region. So you get, within Barbados, there's a young lad that helps the youth development here for Get Into Rugby. There's a lady that's in Trinidad, and she does it more for the region. And I mean, they've got their hands full just trying to get it into the schools, and and the fight that you've got to have with the head teachers of schools to get into the schools, that kind of thing. It's a constant uphill struggle. However, to your point, the relegation thing, for me, I've always had the conversation with several people about Six Nations, for example. The whole Italy not being allowed in there and maybe promoting Romania or.
Yeah.
This guy McGee is really turning it on. He's controlling the game many times for this Ponty Butchers squad. Yeah. He looks really comfortable on the ball. He makes things look very easy.
That was a good try, but it was a good try, but it was a poor tackle.
Yeah.
And it's it's one and it's half of one and six of the other.
Yeah, there's that's another one of the things though. Sometimes in these regions outside of the traditional rugby countries, I often find that a lot of players maybe get to the game late, so some of their basic skill sets aren't quite. And I certainly see that. Say I coach at the high school level more than any other level, and usually in the US you don't get into the game until you're about 17 years old, which by then you're competing.
You don't have those innate skills that just instinctively you know what to do in certain situations.
Exactly. I always see American football guys convert to rugby, but they don't have an instinct to pass the ball when they're getting tackled.
Yes.
It's just not natural for them. They don't ever have to do it. That kind of thing comes into play.
And here's another bit of a turn of pace. That was just pure and simple gas.
Yeah. He's a powerful looking player, that one as well. But yeah, I think at one point he was almost going to skid out like he was on four wheels.
Yeah. But no, I totally get the problems in in say developing rugby nations. It's very, very hard because you have to have a core amount of players who understand the basics of the game, and they can act as the inspiration for the next group and the next generation, and then it sort of goes exponentially, like 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. But you've got to have that base to work from, and it's not easy. It just isn't.
I find the most successful way of getting it all done is really just getting the expat community together, and just shoving it down the locals' throats as much as possible. I mean, that's what I do, and I know a lot of my friends also do the same. But yeah, that's a massive part of it. But back to this game real briefly. The Ponty Butchers are running away with this game against the Trinidad and Tobago Police. It's currently 36-9, and 5, and they've really lost control of the game, the Trinidad and Tobago Police, and these Ponty Butchers guys look like they've got maybe a chance of getting towards the final, wouldn't you say? I mean, if it stands as it is, they're going to be in the semi-final 2 at 12:50 p.m. tomorrow. And so I'm looking at maybe Ponty Butchers against the Project Waterboys for a final. What does that sound like?
Yeah, that's possible. And that was a classic case there. It's all about basics. You can talk about pace, and we've got a lot of pace here, and that's a real bit of gas from the number 7 for the Ponty Butchers, which means that that's another ball and the gap gets wider and wider. But that all stemmed from a very straightforward pass that was dropped by one of the Trinidad players 80 yards earlier, and it is about, it is about the basics, about catching and passing and tackling, and everything else can depend on that.
Yeah, I often have conversations with younger kids that, it's like, hey, when you turn up for training, don't just, stand around shooting the breeze with your buddies. Get the ball, do the basics, start the basics immediately. It's time handling the ball, doing the basic stuff. And they kind of, quite often you get resistance from the kids. The teenage kids, they think they know everything, and they'll quite often say, well, New Zealand All Blacks, when they're not, like an injured player goes down, what do? The first thing they do, if they're going to sit still for more than 30 seconds, they get together and start passing the ball around.
They do, absolutely.
Backwards and forwards, basics, five hands. It goes through the 5 hands, and you pop the ball to the next man. You do it again. And if they're doing it, why the hell wouldn't a youngster that's trying to learn the game do it? It's about time and repetition and getting the basics down, so you can do it without thinking. And you see that wind there that's just held it up a few times. It's dropped a little bit, but earlier on there was a real strong wind coming from right to left. And definitely affecting the kicking today. It's not hurricane or anything, but it's definitely affecting the some of the kickers' accuracy. This is the kind of thing.
That's a really good offload, and you see that is the best try of the match, without a shadow of a doubt. Great break by 12 for the Trinidad police. Good offload. Somebody running on his shoulder, running at an angle.
Just a little.
Up. Good try. That
Flash
was
of brilliance.
A real quality try. And that sort of work is what's undone by some of the basic areas at other stages in the match.
Nailed it. Yeah, you're nailing. That's exactly the problem. They'll do that without thinking about it.
Yeah.
But then a standard pass 5 yards away, just because they've got to play patient for a second or two, and that's the mistake. But that's the uphill struggle, and that's why we, the likes of George and Brian that are organising the tournament, they understand that, and I think that's why we've pushed to have kind of competition in the region, and the more of it, as far as I'm concerned, the merrier, because it's going to work out eventually, and that talent's going to come through. There is lads from this region of the world that have made it to the big time. There's a couple of lads in England, Cipriani, and what was the other lad on the wing that played for England until recently? He's from this region. There's talent there. It's just got to be nurtured a little more, and it's exciting times, especially around here. And that's that we've even started on the women's game conversation. Which, if I get into that, then me and you will be here all day. But Ponty Butchers are just...
See, that's good stepping, but the alignment in the defence allowed there to be a space for him. That's the problem, because and that's all about communication. It's all about players talking to each other, where they are. I'm here, where are you?
Yeah.
And we've now got that's the first very simple pass that anybody from the Welsh side's dropped.
Yeah.
But it's opened up now, and there's 5 players, 5 on 1. Now this has got to be a try, hasn't it?
But look at the cover coming across.
Well, you see, A, the alignment wasn't great, and B, people snatching at the ball.
Yeah.
It's like, when the ball comes to you, let the ball come to you and you catch it. Trying to grab it like that. Anyways, that was a repeat of what had happened 4 or 5 times earlier in the game. So the final whistle is gone, and it finished 41-10.
41-10.
That's not kind of representative, actually, of the game as a whole, I think. But it just shows you how one mistake, 7 points, second mistake, 7 points, third mistake, 7 points, and suddenly 20 points have been shipped in no time at all.
Yeah, the head goes down, and then you start.
And that's when you end up with a margin like that at the end,
We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We've got John Inverdale with us here in the booth at the Kensington Oval, but we'll be back in just a few short minutes. I'll try and convince him to stay longer.
All Seasons Resort is a unique 3-star hotel located on the posh west coast of Barbados. Nestled in the heart of Sunset Crest St. James, we feature 48 rustic Caribbean 1-bedroom suites within cottages. Visit our website at www.allseasonsresort.bb.
When you are thinking of things to do in Barbados, a tour of Medford Craft World is a truly unique experience not to be missed. Our fully interactive tour takes you from the raw wood on the ground, through the carving process, to the finished product. Witness a fascinating live demonstration by one of Barbados's top sculptors, Reggie Medford. Each Medford piece is individually handcrafted from Barbados mahogany, using a unique sanding process developed by Reggie and some of his staff. Come see us for a great experience and for artist-signed, one-of-a-kind mahogany sculptures. Whitehall, Main Road, St. Michael, or give us a call at 246-425-1919.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gavin McLeavy, and you are just witnessing the first try of the St. Lucia v Guadeloupe game. That is Kamika, president of St. Lucia. She was earlier on my one to watch list. Great player, only 18 years old, looking to get into university in the USA. So she will be knocking on the door of a few coaches in the next few months to get herself an education in the USA. Great player, really is like the starlet of St. Lucia rugby at the moment. Is kind of the poster girl for the country, and very quiet, unassuming lady, but definitely got a great amount of talent. So this will be your first women's game of the day for you, John.
It is. I saw the tail end of the one before the two men's matches a few moments or so ago. I mean, one of the, the great thing about the women's game, which is a bit like what we were talking about earlier on, is this is the easiest way. The sevens is the easiest way to spread the rugby gospel, because 15s is such a complicated game and it's so technical on occasions, and it is a game that takes you so long to learn. Sevens, if you can run and you can pass and you can see space, then you can play seven-a-side, which is why you've got a fantastic array of countries represented in this.
Exactly.
Most of the West Indian nations are playing in this, and when you look at, well, you live in America. When you look at seven-a-side rugby in America, the knock-on effect of the Rio Olympics in the women's game has been absolutely huge.
Yeah, no, it's really taken off, and even today with this competition this weekend, there's actually more women's teams in this competition than men.
Yeah,
that for me is massive. I was speaking with Brian yesterday and earlier, and for me, why not make this the preeminent women's competition in the region, and just say, hey, this is what it's become organically. Why not push that forward? I was sitting with between Brian, the organizer of the tournament, and Heather Fisher on the other side. You can imagine that conversation. She was, pushing that and saying this is absolutely something we could do, and he, I think, agreed with her. So that may be the thing.
I think, totally that. But the other thing as well is that it's such a great way when you've got this as the incentive to play at the Kensington Oval. Just a few pictures of this, people tweeting and whatever else saying, here's me playing here. That's a great way to
inspire a few of the kids.
I always hate the word inspire, because so many people talk about inspiring things and they don't inspire them at all. But it's a way of encouraging, and it's an incentivization more than an inspiration to say, hey, imagine you could, maybe cricket's not that. Now that was a great opportunity for a tackle there, which wasn't made by.
Gone.
I'm afraid one of the Guadeloupe players. She really should have taken the winger out.
That was Electra Marcel scoring over in the corner there, and she was electric getting around that corner, certainly.
Yeah, you were lining up that line, weren't you?
I was thinking about it for like 30 seconds while you were talking.
But it is one of those things that, here's me playing at the Kensington Oval. And that gets seen by all your mates, and they say, hey, that would be quite cool. I'd like to do that. Well, how do you do it? Well, you join this. Then you do that. Then you do this, and then you're not doing it. And I think that's the best thing about it.
It's not the hard sell. It's not a hard sell. It's at that point, it's them coming to their friends and saying, hey, I saw you doing this last week while they're sitting in school or whatever it is they're doing,
Yeah, totally. And that's why, actually, I know there was, a question mark at one point about whether this tournament was going to be played here. That's why it's absolutely key that events like this are played in arenas like this. That is a marker to anybody watching or listening or just reading about it, going, whoa, they played this at the Kensington Oval. It wasn't at some sort of little sports ground somewhere, down a side street that nobody knows where it is, wherever it might be, whatever country of the world you're talking about. This is at the Kensington Oval, in front of the Worrell Weeks and Walcott Stand. This is big stuff.
I'm sure these ladies from St. Lucia, their fathers probably have watched many a game in this stadium on television in their own country down the road.
Of course they have.
Yeah, so this is probably huge, and I'm sure that their fathers are stoked.
Unbelievably proud.
Yeah.
And this is a big chance for Guadeloupe to narrow the margin. I think she's away.
And she's
she's
run into traffic.
She's running deliberately almost towards the St. Lucia defence. And it would have been a lot easier to just go in a straight line there and score, but for some reason she decided not to. But there's still an opportunity here if there's support on the outside. And step inside. Will she make the line? Yes, she just does.
Well, Guadeloupe have kept themselves in the game with that try. That would take it to 12-5. So I thought St. Lucia were going to run away with it because they've played well the last couple of competitions, St. Lucia. And for me, Guadeloupe is a new team. I haven't come across them over the last couple of years. So maybe throwing the balance back to Guadeloupe. St. Lucia, I believe, came 4th in the recent Rugby Americas North tournament, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely got a pedigree and a bit maybe more experience, but Guadeloupe definitely keeping themselves in the game for this one. It's a big ask of this kick. It's going to be a long one. Referee's asking her to hurry along, getting it done.
If you were being hypercritical, you would say the one aspect of the women's game that needs still a lot of development is the kicking.
Yeah.
And which obviously isn't as important in sevens as it is in 15s, but we were saying earlier on,
Yeah, it's got to be done.
if you lose a match by 12 points to 10 and you've missed 2 kicks a goal, that's why you've lost the game.
Yeah.
So it is, you can say it's not as important, but it's still important.
Yeah, no, it's something, you're right, it needs to be worked on. And that comes from the development of the game, and where are they pulling the kids from to play the game? Are they soccer players? Are they, what is it that they've done previously? And that's a big debate in the USA. One of the massive things in the USA is, are you a multi-sport athlete? And I think it's something like 85% of NFL football players, for example, are multi-sport athletes in school. That kind of thing is giving you a variety of skills, whether you're a basketball player, a soccer player, a baseball player, hand-eye coordination and developing that. It's huge, and sometimes that's really not the case when you're thrown into a sport or you get into a sport at maybe a later age. But St. Lucia with the put-in at this scrum. A good fight at the scrum for Guadeloupe, and they come away with it. It's got a bit scrappy down there.
Yeah, a couple of knock-ons, like one either way. I tell you one of the other things as well about seven-a-side rugby, though, for men and women, the kit. When you think how seven-a-side teams used to look, even 15, 20 years ago, the fact now that really cool outfits are being worn by all the teams, that's another great selling point. God, you look good in that.
It looks
whatever
fashionable.
It might be.
Yeah.
Oh, listen, the St. Lucia kit is fantastic.
I guess basically it's designed around their national flag.
Yep.
Which obviously is excellent, with it being, and the same thing with the Barbados guys earlier. And that's the Barbados girls over there. Again,
that's really smart.
Yeah. And that is between, I'm not sure what's better, the names of the teams or the actual kit that they're wearing. The Project Water Boys and the Butchers and all of that. But there's St. Lucia, maybe answering back to the Guadeloupe response from earlier and saying, okay, girls, this is our game. You need to back off a little bit and really putting the hammer down on the Guadeloupe ladies.
And you can see a couple of the players in the St. Lucia team, they kind of look like 400-meter runners.
Yep.
And once they're away, stride length, the stride pattern is so free-flowing and they're so easy that, it's very, very hard to make up ground in those situations.
Yeah, no, there's, what's the name of the 100-meter sprinter that was is now playing rugby for Jamaica? He was bronze, he came third to...
I don't know.
Yeah, what's the name now? But he's now playing rugby for Jamaica. But he got a bronze medal behind Usain Bolt.
Really?
And now he's playing rugby. It's kind of his thing in the off season is to use his talent to grow. He's using it to grow the game.
Bolt's probably quick enough to actually take the ball in the line out and then get to the wing in time to get the scoring pass.
You can do anything
at the end of the move.
You can run backwards and forwards and then go score. And
while he's on his mobile phone, all the while.
I'm probably smiling at the opponent as he's doing it. We're going to go to a quick break. This is really entertaining stuff. I've got John Inverdale with me, and we're going to go to a break, and we're back in just a few seconds. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We got St. Lucia, Guadeloupe. The second half coming up in just a few seconds. I'm in Barbados. It's beautiful outside. I'm in the Kensington Oval, and I got a childhood hero sitting next to me, John Inverdale. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here, mate. And
there was more than one fib in that. Look at that sky. It's grey.
Yeah, true enough.
You know, come on, and that's rain, isn't it, in the distance?
It did. It happened earlier on. It came over this way, threatened, and then sort of passed up towards the hill. So I think we'll be fine. I have been informed, though, that if it rains heavy enough, we'll actually have to cover up the centre square. It's a cricket ground, yeah.
That
that's what they said
There's
earlier
no
on.
sort of umbrella that they can put over the whole thing. Play indoors.
The dome, yeah.
I tell you one thing they are do, actually. I tell you, World Rugby have given the sanction. We're talking about, in a sort of roundabout way about promoting the game and things like that. I think World Rugby last week, or this week, Wednesday, sanctioned a five-a-side indoor tournament at the O2 Arena in London during the Rugby World Cup this year. And they've had to sort of manoeuvre the rules, or the laws of the game a bit for the line-out and things like that. But five-a-side rugby, men and women, full contact, indoors, in front of 18,000 people at the O2 in London. I think that's a very, very interesting, dipping a toe in the water for where the game might go in the future. So
Five-a-side, interesting. So in January, I'm doing a competition with Rugby Americas North. I live in South Florida. They want to do a competition on Hollywood Beach, which is kind of between Fort Lauderdale and Miami. And that's five-a-side beach rugby with a really interesting inflatable field. So the exterior, instead of having lines, it's actually an inflatable field, and the sticks themselves are inflatable as well. Right. Really entertaining, a lot of fun. The idea is a bit of a party. You got the music, DJ, all that kind of stuff, dances in between games, things like that. And that's going to be a lot of entertainment. I know it's really popular in Spain, like Mallorca, Ibiza, that kind of area.
Yeah.
And we're trying to bring it into Florida, and then obviously we could bring that around this region as well. I know that the Cayman Islands have put games on of that style, but five-a-side rugby, 5-minute halves, really entertaining, and again, goes back to the social side of things of just getting people involved in the game.
Well, there was a NFL match, wasn't there, a couple of weeks or so ago, that was one of the highest scoring matches in history.
Oh, okay.
And they were talking about what a fantastic game it was, because actually there were one or two scores where people had actually passed the ball to somebody else, as opposed to just dying with the ball.
Sure.
And you were thinking, hang on a moment, I think, isn't that what rugby is?
Yeah.
But this is the great thing that it's in the Americas. If people can see enough of rugby, and if the game can wise up to not allowing scrums taking 4 minutes to be set and things like that, so that you can keep emphasizing over and over again the continuity of the game and how American football's a great sport, but it doesn't half stop a lot. If you can actually emphasize the fact that rugby union just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going, there is a market out there. There has to be a market in the Americas for people saying, hey, this is a great game, I'd like to get involved in that, because I'm more involved on a regular basis than if I'm involved in American football, where I stand around a lot of the time and don't do a lot.
Exactly.
And for that's sevens from a women's point of view. It's 14 minutes, high intensity, involved. You're never out of the game for any length of time.
You can't hide very much either.
You can't.
Because I try all the time when I play.
Well, I remember many, many years ago trying to perfect the art of being a non-tackling seven-a-side player, and it didn't go down very well.
You can't do it, yeah. You got to get involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
If you were born with a really wide yellow streak down your back, at some point you get found out.
Yeah, it's either you got to get involved or not at all. But yeah, no. To the point of the sort of getting it out there with other parts of the world, I found that there was a lot of people when in the USA they started putting it on regular television. People would sort of sit and you'd see them in the pub, be like, well, I'm watching the baseball and the American football, but then there's a screen over there with rugby. It's kind of interesting. Yeah. I think it's attractive, just because it's violent, it's fast, it's non-stop. I mean, it's got all of the bells and whistles that you need for an entertaining sport, like your UCFs and all of that kind of stuff, your MMAs.
This game's not done yet. I mean, if Guadeloupe could score next, then we'd have an interesting last 2 or 3 minutes.
We would.
And I tell you that here's an opportunity.
Here it comes.
You see, but the ball goes to ground again. And what interestingly, and I think maybe it just comes down to coaching or just an instinctive way that if you don't play this game at school, how you don't automatically allow the ball to come to you. You go to the ball, which means you snatch at it, and on your fingertips, and the ball goes to ground. We saw it with the Trinidad police in the men's tournament in the last match. The ball's there to be caught. Just let the ball come to you. Don't try and grab it.
Yeah, soft hands. Soft hands is required.
And that was a try. That was a try under the post, and then there's only one score in it, and then it's anybody's game. But instead, it was a wasted opportunity, and the ball's back in the St. Lucia hands.
If they were smart, they would slow this down and play patient. But she might want to just go on her own. But the thing is, now she's isolated.
Yeah.
Can she get it away? a little bit of luck, a good bounce of the ball.
That was a knock-on, and the referee saw it.
No, but great entertainment in general here at Kensington Oval. And
this has been the best game that I've seen so far, actually, in terms of it being even and opportunities that if they had been taken, we could almost be level pegging. Referees do such a good job in seven-a-side because they are almost they are the 15th player, but they are effectively the person who determines what kind of a spectacle we are provided with. Because you can in sevens, you could almost blow the whistle every 10 seconds or so.
You've got to find
and
the
if you do
flow.
that, you kill the game there and then. So they've done it. The games I've seen so far, the guys done a really good job.
Yeah, one of the issues is that in this region that sometimes I feel like maybe the referees are not at the right standard, and that's why the guys that organise this, they brought in a lot of referees from abroad, a lot of Scotch lads and lasses and people from more the higher level referees, as it is they get different levels of refereeing, and the higher up the totem pole you get, the more luxurious the tournament you might get invited along to, and they definitely do that. They kind of push out the boat a little bit and bring in the best referees that they can find, so that firstly the guys and girls, one of the referees just walked in at the commentary booth and is smiling from ear to ear as I speak. But yeah, no, really to expose the kids to the game at that level and really get more of an education. But then on top of that is, what does the game look like on the ground, and is it entertaining for people to come and watch it?
Yes, absolutely.
And it's value. You can't put a value on that. So just a few more minutes left of this game. It looks like St. Lucia have kind of choked the game out.
And the key thing, actually, again, you can end up sounding like a bit of a stuck record, but the physicality of the game is you can have all the brilliant runners in the world, but there's a lot of contact in sevens, and St. Lucia in the contact, and actually just looking at the teams, they are physically much more robust. They're bigger players, and just there, if the Guadeloupe player had the chance to get the ball away, they had a couple of players over, but they didn't because she was snaffled. The ball got knocked on, and here's an opportunity for St. Lucia to kill the game off.
Well, the next game up is Barbados and Swansea, but the one after that is going to be really interesting. That's going to be the Scion Sirens against Ponty Butchers from Wales. That is going to be a big NCAP game because I know a lot of the girls on that Scion team. I believe they won the competition last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Where are they from?
They're an American-based team. That's them down here in the green. You might be able to see them. But there's a few players in there that are borderline USA team players. They're gonna, there's some second team in the USA, or they're on the fringe of that sort of pathway. So it's going to be interesting. There's a lot of big hitters in there. But right now, St. Lucia are going to finish this game off.
That's a great tackle.
Really
great
good.
last-ditch tackle by one of the Guadeloupe players. And, the ball right tantalisingly close to the line. If the St. Lucia player can pick it up and go over, which they do.
Looks like there's a collision of heads there right at the last second. They both went in to try and stop that ball being grounded, and looked like they cracked each other's heads. Unfortunate that, but great work from St. Lucia.
We're just looking at the rerun here, actually, and you can probably see where the collision took place.
Boom. Yeah, they both went in over the top and just cracked each other's head.
Yeah, I think it was a knee on her head, is, if there's only one winner when a knee plays a head.
So it was two US teams last year in the women's final, Northeast Academy and Scion Sirens, and Scion Sirens won out on that. And Maya is one of the girls that was playing in that team last year, and for me that was her breakout tournament. And I said during commentary, this girl should be playing for the Eagles. What's going on? And sure enough, 2 months later, she was getting called up and played for the seven.
You are a talent spot.
Well, I mean, it is my job. That's what I do, and I do scout a lot for college recruiting more than anything else.
Well, there's a couple of these St. Lucia players that if you were involved with an American university, you'd look at them and say,
absolutely,
a lot of potential there.
Yeah, number 9, Kamika President. Actually, I think that's her kicking the ball right now. She's looking at university in the USA, and I think she'll be very successful. Maybe end up at Tiffany's University. Tiffany is over here, and she's my main sidekick for the weekend, and she's a college coach up in New York at Queens College or Queens University, Tiff? Sorry, excuse me, I'm thinking of Katie Wurst. I'm confusing you. Yeah, sorry. Monroe College up in New York. So going to get some players over there for her, and obviously this is a great talent pool to pull from.
24-5 that finished, what to say?
24-5. St. Lucia wins that one over Guadeloupe. We'll be getting into a commercial break, but in a little while we've got, when we come back, Barbados Flying Fish. We'll be playing against the Swansea Bevies. Already down there on the field in purple, getting ready. Quick turnaround, it's Sevens Rugby, so we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with more Sevens Rugby.
All Seasons Resort is a unique 3-star hotel located on the posh west coast of Barbados. Nestled in the heart of Sunset Crest St. James, we feature 48 rustic Caribbean one-bedroom suites within cottages. Visit our website at www.allseasonsresort.bb.
When you are thinking of things to do in Barbados, a tour of Medford Craft World is a truly unique experience not to be missed. Our fully interactive tour takes you from the raw wood on the ground, through the carving process, to the finished product. Witness a fascinating live demonstration by one of Barbados's top sculptors, Reggie Medford. Each Medford piece is individually handcrafted from Barbados mahogany, using a unique sanding process developed by Reggie and some of his staff. Come see us for a great experience and for artist-signed, one-of-a-kind mahogany sculptures. Whitehall, Main Road, St. Michael, or give us a call at 246-425-1919.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gavin McLeavy. I'm at the Kensington Oval, and I've got another sidekick. This is Alistair. How are you doing, Alistair? You're the manager of the Project Waterboy, is that right?
Yeah. Can't do anything but enjoy my time here in Barbados.
I'm sure you're absolutely hating it. How jealous are all your friends at home?
Well, club is actually playing today, and it's pouring with rain, and we've had some snow. So just keep posting it on Facebook.
Just keep reposting it. Just make the rest of Scotland miserable that you're over here. No, it's great. Lovely weather. Great rugby on display. Currently watching the Barbados Flying Fish against Swansea Bevies. We'd seen both of these teams playing earlier on today. This might be the third game for the Barbados girls, the local girls. In the blue, playing left to right, and Swansea in purple with the ball currently. And Alistair, you came over with the Project Waterboys, obviously champions last year. Expecting another win this time, or does it feel like it's a bit more of a challenge?
No, you can never expect a win, but we're up for the challenge. We came here with an objective, so I think first day we can't complain. 2 wins out of two matches. Tough games against Barbados, especially against Barbados. They were very physical.
Right, that first few minutes as well, especially the first half, if you will. It seemed like the project lads were like, "Oh, hang on, we have to step it up a little bit here."
Well, it was the same last year. They were just big guys and they were very physical for a period of time. But I think maybe our engines are a wee bit bigger than theirs.
Yeah, maybe a lot more professional level training that they've been through and sort of been exposed to.
Well, we came from Dubai to here. So
that's right.
We were in 2 finals last weekend. We won one of the finals and we were very close in the other one. It was 14-12 we lost. So last year we had 3 wins in 2 weekends. So this year we're looking for 2 wins in 2 weekends.
Yeah, no, me and Tiff been sitting here this morning kind of analysing all the different teams, and really we've just, from what we've seen so far, and I know we haven't seen all of the teams yet, but yourselves and the boys from Ponty Butchers, I think that's, for me, that should be the final based on what I've seen so far. I don't know if you feel anything else is out there.
We've played the Butchers several times and we know them very well.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
they didn't do so well in Dubai last week, but they've got a different squad here this week.
Okay. Yeah, not everybody can just be swanning around for months at a time, going from Dubai to Barbados, unfortunately.
Speak for yourself.
Well, I live in Miami and then I come here for work.
Yeah.
So I can't get involved in that conversation, can I?
No, we've played the Butchers a few times. We played them earlier on this year in Kinsale, where they performed well against us, but we won that tournament as well. And they're very similar to us in the philosophy they have in terms of
the style of play.
In terms of giving the players from Wales, we give the players from Scotland the opportunities to play in these tournaments.
Got you. Yeah, no, I do. I Insta-stalk you guys quite a lot since last year when we met.
Clint, who's the main sponsor there, is obviously a former butcher. I'm in the water business, hence the Water Boys.
So that's where it all comes
from. So that's where the Butchers and the Water Boys come from.
It's a beautiful thing, and I love the names. And I was talking to her, I don't know what's cooler, the different kit that everyone wears, or the names that they come up with to come along with. Which either way they're both excellent and very entertaining for me to talk about. But one of the things I wanted to mention while I've got you here, what's going on with obviously. Doddy Weir is huge, and everything that I'm following, everything that he's doing over there with his foundation for the unfortunate disease. So could you tell me a little bit about what's going on? I've heard a few rumors that you guys are doing some really cool things with him.
Yeah, we were very fortunate. When we came here last year, we won the prize money, but our season was finished, so we had a choice of either put the money towards this year, 2018, or we as a group spoke and we donated all of the prize money to the My Name's Doddy Foundation. Obviously he's a bit of an icon in Scotland, and
a bit.
Yeah.
I could basically run the country at this point.
Yeah. Well, probably a lot better than our current First Minister. But we gave that money away to the foundation, and then that relationship built, and Scott Hastings is one of the trustees, Jill Douglas.
Okay.
And we said to them, we've been looking for a charity to support for the past few years, but we haven't been able to find one. And so hence we're wearing the My Name's Doddy Foundation on our major brand sponsor space, so we gifted that to them this year. And all prize money that we have earned this year, plus a share of sale of shirts, plus other fundraising that we've done, all goes to the foundation this year.
Awesome, really cool stuff, man. That is really, I mean, that spreads, and I see that over here. I live in Miami. I come to the Caribbean for this kind of stuff, and we know about that here. So you know, it really is. It's a global thing, and touching people in such far off lands. That it's very, very impressive.
Well, I actually did a reading to our team this morning from Doddy's book.
Okay.
Yeah. So the book came out a couple of weeks ago, and it's just an amazing journey that he's on at the moment, and the way he's dealing with it is with so much dignity is just fantastic. So his objective is now our objective, which is to get more coverage and more exposure for the foundation, and obviously to get more understanding of the disease, and obviously support him as he's living with it.
And I honestly, I'm not very educated in the disease itself. Is it because of collisions? Is it nerve end? What is the? I don't really know much about it.
No, it's basically your nervous system is just shutting down, so it's not associated.
It's not something with his career.
It's a genetic thing as opposed to anything else.
Okay.
But you know, you've had some high-profile players like Just van de Westhuizen had it.
Okay,
as well.
the same. Okay, that was the same thing. Okay.
And there's no cure for it, and there's as Doddy keeps on saying, there's no new drugs for it either, because it's a relatively small number of people, so there's
nobody invests in
the
solution.
So hence there's not been a
sad, but that's the reality of it. Interesting. Yeah, no, I'll definitely keep a tabs on all of that, and I, like I said, there's people over here, this side of the world now, that are, you know, getting more into rugby, and it's becoming a very popular sport. You know, States and Central America, and even obviously South America, Argentina, Uruguay, Chile. It's still a strong sport in those countries as well. So, great stuff that you're doing. Regarding the, do you guys? I wanted to ask, do you guys do anything on the female side? Is there a Project Water Girls?
Scott, they keep asking us, but we keep on trying to say we've got enough problems controlling 24 men on tour, never mind controlling 24 women.
You don't want that many headaches.
But really what you have in one of the upcoming games is you have the Rugby Écosse Femmes team, which is really the equivalent to us.
Sure.
So Keith and Norrie and others are running that.
So you know those guys as well?
Very much so,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, great, excellent. Okay, yeah, so that for me, it's going to be really interesting to see how Heather Fisher sort of makes her a little bit of a comeback for that team. I was sitting with her yesterday, and a real pleasure getting to know her over dinner with at the table in the charity event last night. So yeah, I'm really excited to see that.
I think the ladies tournament here is going to be the one to watch. The standard is excellent, and there's so many more teams in it that are at that high level, that high competitive level.
Exactly, yeah, and that's not even. I mean, I even tried to get the Mexican team to come over. They basically won the competition for this region, and they unfortunately couldn't make it between all of the different commitments that they have over the course of a year. They couldn't make this one, but add them into the mix, and you really have got a very entertaining competition. So it's great that the game is growing so well. It's awesome that you guys are over here, coming from Scotland, representing, and obviously getting away from the miserable weather. But in the meantime, we got to go for a quick break. Are you going to stick around for the second half with me, and we can talk a bit more rugby about actually what's happening on the field? Because me and you sound like we'll bang on for ages just talking about how miserable the weather is in Scotland.
I live in Dubai, so I'm not complaining about that.
All right, guys, we'll be back in just a few seconds. We'll get this second half underway. Sorry, my bad. Sorry, we've just been talking 2 minutes now. Well. Sorry, guys. Gavin McLeavy here. I'm with Alistair for the second half of this game. Barbados Flying Fish and the Swansea Bevies just got underway in the second half, and I was just talking with Alistair during our break here, and he was getting into a little bit of background with the Swansea team. Do you know a little bit about them, Alistair?
Yeah, we've met them a few times, but we're more close to the Ponty Butchers team because they are running the men's squad. But they think this is one of the teams that they've got serious competition with in this tournament. So that's 3 Welsh ladies teams they've got here.
Yeah, no,
that's quite a commitment.
It really is, and it wasn't my experience previously. It was only the Project Water Boys, and then maybe the previous years before I kind of got involved with this tournament. I know there was Welsh sides here prior to that, but yeah, I think maybe with Shane Williams' attendance last year, that probably influenced a lot, and You know, he's a short man, but he's very influential, I suppose.
Yeah, I think, you know, people say it's the money that the Scots chase, but I think maybe the Welsh are chasing the prize money as well. This year.
Yeah, I would be, and that prize money has dramatically increased over the last couple of years. So
yeah, it's gone up significantly this year. I think by a factor of 6 or 7.
yeah,
So.
yeah, I remember it has gone up. So that was Barbados Flying Fish who just scored. There was a big cheer came out because obviously the Barbados Flying Fish, they're local girls, they're the home team. They've got themselves on the score sheet. They seem pretty stoked about it. We'll see if they can get the additional 2 from this kick now. She's not a bad kicker. She's been quite successful with a few of them. Yeah. Excellent. She's going over. I've been speaking with her mother. She wants to try and get herself into Harvard University. Apparently she's an absolute genius, and Harvard, you don't really get in there because of anything else other than what's in between your ears. But she plays rugby as well, and Harvard does have a strong presence in the Ivy Leagues of rugby in the USA. So watch them on, they were on TV, I think it was on ESPN Plus in the USA. A lot of college rugby now is being televised in the US, so growing on a daily basis in this region in the US. Canada obviously had a strong foothold in rugby in the region. Big tackles coming in as well for Barbados now, and recovering that ball. Gained a bit of confidence, the girls from Barbados. Looked a little weak earlier on in the game, but definitely coming through. Oh, a drop ball. And she's frustrated with herself.
No, come on. But is the ladies' rugby in the States growing faster than men's rugby?
Yes, it is. Yeah, great question. Actually, it's one of those things. Well, behind you is my sidekick Tiffany Fye. I can't stop saying that now. So she is very newly being given the position of assistant coach at the runny team, the New York Rugby United New York team. So having that kind of progress in the game and having a woman on professional coaching professional men's is huge for me, and I'm sure it's huge for Tiffany living up in New York. So yeah, it definitely is. And I think within the Americas, I was actually in a meeting recently, within the Americas there's more female board of director positions than anywhere else in the world, regionally speaking. So that's massive, and I think that's really going to set the sort of wheels in motion to continue to grow. And again, going back to the college thing, there's something called Title IX, which is a legal thing within the school systems where they have to have an equal amount of sports opportunities and scholarship opportunities within schools. So if a university has an American football team, obviously on the men's side, they won't have that on the women's side, so they're replacing that with soccer, rugby, whatever it might be, field hockey even. Right. So rugby obviously is becoming a very popular sport in that level, and I really think that women's college rugby specifically is going to really blow up.
That's a great run down the wing here.
Yeah, the Swansea girls trying to take control, but she's getting chased down, and Jara is absolutely everywhere, but great pop pass off the ground. Good chase down from Jara, the Barbados kicker. Great work, number 5 there. But try Swansea really control this game now. 25 points to 7. 27-7 if she gets this kick. Let's have a look. Kicking hasn't been a strength of Swansea today, but another opportunity. And the wind held it up, but it just squeezed over. There is quite a strong wind going right to left, and is holding up the ball, affecting the kickers quite a lot. So, Alistair, you guys have already qualified to get in for the semi-final on the men's elite competition for tomorrow. Is that right?
That's correct.
12:30 maybe your game? Something
like that.
Yeah. So if you're in Barbados and you're listening to this and watching the live stream, get yourselves down here this afternoon. There's still a fair amount of rugby going on this afternoon, and then all day tomorrow. It could be a great Sunday for you, hanging out in the Oval with me. What could be better?
Not sure about the U bit, but
silence comes over the crowd. Good contest at the ruck there from Barbados. Did they manage to keep hold of the ball? Nope, Swansea's got it, and they've gone for the sneaky quick tap. Referee pulls her back. We'll get another stab at that. Barbados girls defending not bad at all. Leaked a couple, but working hard on developing the game. Jara gets up early again, quick line speed, gives a little nudge, late tackle though. They've got numbers out here. Wrapped up well. No contest at the rug. Going around the side. Was she offside? No, she's good. Says the referee. Continue on. Keeping the ball alive. Well, Swansea. Those inside balls, they like them. Great interplay. She's got a bit of space down in the corner. She's got to chase on. Lost the ball. Great tackle, Barbados. Great work. Just needed to turn on the gas a little bit. A couple of tired legs, I think, at this point of the game.
It's pretty hot out there.
It is, yeah. Well, we've been in the AC most of the day, but early on it was so cold we actually thought it was. We didn't recognise that it was so hot outside. Turn the AC off for a second or two. It warms up quick.
I'm not sure it's that hot in South Wales.
Not used to it for sure. And tell me a little bit about the women's game going over on in Europe. I mean, I see it on a high school level, seems to be catching on a bit more, and there's clubs getting more and more involved. Obviously, the rugby league, rugby union is all very well established on the male side. Is it getting there with women as well?
We've set up criteria now where to get your accreditation as a club and to continue to get your funding, you have to provide the full spectrum of rugby. So.
Beautiful, perfect. Exactly. I said the same thing within my Florida union. I'm part of the Florida Rugby Union. I said the same thing, and everyone's laughed at me.
Well, it started with age group rugby. The clubs couldn't just have men's teams; they had to have age group academies, setups. Now, the same philosophy is moving out into women's rugby. But I think at the moment, certainly in Scotland, we're seeing an increase in the standard. But we're not seeing particularly a big volume of players. Whereas down south in England, of course, the Rugby Football Union has now given full-time professional contracts to a lot of to the women's team.
Yep.
So that's given them an incentive. So there is a career path for them there. But all the major clubs have also got ladies teams as well. So you're seeing a much bigger volume of players down in England.
Perfect. It's always good if the home nations are sort of leading the way with that stuff, and it just filters from there. It's great. I just wanted to mention that last try was absolutely. I don't know if you noticed the one-handed pass, and then she got a late tackle. I didn't catch the number on it, but that was a great try towards the end there.
And the conversion.
And another good kick. That is the game. Now that was a cracker. I think Swansea took it away, but Barbados faring well. They've played well so far today. I don't know if they'll be playing again later on, but certainly tomorrow you'll be able to catch them again. Kudos to them. Great day of rugby so far. I'm going to get Tiffany in here soon enough.
The next one's the big one.
Yep, this one's going to be a good game coming up.
They were very good last year when I was watching them, the Sirens.
They're excellent. They've got a few potential USA Eagles on this squad, but we'll go to a break for now, and when we come back, you'll be able to see these ladies playing. We'll be back in just a few seconds.
This Christmas, make it a very special season. This Christmas, make a wish and watch it come true. This Christmas, let Republic ease your way. Let Christmas get rid of the brain, get a new point of view.
Make your Christmas happen. Get a quick, easy, and so affordable Republic Bank loan up to $50,000 unsecured, low monthly payments, and up to 6 years to repay.
This Christmas, share it with the ones you love. This Christmas, let Republic make everything happen for you.
Republic Bank. We're the one for you.
welcome back if you're just joining us. I am Tiffany Faye, joined here by Alistair, the manager of the men's Project
Water Boys.
Project Water Boys. We have our first elite women's game happening right now. It's Scion, who were finalists last year, versus Ponty Butchers, who are apparently going to be a dark horse in this tournament. It's their first time with the men's side as well, who are also really, really strong in the elite men's competition right now. As you can see, they've got Scion here within their 22, probing away. Really physical start here to the elite women's pool.
Yep, they're going to shift that out wide if they can. Plenty of space there to go for. Ooh.
Yeah, Kiki Morgan there, number 8 there for Scion. Gavin was talking about Ivy League tournament. She's a well-known player here. She's been in the USA pool as well for 7s and 15. She's from Brown University. This year's with the kick chase. She was MVP for the Club Nationals back in August in the Club Nationals, 7s Nationals. Looks like Kat Roche is reffing. So Scion are based in DC. Joanne Liu and Toshi are the coaches and managers. And Ponty Butcher, what can you tell me about them, Alistair?
Well, they've been around for a few years now, privately funded, and really just developing players in that South Wales area. Again, similar to the Swansea Bevies girls, they're all from that area where rugby is really the main sport. So the traditional heartland of rugby in the Welsh territory.
Yeah, it's really obvious here with that skill. Look at them, they all look like they know what they're doing. They're applying this pressure to Scion. It's a really great game for both teams to, get the ball rolling.
Yeah, Scion were very strong last year. We watched them, but it was really, I think, Scion and Northeast Academy who were the contenders last year. So, and that was a good standard final. I thought that was a bit of crossing there, a bit of interference, but she got away with it. But the Welsh girls are giving them a hard time here.
Yeah, Scion have been together for a while, and these girls they were recently at the Thanksgiving Sevens, and they finished second place against Northeast. So, yeah, those two are always battling out, especially on this East Coast. Yeah, really good heads-up rugby here from the Ponty Butchers.
It's a pretty push defence there, but somebody's broken through the line.
Yeah, that's Corinne Hevner there. She used to play New York as well, high school. She's currently at Life University. She was their starting fly half in the Women's Premier League this fall. Yeah, really good ball movement. Here's Emily Heinrich. She was one of our centers in our recent Eagles 15s tour. She played in Chicago against New Zealand. Very exciting player. I played with her at Thanksgiving Sevens as well, her and her mum. But
and her mum.
And her mum, yeah. Yeah, great athlete. Good try there, down the middle. We got Dana here going for the kick. Oh, sorry, not Dana. Maggie Miles. Scion captain there, number 4. Got a match in our hands, huh?
Certainly have.
It's almost, as an athlete, I almost prefer playing teams even if they've beaten you before, because you know what to expect, versus, a team that you're not quite sure their style of play.
I think with an American team and a Welsh team, nobody knows what they're facing here.
True. Maggie with the kickoff. Nice and deep. Oh, probably a bit
Dead
too
ball
deep there.
Big mistake.
Yeah, good opportunity here for Ponty Butchers. Nice tap in the midfield. Give them a chance to attack.
So how many clubs would the Scion ladies team come from?
Oh, all right. We've got Ali's from Florida. Gavin was just saying last night that he's coached her as well. You got Jade, who went to Boston College. Dana's from Florida. Maggie's from Quinnipiac. And then obviously Penn State University, Corinne and Life. Lauren Road went to Princeton. So they're kind of all over the place.
All over the place.
Yeah. So Revi's daughter's actually playing here. Nate, she went to Central Washington. And there's Kiki Morgan. She's went to Brown University. Great player, one of my favorite players to watch.
Good try in this outside there. Just too much pace.
Too much pace. Yeah, if you look at the replay there, yeah, Kiki's a strong finisher for this Scion side. She's also a really, really great defender. I've seen her multiple times do try-saving tackles, turn balls over and turn them into points. It's a real asset to this team. Maggie with the kick attempt. Oh, good distance. Just a little bit too far to the right there. And that takes us into the half. We'll be back in a few secs. Thank you. And welcome back. Tiffany Fire here with Alistair, the manager of the Project Water Boys. We're about to start the second half here. We've got Scion versus Ponty Butchers Ladies. I'm not sure why I'm struggling with that name. Gavin does a much better job with these team names. Anyway, Scion are in the lead at the moment. The score is
12-0.
12-0. Thank you, Alistair. So Alistair's sitting with us. His team's actually done for the day. They're automatically into the...
Yeah, we're in the semi-finals tomorrow. Men's elite semi-finals tomorrow.
Yeah. What time's that kick off?
Just 12:30, 12:50, something like that.
All right, second half well underway here. Good kick from Ponty Butchers. A little bit too much for Ali there.
A lot of pace. Maybe should have shot that earlier. But no.
Penalty there for Scion. Knock back 10.
And a good try there.
Really good try. I wonder what that coach did in that circle. These girls are coming out fired up.
Well, if they haven't got the pace out wide, they just have to take it up the middle.
Yeah, it looks like they were playing real lateral that first half, so I imagine their coach was telling them to just, go forward, play a bit more direct, try and suck in some defenders. Scion will be looking to reply. Do you know if any of these Ponty Butchers ladies are in the Welsh team pool, or any of them?
I believe a few of them are. But also the ones that are playing in rugby at Cosf. I mean, there's some of the Welsh players in there as well. And also I think there's 5 of the Saracen ladies that are full-time
Oh.
professional, playing in the rugby across feminine team.
Excellent. I mean,
So that team's still to come. So I think we've got a real high standard in this ladies tournament.
yeah, I mean, Sion as well. I've got, a few players here that are in the pool. Like we mentioned earlier, Emily Henrich just came back from a tour with 15s. Kiki's played games with the USA 7s. And Sion is it's actually an academy. It's one of those academies based in DC. Just to give opportunities for athletes to play together and open doors.
Good pass.
Yeah, just out of reach of that winger. That would have been a good test for Kiki out wide too. Sion making some substitutions. Looks like Sarevi's daughter's on here. It's going straight into the front row. Got Lauren Rode there, the fly half, number 12. I've played with her for New York as well. She's a Princeton graduate.
Saw Sarevi last week in Dubai. He was coaching the Russian national team.
Yeah, we saw an article about that. I think that's amazing.
That's been ripped away really well.
Oh, she called a knock on there. Oh, of course it fell off. Kat Roche here, our referee. She was also in Dubai last week.
I think the number of people that came here, we should be putting a direct flight on from Dubai to
That's
Barbados.
right.
It would have saved a lot of hassle.
Yeah, you live in Dubai, right? What's
Yeah.
that flight like coming over?
It's
How many?
Pretty rough.
Yeah, I
We ended up going to London and then catching the Virgin flight to here, so
Oh
it's
man.
a long day. Super offload.
Yeah, and that acceleration onto the ball.
This Ponty Butcher's team's coming back here. That's 12-0.
Yeah, who was that? Number 11 there. Okay, her first cap versus South Africa in November. Okay. So it looks like she's played sevens for, yeah, plays Wales sevens and 15s. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. 2 F's I-O-N.
That'd be Theon.
Theon Lewis. Try scoring for Ponty Butchers. There's a replay again. Really nice offload back on the inside and just the acceleration, but her awareness as well, where the defenders were coming from, she had to go.
And just like that conversation earlier, the conversion makes the difference.
Mm-hmm. Ponty Butcher in the lead now, 12-14. Substitution for Sion again. Kiki's gone off for a rest.
Oh, dummy.
Yeah.
Good try. Made hard work of it. Still got there.
Yeah, that's Sarevi's daughter, Nate Sarevi. Great player. Really hard to bring down. Just throws that show and go. Lauren Rode taking over the kicking duties.
That was too much to ask for, really.
And it looks really far from here. Good response here from Sion. They're very good, when you play that, when you're used to that, being under the pump or playing at the finals, when you know how to finish in tough games like this. Nice short kick here. playing advantage. There's Emily. Such a strong runner, consistently likes to go forward.
Bleachers isn't going to go anywhere if they can't get the ball. And there we go. Full time.
That's full time.
Tight game.
That was fast. 17-14 to Sion. Great opening match for the elite grade. That could be a final later on. We'll be back in a few seconds.
You'll always want the latest technology, even knowing it'll soon be outdated. But for some reason, when it comes to cooling and heating your home, you haven't sought the latest innovation. The technology in your house is virtually the same as your parents and their parents. Mitsubishi Electric Zoned Comfort Solutions are completely changing the way you cool and heat your home. Tomorrow's technology is available today. Stop accepting yesterday's technology and make comfort personal.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I had my potty break. I'm back in my seat. For the next round, we've got the Northeast Academy against Toronto. The Toronto Saracens. This is going to be a great game. There's such a high standard of rugby here. Who won that last one? Sion?
Sion won it. Just won it. Yeah, it was a really tight game as well. So I think we can expect the same for this next match.
17-14 was the result of that one. Now I'm told that basically these are the other two top teams that are going to be going through to the next stages potentially. So it's really beginning to hot up. There's some rain coming down to cool off on the field at least. But I love to see this. Let's have a look. Which one's which?
So Toronto's on the green, in the green on your left. So they're actually, they won the Ontario Women's League 2 seasons in a row. Is this their first time in Barbados?
I've never come across them before here. I've done, well, this is my third trip here, or second trip here. So yeah, I think that's the first time out here. So I'm sure.
That's 8.
That's 8 times that a player has stepped out because they just haven't seen this sideline. I think there's something going on with just the visuals down there, with the grass and so much field space available outside of the line, and it really is with playing with the players' heads. So very interesting point.
Well,
that
wasn't
never straight.
No. So Northeast are coming off some really good momentum. They recently just won the Thanksgiving Sevens tournament 2 weeks ago. It was them and Sion in the finals. So like I said earlier, they're a little bit like the TNT versus Barbados, where they play each other quite often.
Right.
But tournaments like this is good because now they get a good mixture. Obviously, Ponty Butcher ladies are quite strong, and then now Toronto also look like they're going to be a good side.
So you'll know a lot of these ladies as well.
Yeah, so I mean, I coached the New York women in the fall for 15s, and you know, Sham played for us. Sarah Levy there with the ball in hand. She also just came off a tour as well with the USA Eagles.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I know. Yeah, I've seen her playing that. Really aggressive stuff going on in the breakdowns here today. This elite competition on the women's side is going to be really interesting in the next couple of days. Good strong carry into contact. Managed to get the offload away too. Goes through the hands really smooth. A big tackle coming in from Northeast Academy.
Nice hit there. You can't quite see the number from here. I think that's Christy Kirsch, maybe. She spent a bit of time out in Chula Vista as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, after Club National, she was given the nod. She went to Japan under the Falcons. Yeah, real up and coming player. I won't be surprised if she'll get back in Chula Vista in a few training over there and joining that 7 squad.
Again, another poor line out throw. So becoming a downfall of a few of the teams. It's a little blustery down there, and there was a mini storm blew through. So I think that that wind's picked up a little bit down there. We don't get to see or feel that being up here in the booth.
No, it looks like that. I mean, that Toronto side also has a few U20 national players, huh?
Canadian national, that's right, yeah. In the green shirts, bit of loose ball. Need to tidy it up a little bit. Well, they'll get punished. This Northeast Academy team last year were excellent, so I'm sure there's not going to be a weak team this year. There you go. A little bit better control, and I hexed them. Good contest at the ruck. Good battle.
Yeah, pretty even game so far.
Yeah. Basically, it's been played in that middle third, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, both teams are probably not playing the style they'd like to play. I'm sure they're both trying to get the ball wide, but just finding their rhythm. It's first game for both teams. Scrum putting. Ref didn't like that. He's done a very quick tap and go. And she's looking to get around the outside. She looks like she's won that race, and she's off. Can she get herself around the corner as well and get closer to the stick? She does. Yeah, that's our captain there, Deanne Nash. Deanne Nash.
Great work around the outside.
It
really was just sort of threw down the baton and said, okay, let's go. 1-on-1.
Yeah,
she definitely won that.
She plays up in the Boston area, and I remember we went up there for New York during the spring season, and we were just so impressed with their backline. She was instrumental for that team. A very exciting player to watch. It's unfortunate she doesn't come down to New York, but
Are you poaching players right now?
No. Share the talent, I suppose. It's all Northeast.
Yeah, it just seemed like there's a lot of talent in the female game in that corner of the country, huh?
Tess Ferry's on with the kickoff. Now she's sweeping.
Really strong over the ball there. Just couldn't quite get a grasp of the ball. Nice step inside. And another one. Good tackle.
Oh, yeah.
Great work from the fullback.
Tess is really great back there. She's never the biggest player, but she's so smart, very clinical, smart decisions. She's a nurse too, so now she's trying to juggle doing that and playing rugby. No, I remember she was sprinting over to her first game at Thanksgiving Sevens because she just finished like a 14-hour shift or something.
Yeah, that's no fun. Yeah, that's energy sapping, those nursing shifts and doctor shifts, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Can't be easy. You got to find that balance so you can keep in the game, right?
Right.
Wow, just straight, saw the gap and went for it. No holding back. Lost the ball, though, in amongst it.
Yeah, good defense here from Sarah. She managed to poach that ball for a team.
Oh, she's gone for a quick kick ahead, and there's a massive space back there. Well recovered.
Yep, she want to get back on her feet. Good defense, Sham.
Holding the ball, so that's Northeast ball, and she's gone quick too. Only one to beat.
Is that Tess? Yeah, that's Tess Ferry.
And Northeast Academy putting down another one. That takes it to 12-0. And a bit against the run of play. They've kind of been camped in Northeast half for quite a few minutes there, but a little mistake, a little bit of isolation on the Canadian part, and off to the races. We got another try.
Yeah, I mean, they're not making it easy for Northeast. They're definitely having to work for these tries, but those holes are opening up for sure, especially down the middle there.
what's that, half time? So half time here. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few seconds for the second half of this excellent game. Toronto Saracens against Northeast Academy. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. My name's Gavin McLeavy, and I'm with my sidekick, Tiffany Fye. It's been a beautiful day of rugby so far. There's been some spectacular rugby on display. Sirens, the last year's champions, have been involved already. A little bit earlier on, there's been a wealth of different levels of rugby played. This is the elite competition getting underway now with on the women's side. Male and female competition going on. Elite and social competitions as well throughout the 2 days. 23 teams attending this year. The Barbados Sevens had the organizer of the event, Bill Stollemeyer, on early today. Did a bit of an interview with him, and he got involved with the commentary, and then we've got a few other guests. John Inverdale was in with us. I think he'll come back tomorrow. I didn't scare him off or freak him out or stalk him or anything creepy, so I think he might come back tomorrow.
He was really good.
He kind of knows what he's doing.
Yeah. I loved his story last night about his interview with Venus Williams. We'll have to tell that another time.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Okay, here we go. Second half's on the way.
Yeah. And Northeast Academy in control of this right now, looking really sharp, getting around the outside.
Yeah, this is Christy Kirsch that we were talking about before.
Just going for a jog. Just going for a jog down the street. No biggie. Scoring tries.
She's such an impact player. Very new to rugby as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This whole squad's quite strong, but
sure.
Yeah, she's something special. She was really, I thought she was really key for their win in Thanksgiving Sevens as well. But yeah, really hard work. Obviously, to get the ball wide, the people in the middle got to do their part. So
it's team game.
Team game.
So Northeast Academy kind of taking control of this game at 19-0 over Toronto Saracens. Newbies to this competition. Northeast a little bit more experienced and been down here a few times before, reaching the final last year.
Yeah, won't be surprised if it's a Northeast Sound final again. But I know those Ponte Butcher ladies look pretty fired up too.
Yeah, they're going to be an interesting. Keep an eye on them because I think that they're gonna cause some people some problems. But yeah, I'm really excited about all the different teams that are here and attending, and just the massive diversity of people that have come here from around the world. I mean, it doesn't take much to convince people to get to Barbados. It's a nice place to come to. Even more so when you tell them that you're going to play in the Kensington Oval, one of the most famous cricket grounds in the world. And we've gone and stuck a rugby pitch right in the middle of it. And yeah, they let us do it, cleats and all. Amazing. Convincing people to come over here and have a good time. There's a great atmosphere outside. There's music cranking. The crowd's beginning to come in. Saturday afternoon, what else are you going to do?
Oh man, Toronto! Sorry, that ball just popped out of the scrum, and Toronto kind of put themselves under pressure. But they seem to be recovering well here. Good run up the side.
Keep working it well. The passing, keeping it alive.
Yeah, who we got there? Is that Misha? Yeah, Misha Green. She also plays New York as well. She's we missed her and she got injured towards the end of the season, so we didn't have her at Nationals. But it's good to see her recovered and back on the pitch again. She was meant to go on the Eagles tour, but because of her injury, she stayed home. But
she played last year.
Yeah. She may have played for Sion last year, actually.
That might be true. I just remember, I think I was sat with her on the bus one of the days going back with the pod. So that where they keep us all kind of like down in Dover, they ferry us backwards and forwards on the bus. So quite often we'll end up sitting on the bus with the players on the way to the stadium and stuff. So at least, well, some of them get here later. We have to be here first, but yeah, it's that's always a good time when you get to know that you can hang out with the players and get to know them a little bit and understand where they're coming from as players and teams.
Right.
I think she was one of the ones that was I bumped into on the bus one of those days. Throwing it out wide, that was an ambitious pass, worked out. Good pressure defensively again from North East, just holding the player up. Manages to get it out. Still live. Finally aground.
The 15s player in me is just cringing because I'm like, why are they playing that? But you know, I forget. Gotta keep it in hand. But Toronto looking to keep the ball alive here, so they're offloading a lot more than they were the first half, but it's costing them a couple of errors there, knock-ons.
Some monster tackles going in though. Passes to space, but a little bit wayward. Manages to gather it.
Yeah, that 11 for Toronto is actually a bit of a fire pocket rocket. She's been threatening the few times she's had the ball.
Lots of contest at the ruck.
The Northeast are like, our turn. That's Jen Solomon there. She's the captain for the New York team. Sham here with the show go. Almost go.
Lost the ball in there.
Seems a bit more even this half, right?
Yep. Haven't managed to get too much time in the other half though, have they?
No, they've been playing down at their end.
Maintain a little bit of possession here. They might be able to get themselves over the try line. Continue moving forward, making progress. Support's not really arriving for them. She just keeps up and gets up on her own and goes again. If nobody's going to help me, I'll go and do it myself.
Oh, Northeast may have stolen this one. Yeah, really good. Smart work in the ruck there. Who was it? Christy Kirsch. Telling you.
Dragging herself out the bottom of that ruck. And just a little lull in play while we have the substitutions coming on. A few changes being made by the coaches. Some fresh legs on. Sees a space there. Look at that step, and she's away, striding out. Someone's they want to chase her down. They're going to give her a challenge. You're going to go and try score a try. You're going to have to run for it, not make your life easy.
Oh man, that's Misha's signature move right there. She's a baller, right? So shifty. Even in 15, some of the best players, like every time she can get on that outside shoulder. It's really impressive.
And once she opens up that stride, she gobbles up the grass.
Yeah, she had a hammy issue too, so it's really good to see her back out there having a go, you know, and back on the pitch.
Good chase down from the Toronto Saracens player too.
Yeah, Northeast will probably be looking at keeping that score at 0. No Rish. Rish is real big on trying to concede the least points.
Doing some good things at the Northeast Academy, the guys.
Yeah, so obviously having Steve Lewis, who won the national men's tournament with the Bulldogs, and then Rish, he was coaching New York, finished 5th place, but obviously with Northeast winning Thanksgiving, they're in a good position right now.
Not 10.
Yeah.
So frustrating when that happens. That wind is not as strong as it was earlier, but it's still affecting the kickoffs. So Toronto Saracens still looking lively. They still want to still searching for points. Want to get themselves on the scoreboard. So much leverage over the top of the ruck there. Did really well. Ooh, big counter ruck. She'll feel that tomorrow and the next day and the next day.
Yeah, she should have stayed on her feet. Now she cost her team 10 meters. Who's that? Mallory there? She's on?
That's a one-off. Oh, great turn of pace. Just turned on the jet boosters.
Yeah, so she's another play rugby kid. She plays at Life. Have you met Roslyn?
Yeah, yeah. No,
Yes.
no, Roslyn Chow quite well. Sent a couple of players to her over the years. No, amazing program at Life University. So this girl came through playing rugby out of New York. Nice.
And now she's playing for Roz over at Life.
Beautiful.
Is that the full-time whistle?
I think that was it.
Ooh, what was that final score? 33-0. Not a bad start.
Yeah, Northeast Academy look good, don't they?
Yeah.
Toronto Saracens might need to regroup a little bit and realize that. I think they've realized, wow, it's not going to be an easy weekend. Some good teams out here. So that one's 33-0. Northeast Academy run away with that one against the visiting Toronto Saracens, first timers down here in Barbados. We are at the Kensington Oval. We're in Barbados. The weather's beautiful, and myself and Tiff going to get a quick 30-second break. There's another couple of games coming today, and then obviously all day tomorrow you can watch this. Please share it on your Facebook. Make sure that you get it out there to the rest of the world, your friends and family, so they can watch some entertaining rugby here in Barbados. Wish you were here.
When you are thinking of things to do in Barbados, a tour of Medford Craft World is a truly unique experience not to be missed. Our fully interactive tour takes you from the raw wood on the ground, through the carving process, to the finished product. Witness a fascinating live demonstration by one of Barbados's top sculptors, Reggie Medford. Each Medford piece is individually handcrafted from Barbados mahogany, using a unique sanding process developed by Reggie and some of his staff. Come see us for a great experience and for artist-signed, one-of-a-kind mahogany sculptures. Whitehall, Main Road, St. Michael, or give us a call at 246-425-1919.
No matter how much you clean, it feels like dust is still everywhere. With your traditional cooling and heating system only having one filter, keeping your house dust and allergen free is an uphill battle. With Mitsubishi Electric's Zoned Comfort Solutions, you can breathe easy. Our advanced filtration is constantly cleaning the air directly in each room or zone. With removable, cleanable filters, a healthier home is within your reach. Clear up the air and make comfort personal.
Welcome back, guys. Gavin McLeavy, got Tiffany Faye next to me, and we are just a minute or so into this game. We've got the Swansea Signets in the light blue, white jerseys, playing against Ecos, a Scottish team, in the pink on the right with ball in hand right now. That's the legendary Heather Fisher, just waltzes through to score a try. That's not a bad time to get live feedback. Heather Fisher, the famous England Sevens Olympian, just on the park. Had a couple of months off, so she's sort of stepping back into the game now and dipping her toe back into it. And how rolling over Heather yesterday.
Oh my God, isn't she the nicest person?
Absolutely.
Poor Heather sat between Gavin and I last night at our dinner. But yeah, it was a really cool event. She donated one of her Olympic jerseys for the charity.
For Team GB. The Great Britain Olympic shirt that she was wearing through the Olympics. She gave that out. I think someone paid about $500 for it.
Yeah.
Something like that. It wasn't me.
No.
Yeah, no, there was some great stuff happening there, and she put a few good messages across the table that we were sitting at, and just a good person to be around, good vibes. It's excellent to see her back on the field for the Ecos team. The Swansea Signets team looks good in the first couple of minutes, though. Look quite comfortable on the ball. This is the elite competition within the Barbados World Sevens.
Yeah, I mean, I think we may have spoken too soon. We were just so used to having Sion and Northeast that we should have just waited. There's still another game after this, but this is really good competition with the women's elite this year.
So we've seen Sion, obviously last year's champions, and we've seen Northeast Academy. They were the finalists, but now we're looking at these two teams. It looks pretty. This is going to hot up over the next 48 hours into, I think, a pretty impressive competition on the elite girls competition. I think it's going to be really entertaining. Just the pace, very aggressive, good quality players. There's no weak players out there right now.
No, the ball movement. Yeah, this is exciting stuff right here. I'm excited for the game after this and what happens. Yeah, definitely change the pace from the open bracket that we've had all morning.
Absolutely.
Lee keeping control of the game here. Did I make Maria on yet? Where is she?
Big contact in the middle of the park there. Big contest at the ruck as well. 2 Ecos players over the top of the ball. And just punishing the Signets attacker. And weaving, passing, getting the ball out there.
Here we go.
Heather Fisher just plays at a different pace, doesn't she?
Oh, yeah.
Another solid breakdown. Counter rucks. Offload. Beautiful work. Heather Fisher opening up the doors for Ecos to score another one.
Can't see the number on this one's jersey, number 8. That's Lindy van der Linden. Not a mouthful at all.
Lindy Linden, yeah, no. Yeah, right?
Linden played for National Dutch 7s and 15s.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So I remember the girls from Jamaica, the Jamaican national team played against Holland not too long ago. So I wonder if they all crossed paths. None of the Jamaican girls here though this weekend. They didn't send a team over.
No.
And usually they like to be involved in pretty much everything that's happening in this region, but maybe overspent the budget this year. There was a lot going on in Jamaican rugby, so between the rugby league and the men's rugby union competition, maybe couldn't squeeze it all in this year. So it's a little quieter without the Jamaican girls here. Big shout out to the Jamaican girls. I'm sure they're watching this competition. Very enthusiastic crowd. The Young Crocs men's team are here. And there's Heather Fisher going and picking that up, and another great pass from Heather. And there's more contact at the ruck.
Oh, this team's just humming, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if they've had many games together, but it definitely looks like it. Feels like they're clicking. But mind you, if I had Heather in my team, I'd be like, tip top. Like,
all out. I'm bringing A game today.
Yeah, I'm going to be crawling off this field because I don't want to be yelled at by Heather Fisher.
I was very surprised meeting her yesterday. I just presumed her personality was how she plays rugby, but she's very much not like that. She's aggressive and a bully and all of the rest of it on the field, and when you speak to her, she's the sweetest person.
Yeah, really soft-spoken, huh? Oh, wow.
All kinds of damage getting done down there on that park. Wow.
Yeah, these girls are on a mission.
I think
I mean, the beauty is we just don't know.
That's it.
You have to watch to find out who wins, guys.
Keep them hanging.
Yeah, there's Atlantis to come next.
That's it.
Oh my
Atlantis
God.
haven't even started playing yet.
No.
Guys and girls, please send this out on your social media. Make sure all your friends are seeing this, because it would be unfair if you didn't invite them. Let's get everyone watching this. This is going to be a great couple of days of rugby. And Heather Fisher's going over the corner and destroying people's lives as she does it. Did that work out? It didn't. They're bringing them back.
But it's their ball.
That's an unusual call. Go on her own. She stretches. That's a try. What a great stretch. Great reach over that line.
Who do we have there? Eleanor Snowzel. That's the co-captain.
Very
there's
strong.
3 co-captains.
Oh, wow.
Out of 7. That's
Yeah,
almost
give it
50% captains out there.
Just give it to everybody.
I'll
be
you're
a
all
captain
captain.
too. Me too. I want to play. Nah, all good. Excellent. Great half of rugby. Really entertaining. Next level in terms of intensity, speed, aggression.
Yeah, did you just find like a second wave of energy right now?
Yeah, totally.
Me too.
I was gonna go get myself a coffee, but don't need it right now. Rugby Écosse Feminine 21, Swansea Signets, zip 0, nada. A few more minutes and we'll be back into it. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back for the second half. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gavin McLeavey. We're at the Kensington Oval. Life's pretty damn good because I got Tiffany Fye next to me.
Oh my god, I can't get over this. How exciting this rugby is.
This is awesome, guys. This is next level. We've gone from sort of, you know, the lower level teams, the development teams, and now we're hitting the elite competition for the women. And the first half of this game has just been electric. It's a different level. Tiff, what are you thinking?
Well, I mean, after watching Sion and just knowing how strong they are, and then Northeast won their game too, and now watching this game here with Ecos, I don't know, and there's still Atlantis to come. Like, I feel very spoiled right now.
Ecos are obviously dominating this game, but the Signets are not that. Like, it's not like they're bad. Like, they look really good.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just there's so many levels to this.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an exciting second half. This competition tomorrow, obviously, as the competition gets going, the next day generally the games get tighter and tighter, right? Because you know everything's floating to the top. So if you start getting to that point, already these games are really exciting. When it starts getting to between a try or a kick that makes the difference, we're going to be bouncing around all over the place. Definitely won't need my coffee tomorrow. I think it's going to be one of those days. Massive hits, big tackles going in, and it's just getting more and more intense.
Yeah, Signets are like, we're not done yet, guys.
Yeah, these are a bunch of ladies that look like they know what they're doing. They're not going to roll over. It's going to be a strong second half from now, I'm sure.
Like, if you can score 21 points in a half, we can do 21 points in a half. But even with the men's elite, it really is the team that's keeping the most possession, is coming away with those wins.
Just frustrating, keeping the ball out of the other team's hands. That seems to be working. Spread it really quickly wide. Hands doing all the work. Ground. Isolate. She got to her feet. No disconnect there. Playing really deep, Écosse. We've got Heather Fisher on the outside.
Yeah. I mean... she's just too good.
Amazing. She just walked in. She's literally walking across the line. Next level kind of stuff we're seeing here.
Yeah. I mean, when you see her do that sort of stuff to like the likes of Portia Wood, when you're playing like class, and then I don't know. She's great. It's good to see her here as well.
Is she like our favorite person right now? Other than me.
Other than you, I'm glad you cleared that up. Then yes.
Sorry. Yeah, the tackler really wasn't interested in taking that on. And I do not blame her.
Wow. It's interesting when you meet someone in person and then you just have a different perspective. I think that's why I'm like such a huge fan now, because I had no idea. I always thought she was like obviously a really great rugby player, but you know, when we were asking her what she wants to do when she retires, she's like talking about developing youth, you know, she wants to get involved, change lives.
Just want to make the world better.
Yeah, it was.
Like,
those were her words, right?
Like, damn, I've just like met the Dalai Lama.
we were like, welcome to the club.
Yeah, true.
But you'll probably do it better than us.
And then she goes, pats the ball back, totally in control of this game now. Sweet offload, looks for space, bumps, looks for another pass, and Heather Fisher's going to come in, finish that. No, she pops it inside. It's still alive. Got a little scrappy there. Over ambitious, maybe. I spoke too soon.
Who is that? Nina Visitson, number 11. She's been a bit of an impact player for this side too. She's doing a lot of work in the middle here.
Yeah, no, it's really lively, very aggressive. Referee wants to get this scrum moving. Push up a little, please, ladies. So, Signet's at the button. Didn't like that. Tap, go, and she's done it quick. They really are working it well around the corners, but they're just not getting the passes right at the last second.
Oh, I like the way Eleanor there tried to come in for them. Did you see that?
Yeah.
She tried to come in for the pop.
She's going to go try down the middle. They're trying to run it out here, but they're losing patience, trying to force a pass or two, and that's where they're keeping themselves under pressure.
Wow.
And they really, I think they went 3 yards of that, all that work. Massive defensive pressure from Ecos. Signets they're not a bad team. They look good. It's just this Ecos team has just put so much pressure, good communication defensively.
3 captains.
Three captains. That
maybe
might
that's
be a
the
major.
ticket.
Maybe that's a new technique that we'd never heard of. 3 captains just fixes it. So you don't have to do anything else. But now they've got the ball in possession. Ecos putting this in. See what they've got. Signet are going to have to work really hard defensively here. A lot of pressure. A big step inside and another one.
Oh, man.
And she won't be stopped from there. Another great try, of course.
That's Lauren Cattle. What do we know about Lauren here?
Well, she's athletic as hell, that's for sure.
So it's England 7s and 15s.
Okay.
Currently playing for Premier Championship Saracens.
There you go.
That explains it.
Hey, but a great level of rugby, and this is a credit to the organisers of this competition to get this level of rugby player here and wanting to come and impress the crowd, and obviously live streaming it out there. Amazing things are being seen here in Barbados. We're in the Kensington Oval. Yep, that's right. There's a rugby pitch in the middle of a cricket field. Loving it.
With 2 props, 2 retired props behind the mic.
Yep, they've never played 7s in their life.
Hey, I've played 7s.
Have you?
Once.
I played once for like 3 minutes and then had to come off the field with an oxygen tank.
That is 7s for a forward. We never play the full 7 minutes.
But anyway, you know what? It's all good. It's entertainment. I'm having a good time at least. Don't care about anybody else.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
the timing of the passes is spectacular. Heather Fisher is tearing it up.
Ooh,
Oh, that one was forward though. She's not perfect. She's not perfect. That's it. My dreams are crushed.
I'm sorry you had to see that. We'll have a stern word with her later.
I'm not saying it. You can say it. I'm not crossing it.
I'll say it and hide behind you.
Nah, but great stuff. Really entertaining. A little bit of a crowd coming in as well now. A few more games going on today. We got 35-0 to Ecos at this time. And really, Signets just can't get out of that 22. They're literally running backwards to try and evade the tackles. So much pressure from Ecos. They keep working it well. They're in control, but then they get forced to pass, and then they get smashed in the face like that. It's just pure, unadulterated violence. And Amazing rugby on display here in the Kensington Oval, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you're sharing this with your friends on Facebook or whatever social media it is that you use. Get it out there. Let the rest of the world see what's happening here, because this is revolutionary stuff and great level of rugby as well that's being played. Some superstars on display. A little bit high on that one. The referee didn't like that. There's space on the outside. She's got the speed to get there, but she runs straight to contact. Couldn't get around. Slapped it forward. Was that intentional?
No.
It's all fine. But Cygnet's making some yards now. They're approaching the halfway line. It's been a long time since they've been there with the ball in their hands. And there we go. Just that another high pressure, quick attack tackle. It's gone on the short side. If the recycling will be quick, the tackle has managed to slow it down, but the referee didn't like it, so.
So that Willemjen, number 9, she also played sevens for Dutch sevens. Huh.
Just wonder what the relationship is there.
Yeah, it's good.
She's going to go straight through the middle though, and she skips through that tackle to an open try line.
Yeah, that's Lindy again. Did she score the first try for
I think
them?
so, yeah. Lindy van der Linden.
That's her, yeah.
Linda. No, phenomenal. There's a lot of tired bodies out there at this point.
Is this the highest scoring game so far?
What are we on at the moment?
I think it's like 40 something now, right?
And I think we'll see the Cygnet play next games and do quite well. They're not a bad team. They've got all the right bells and whistles going on. It's just they had no answer for the power and strength of Écosse. Quality stuff. See some of the Barbados guys warming up in the background there for their upcoming game. 42-0 is how that one finishes. Okay, we'll clarify the score. There may be a little bit of debate about whether it's 42, 44, something around there, but we'll get the score finalised for you, and right after this break, we'll be back in a few seconds.
Your thermostat's set to 72, but it feels too cold in the basement and too warm in your bedroom. So you accept breaking out blankets or turning on fans as the only solution. But your system is just doing what it was designed to, sensing temperature at the main level thermostat. With Mitsubishi Electric Zoned Comfort Solutions, room-by-room temperature control is at your fingertips. With temperature sensed at each of the indoor units, constant comfort is now a reality. Put away the blankets, turn off the fans, and make comfort personal.
Gentlemen, Gavin McLeavy here in the Kensington Oval. We are currently watching the
Atlantis versus the other Toronto team, but instead of Saracens, they're called Snekaras.
which I've just been informed is Saracens backwards, which makes sense. And that's the first try of this game. Just rolling in. Atlantis played very well last year. Maybe a bit more of a challenge this time around. But the women's division, elite-wise, is just next level. The last couple of games we've seen between you got Sion, Northeast, we got Atlantis. We just saw the Cygnets didn't even get on the scoreboard, and I think they're a great team. Didn't get a look in against Ecos, so really next level stuff here in terms of the women's elite division. Becoming very entertaining. I'm really looking forward to the rest of the games today and tomorrow. Bit of open space in front of her. She stops and starts, passes inside. Another inside ball, but it goes to ground this time. There's another one. Now there's a bit more space. Tackle, almost ankle tap, and gets over the line. Great sequence of passes. Just so much awareness amongst the girls. They've obviously played together several times before because they just look so comfortable together on the ball.
Yeah, Atlantis are pretty stacked. You've got Hunter there. She's from San Diego. They won the club nationals. I think Josie DeLuca's here too. Rachel Johnson there. She was flanker recently, just come back on tour as well for the Eagles. But she's from Oregon, so I'm not sure if she's played Atlantis before, but it's good to see her out here. Trying to find this roster, but yeah, expect good things from this team. Remember, they've got that men's team as well, so they've been around a while.
Yeah. I know they're always a big presence in Vegas. They always turn up in different levels, even under 19, and I may have even seen them at one point in a middle school kind of age category as well.
Yeah, no, they
Vegas.
do.
I
At
think
Thanksgiving Sevens, they have a U19 as well.
Right.
But the coaches are Chris Ryan, who coaches Princeton.
Okay.
He used to coach New York as well, and then Jules McCoy.
Okay.
Legend, runs ARPTC clinic and coach USA Sevens as well for a bit. Who we got here? Same try score as before. I can't see the number on their back.
Yeah, it's hard with the Atlantis because they have Roman numerals, so it's a little difficult to.
Yeah, it might be Bailey Stringer.
But all that came from was a good solid kickoff and just some big contact at the ruck and breakdown, and cleaned it all up. Ball came loose and pop, and you're away to the. You got a big space open in front of you. So lots of contact with these elite women's teams at the ruck. It's been, for me, one of the most interesting points of it is the amount of aggression.
So Jess Wooden with the kick there. Did she make that? Yeah,
I think I went over. Yep.
17. No, Jess Wooden as well was in the World Cup with me. She was in the 15 squad. But she's taking a break. You know.
Taking a break and then coming to this.
Yeah, I mean from 15s anyway.
No, but I think you need to as well, though. Your body takes a beating over the years, and sometimes you got back-to-back seasons if you play 7s and 15s, or if you're playing maybe two different areas of the country. The body needs to rest every so often. Otherwise, it all ends up broken.
Great kick there from Hunter. Rachel was able to get under it and tap it back towards her team.
Injured player.
Oh no.
Didn't get up at that point. That didn't look good. A bit of a collision in the air as they went up for that, I think.
Oh, so I think that's Sophie Pers that scored the first two tries. Sorry, now that I can see the number on her back.
She's gone up. So it looks like she's winded, maybe.
Yeah, that's Jocelyn Jones, if the roster is correct.
Medic come on for a second or two just to make sure everything's all right. These games are really quick back-to-backs. Obviously it's 7s, only 14-minute games. So there's quick turnarounds. Are we still on schedule? That's the big question. More or less, are we on the right schedule? Okay, 20 minutes isn't bad over the course of. Yeah, two little injuries we had with the Trinidad Tobago Police, was it? Or the Defence Force earlier on in the day. Slowed things down a little bit, but 20 minutes behind is not bad. We can live with that, right? Got some great guests this morning. William Stollimore, not Bill Stollimore, Mayor. I make a hash of that mess, that Stollimire.
Oh, nice set piece move there from Atlantis.
It's not Bill, as I was calling him. I'm sure he won't be incredibly offended that I've messed his name up 3 times. I've been told he's been called much worse. Which the referees are excellent, spectacular. Actually, probably the best set of referees I've come across in my time in rugby over this part of the world. So. Only the best quality here in Barbados. So they're going to get themselves underway one more time. 26-0. So a lot of these games that are maybe runaways, they'll start to even out a little bit more tomorrow. Once you start categorizing teams, getting into the semi-finals and that kind of thing, it should get a lot tighter. But we've seen some really tight games already earlier on in the day. Very exciting rugby, some great stuff going on. Wow. The Canadians really can't get any clean ball out of the back of the ruck. Scrum half is always getting counter-rucked against.
Great defense there. Jess Wooden here, and then a support to come over. What's the number there? She's got 2.
She's just going to go strolling in unopposed for another try. Running away with it at this point.
This is Coco Wallace there, number 2.
The Toronto Snickerers. I don't know if they've done an A and a B team, Saracens and Snickerers, but it looks like maybe this is the weaker of the 2. But plenty of quality all across the field. Just getting stifled by this Atlantis talent that's out there. And I think Atlantis maybe are going to be the stronger teams in this competition also.
Yeah, they've got a comfortable lead. They seems like everyone had the opportunity to dot it down.
Right, and it's only the first half.
Half time.
Yeah. 31-0 only at half time. And really, Toronto haven't had a chance to get the ball in hand or do anything. They haven't been out of their own 22. Frustrating, I'm sure. But learning process. And we are going to get a commercial break real quick, but should be short. We've got the second half of this game coming up. Back just a few more seconds before we get to the second half of a very one-sided game. Atlantis really in control of this one against the visiting Toronto Snickerers. Plenty of tries going in, making it look very easy Atlantis at this point. Big shout out to the referees down there, doing a great job today, rotating themselves around. Assistant refs and in-goal judges, and obviously the ref out there as well, rotating themselves around, getting some work done.
I'm really liking the colours that the referees are wearing.
There's lots of Scottish people out there with red rosy cheeks and bright yellow shirts, so it matches perfectly. We'll get Atlantis having us kick off for the second half. I think there's a couple of substitutions during the half-time break.
Hunter with the kickoff again. This time deeper.
Yep. Maybe with the wind, that wind's affecting them. Much easier kicking left to right into the wind, so it'll hang there a little bit, but once you've got the wind behind you, it's hard to control. Big bump. Takes it down at the 22. Can Toronto hold on to this ball for a few minutes, see if they can get some possession? As I say that, they lose the ball.
Jinxed it.
I did. I've done that like 3 times already today. I'll just keep my mouth closed.
You do kind of want to see them, you know, string a few phases together, see what they can do.
Just to settle them down, because I think if you're under that pressure, it's like, you're not enjoying playing, so it gets more frustrating, so you start dropping the ball more. If you get a couple of lucky breaks and on some passes that just sit nice, from there it can boost your confidence. But again, Atlantis just stepping through, just more agile, more athletic, making it look easy.
Yeah, Hunter, she's always been confident taking that ball to the line. She plays fly half a lot with 15's game. And then obviously coming off a national championship, try line, no foreign error for her.
Yeah. How long ago was that?
August.
Okay, so it's, they've had a little break, but still fresh, still in shape.
And a lot of those girls, you know, that are based out in San Diego, they play touch as well, so
right.
The skills are really starting to transfer through, especially for 7s anyway.
Yeah. So a big shout out to Mitsubishi Electric Cooling and Heating, the main sponsor for this tournament here in Barbados. Big shout out for them. Without that, I'm sure this kind of thing would not be possible. A couple of substitutions being made. Share the workload amongst the ladies. Got a few more men's games coming up after this. I think we'll maybe get a guest in, do a bit of an interview with one of the organisers of the competition, George Nicholson. Deep kick this time. Manages to hang on to it. Aggressive defense, big pressure, hacks it ahead, and that must be a try. It's got to be close. Referee was close enough to see it. Wants to have a word with the Dutch judge back there. Judge.
They're like, let's just stand here and just look at each other. And yeah, it was a try.
And it was a try. Yeah, the Toronto player back. She had 3 hunters behind her, and an ugly bounce, and another Atlantis try. It's becoming a very one-sided event. And as you see, the ground's getting a bit more filled up. A few more people coming in. Saturday afternoon. Get yourselves down here if you're in Barbados and you're watching this. Come watch it live. We're in the Kensington Oval, so I'm sure you know where it is.
No good with the kick there. So maybe this is the highest scoring game. It's 43-0.
Racking up, yeah. Well, it was at 30-something, wasn't it? Right before half-time.
Just got the thumbs up that, yes, this is the highest scoring game. Straight after this, so this Atlantis women and the Atlantis men are coming back. Remember they were playing Jamaica earlier today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's been some really good games. Like the highlight reel for the end of this tournament is going to be spectacular.
Yeah.
I believe we've got Next Level Rugby down there doing video.
That ball placement looks like Jojo Kitlinski to me. I bet she's on there.
Rugby Sevens magazine, I'm correct, it's not Next Level Rugby. Rugby Sevens magazine is doing the sideline video, so you'll be able to get lots of the highlights there later on in the week.
Here's that replay. Hunter puts her head down and then offloads to Julian Tordonado. It is her. She's another great player. Yeah.
You're like name drop queen right now. You're like, every one of these girls.
Well, it's hard when you're like struggling and you don't get the rosters. So now it's like we have so much info. We just want to use it all.
No, but certainly a very one-sided event. Atlantis tearing this Toronto team. Toronto really don't have an answer for them. But the good news is I see a very big, bald, black gentleman walking around the corner with some drinks for us. can see it from here. Kevin Morrell is an absolute legend and arguably the best person in Barbados. He did promise he'd bring us a drink, and I think he's on his way.
Nice deep kick here. Oh yeah. Oh, who's gonna ping the admin? It's not rolling away, but
coming across. I think it's when they start to cover across okay, but then they missed it. A perfect example of exactly what I was saying.
Right, because they're not.
They do come across, but they overstep that coverage tackle, and then they just get stepped inside, and that's where they really they lost this game.
So that's Lakia Haynes that dotted down there, Brooklyn native. That was my home for 3 years. Didn't pick up the Brooklyn accent, but I'm working on it.
You're not living in Brooklyn now, then?
I'm in the story of Queens with Justine and Lucy. Quick shout out to them. They're my flatmates. They're the best. They're Italian. I love red wine now because of them, and eat way too much pasta.
Perfect roomies.
Yeah, they are.
Red wine and pasta. What else do you need, really? How long have you been living in New York, Tiff? Because you moved here, wasn't it?
2014. So
4 years now.
Yeah, so 4th year. It'll be 5 years in August. In the new year.
And why did you choose New York of all places?
I did a tour of the West Coast, and I thought at the end of my holiday that I was ready to go home, and I was like, oh, it's all right, you know, I liked it. But then the following year, I came into the East Coast. I did it by myself. I did New York, DC, Florida, Montreal. I was telling you about that. And I just fell in love with New York. I was like, this place is crazy. I couldn't justify leaving home to go to a place that's similar to New Zealand. And cheers.
Cheers.
I said, I'll give New York 2 years, and here we are. 57-0. There are definitely worse places.
So 57-0 was that one. That was an absolute landslide for Atlantis. They made very, very easy work of Toronto Necaras. I'm going to get that right. I had to read that. But we're going to go commercial. We'll be back in a few minutes with a very special guest. So welcome back here to the Kensington Oval. You've got game just started and you're watching Atlantis. And Atlantis get themselves on the score sheet against Barbados and the what I would consider Barbados' first team, the national team. They've been playing well, but just a little bit of pressure. Atlantis, they're lively, they've had a good break, and this game is underway. You can see there's a lot of traffic out there now. Most of the teams are here for the day. I've got a special guest with me right now, Mr. George Nicholson. How are you doing, sir?
Well, thank you, Gavin. Thanks for having me.
No, absolutely my pleasure. thanks for having me. You brought me here, and it's absolutely a pleasure to be here for the second year in a row, and a little bit bigger and better than previous years, mate. How is that?
Just a tad better, yeah. We won a school ground last year, 2 fields before that. This has been a dream of mine for about 6 years now, to get rugby at the Kensington Oval, and now it is a reality.
No, it's excellent, mate. Like, this is for us. Me and Tiff have been talking about this all morning. I don't know if you've been able to, I guess you've been out there, you haven't heard our live feed, but for us it's been this morning just inspirational to the extent of just being involved with it. And when we walked in yesterday and had a look around, just spine chilling when we walked in. This is like the stuff me and Tiff's from New Zealand and I'm from England. We come in, what we've watched games here when we were kids of famous crickets and over the years, and for us to be here doing this with a dirty, great big rugby pitch sitting in the middle of the cricket field just puts a little smile on my face. It makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. But great job. So, what's been the history and the development of this? How long have you been with the competition? What's the story behind it all?
Well, I've been involved as a referee and a player with what was previously the Carib Sevens in Trinidad and Tobago. I never actually played or refereed in Tobago, but I had several stints playing and refereeing in Trinidad. In 2013, I was approached by a group about staging a tournament in Barbados, a high-level tournament at the Oval. It never came to fruition, but I'd done all the groundwork for it. We'd done a survey of the field, so we knew where all the cables were. We knew that it could be accommodated without doing any damage. And when Brian asked me 3 years ago about moving it to Barbados, I said, I'm game.
Right.
My
one question in terms of, because you mentioned sort of the logistics on the field, are we full size on the field?
We're 100 by 70 playing surface plus a 5 meter in goal.
Perfect.
So it's international standards.
Yeah, so I'm just looking now at the corner flags, the back flags. Yeah. It's, there's maybe another yard or so, if that. So yeah, it just squeezes in, huh?
Yeah, I mean we got about 1.5 meters diagonally to the edge of the playing surface. But it's how many times you're actually going to go right through the corner of the playing field.
It's not a major issue, I think. It's and just the spectacle that this creates is just next another level.
Oh, it's fine. I mean, the players walk into the 3W stand and they look out in the field, and it gives sends a tingle down your spine.
Absolutely.
The manager's obviously delighted to see a quality field. A full-size pitch. You don't get a full-size pitch in Las Vegas Sevens.
Right.
So
yeah.
This is something special.
Yeah, and you never know. Maybe you think be able to see more things happening in this stadium? Is that something that would be able to, in the future, maybe happen?
Well, this is a proof of concept. That's the objective, to attract a large tournament, a large international tournament. This is not just a sports project. This is a tourism project.
Right.
We're heavily funded by our tourism bodies, whose objective is heads on beds.
Yeah.
We've got 350 people flying in to participate, and I think tomorrow we'll see exactly how many people came in to actually watch the tournament.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure that Sunday is generally the busier day in terms of the Sevens competition.
Correct.
A bit more of a crowd on Sundays to see the final stages of a competition.
Yeah, and people do work on weekends, and we do have some competition with about 6 or 7 different events going on in Barbados today and this weekend.
Yeah, it's not a massive country, so the minute you put on a few events,
there you go.
It spreads the crowds, right?
We have the Run Barbados event that's on, which is a massive running event. The marathon finishes at 10 o'clock tomorrow, so all those people will be milling around with nothing to do. And we've been marketing heavily to try and get people into the stadium, make them aware of it. And I think tomorrow we'll see the fruits of the labors.
Yeah, absolutely. And touching on the rugby side of things within Barbados, obviously you've got the lads like the one with the ball in his hand right there, Walcott, and a few others. They've obviously come through a system that's been created, I presume, by yourself. I know Kevin Morrell is in charge of Get Into Rugby on the younger side right now. These guys come through this system, or is it just legacy from another era? Where are these kids coming from? Obviously, local kids.
It is a legacy. It was a schools program that we had in a different form before the Get Into Rugby program started. We had an English coach by the name of Dennis Hargreaves, who was very instrumental in our schools program, from which, that formed the basis of our Get Into Rugby program. But a lot of these young players came through that on our under-19 teams and into our national team. Our women's team is actually 100% the Get Into Rugby program.
Right, because I think I came across them when I was at Vegas earlier this year, or maybe it was late last year, I don't recall.
Yeah.
And if I remember rightly, they were all Junior Olympic qualifying stages. That
Correct,
was
yeah.
I remember that was a big deal because that was the first time that there was a women's Barbados national team. Is that right?
No.
It
It was the first time we had at a junior sevens national team.
Okay.
But they then represented us at the RAN sevens later on the year. So we had two players over two players over the age of 25.
Okay.
The rest of them were under 20 or just over 20.
Right. So, and that's all very recent. So, majority of those ladies, presumably, they've only been playing a year or two.
Correct.
Yeah. No, that's excellent stuff. And I've watched them a couple of times this morning. They're definitely improved over the last year, from what I remember at the beginning of the year. So, there's definitely someone's doing a good job in amongst the youth system there and the schools and the Get Into Rugby program. I have a sneaky suspicion that the big man himself, Kevin Morell's got a lot to play in that.
Definitely, and Kevin has done a fantastic job in putting together a structure that allows for growth. They've got a lot of the parents involved. They've set up a not-for-profit organization, and it's really taken the Get Into Rugby model to a different level in the region. The biggest problem we have is funding, and unless you are going to be professional, you can't attract corporate sponsorship. So,
right,
that's a nice step there.
Yeah, it's everything's going in the right direction. So, do you think we'll see it again here at this location next year? Do you think that's something realistic? As long as you don't make a big mess of the place.
Well, I mean, we have had almost 20 matches already.
Yeah.
And there's no serious damage out there. What damage you see was actually done by a parade that they had, training for a parade that they had for independence.
The lines there that
yeah.
you get, okay, yeah.
So, I mean, you get scuffs in the pitch, but it's a sand-based pitch. So you throw some sand on it, roll it, it evens out. This is what it's designed for. It's designed for multiple sports. So we're not worried about that. We made a concession that if there's a heavy downpour, we'll suspend play and cover the wicket.
Okay.
But,
yeah, because then,
we'll dig it up and mug it.
bit.
Exactly. But, there's nothing to worry about. This is what this pitch is designed for.
Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. And a successful charity evening last night, I think. I mean, I was lucky enough to attend that, and I was with Tiff and Heather Fisher, and you obviously did a great job getting her over here, and then that table in general for me was just a great group of people. In terms of the charity, what was the charity that we were helping out last night?
The charity is called the Stephen Allen Sport for Life, which is a legacy project from the 2007 Cricket World Cup. Mm-hmm. They're actually based directly below us slightly off to our left in the Kensington Oval. This is their home. What they do is they go to the schools and ask the schools to identify children who have behavioral or educational issues, challenges at home, who need a little counseling and some guidance. And they bring them into the program. They meet every Saturday. They provide numeracy and literacy lessons, computer skills training, conflict resolution, and counseling, not just for the children but for the parents. So
we're going to have to interrupt you there, George. We're going to go to a quick break, and I'd like to continue this conversation when we're back. 19-0, Atlantis are leading over your Barbados Jet Blues, unfortunately, George. But we'll be back in a few minutes after this break.
stretch.
And we're back. Thanks very much for joining us. We're getting to the second half of this game. We've got crowds beginning to pour in for the Saturday afternoon. Bit of rugby, a couple of beers. Nothing better in the world. We're in Barbados at the Kensington Oval. This game's about to get back underway. I've got George Nicholson with me, the organizer of this amazing event. You were just touching on the charity event that we were at yesterday. Any idea how much was raised for the charity?
I don't have a figure for what was raised through the ticket sales, but I do know that the auction itself raised $5,000 US, which is a fantastic effort.
Great stuff, and I think I heard something about like 95% of that goes directly to the kids that are being helped.
This is correct. Yes.
Excellent work, George. You do some excellent stuff, mate. But let's get back into the rugby. The situation is a little bit dire for your boys right now. Atlantis, who I didn't think were going to be as strong this year as in the past, but they're looking pretty good out there at 19-0. The Barbados boys put a little bit of a scare on the Project Water boys earlier in the day, so I was thinking maybe that Barbados would do well in this one, but it's an interesting one so far. Give me a little bit about the boys. I'm sure you know most of the lads on the park. Is this team something that's really gelled together recently, or because I know they've definitely developed and have followed Walcott over the last couple of years, and he seems to have matured a lot. Any other insight on some of these kids that are out there right now?
Yeah, we have a young kid on the wing here, number 12. I think it's Deshaun Bowen, who's based in Canada. Plays for the coach Joe Whipple's old club, Barbadian national by birth. And the young kid, DeAndre Phillips, had just got tackled there. He's 16 years old, number 6. A natural, absolute natural. He ambidextrous, kicks, from hand or off the ground with both feet. He's got natural sort of vision, talent, ability. He obviously has to fill out a bit, but
right.
He's only 16, exactly. But he's taken well to the playing system. He's a very good kid. And you can see him. He's sharp on the ball. Good passing hands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't realize he was so young.
Yeah.
And then Bowen over here earlier on today, he had a great game earlier on. I can't remember exactly which game he was playing in. It might have been the Project Waterboys game,
yeah.
But he played really well.
Oh, he had a fantastic try-saving tackle on that first game as well.
And the highlight package later on, mate, is going to be spectacular. But I've seen some stuff today. Literally, Tiff was like, Gavin, calm down, sit down, relax. It was bouncing around and just crazy skills and some amazing stuff. There's obviously a lot of athletes in this region, and that for me, that's what we really need to tap into. Just get the athletes in, teach them the game, and then the world's your oyster. I think in this region, there should be some potentially amazing things happening here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the objective of the tournament is not only to bring teams here and give exposure, and allow our athletes to see what what it's like to play at that level, but
Mitsubishi Electric Cooling and Heating, leaders in advanced cooling and heating technology, introduces the 3D IC sensor. As part of our FH series and our upcoming PLA series ceiling recessed indoor units, the 3D IC sensor is a small but remarkable addition to Mitsubishi Electric's cooling and heating technology. The 3D IC sensor thermally scans the interior space, sweeping from left to right, continuously analyzing the temperature profile of a room to detect cool and warm spots. To achieve this, the 3D IC sensor divides the space into 752 three-dimensional zones, measuring the temperature in each to detect the exact position of heat signatures. By creating a 3D thermal profile of the space, the 3D IC sensor can even determine when a space is occupied or completely empty. When the space is occupied, the 3D IC sensor identifies the heat signatures and directs the indoor unit to apply cool or warm air as needed. This feature may also be customized to direct the unit to deliver cool or warm air towards or away from the heat signature, ensuring maximum personalized comfort. When the room is empty, the 3D IC sensor will automatically adjust the temperature levels or switch to an energy-saving mode. The 3D IC sensor is just another advancement in Mitsubishi Electric cooling and heating technology. For more information about the 3D IC sensor, please visit us online at MitsubishiComfort.com. Mitsubishi Electric Cooling and Heating. Make comfort personal.
I guess I've always been hard to label. Because I'm not one thing. Never have been. I've always wanted to be many things. Not to be known for one thing I do, but everything I do. After all, you only get one life, so live them.
Thank you so much for keeping him while we were away.
No problem at all.
Hey. Hey, what's wrong?
Can I go live at Joshua's house?
Wow!
The taste of happiness for generations. Farmer's Choice. Long live the flavor.
So,
So it'd be. Thank you.
so it might be a stupid question, but so everyone in that purple jersey is a police officer.
That's the gist. Yep, that's the idea of the Trinidad and Tobago Police, and the same thing on the female side. And then they also have the defence force, the Trinidad and Tobago defence force. So yeah, that's the gist of it. Lots of Trinidad and Tobago national team players do get involved in these teams, but not so many on the police force. But a lot of players also that do 7s and 15s.
Huh. Alright, for those of you just joining us, the score is actually 17-0 to Guadeloupe. And with our, as we say that, our 8-man over here runs it through to dot down for Guadeloupe again. You know, they're trying to redeem themselves. And I think you said this, that, you know, that first game, they actually couldn't score against the Ponty Butchers.
Right.
And you were saying that, you know, that sometimes they just need a couple of games to just warm up and,
they
find their rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, I remember that from last year, and it seems that's the case. They're warmed up now. They're a bit more comfortable on the ball and getting back into it. Just wanted to apologise, guys. There was technical difficulty. We lost audio for a little while earlier, but it seems like everything's up and running. Feel free if you want to participate in the Facebook, the YouTube live streaming. Make your comments there and ask us questions. If we can see it, we'll give you a shout out wherever it is you need. And but you've got to promise to share it with the rest of the world because we've got a spectacular competition this weekend. You're currently watching the Trinidad and Tobago Police against Guadeloupe. Guadeloupe in the brightly coloured shirts, red, white and green. Trinidad and Tobago Police running it up, attacking, strong, aggressive, great tackle from Guadeloupe. Loose ball, picked up again.
Yeah, first time actually in the Guadeloupe half here for the police. So,
wow, just opened up his stride and finished that off. It looked like he was walking. Great rangy stride to that player.
Yeah, that seemed way too easy. I mean, but it goes to show, you know, you definitely get a boost of energy once you're in your opposition's half, you know, knowing that the try line's so close.
Yeah. It can be a positive thing or it can be a negative thing. Sometimes people get white line fever.
That's true.
Expression. I use it a lot in my club. You've got to stay calm. Don't get the white line fever. Stay calm. We've got to go finish and score the try. But Guadeloupe in a very commanding position at this point of the game. Trinidad and Tobago not completely out of it. They've got another half, so if they can pull it all together and get another one as soon as that second half starts, we may be in for a good game, a good competitive game. I've seen some spectacular stuff so far, so it's a case of getting back with this in just a few seconds. We'll take a quick commercial break and we'll get the second half going. A few replays here before we go, guys. Check it out. There's been some great rugby here today. So score is 24-7 at this point of the game. Guadeloupe in commanding position. Trinidad and Tobago are going to have to come out hard in this second half to get back. They just scored one right before the break. I'm going to take a quick break here. Thanks for getting back to us, guys. We are just about to get the second half underway. Guadeloupe on left-hand side of your screen in the colourful red, white and green, the country's colours. We're going to be playing against second half competition. Here is Trinidad and Tobago Police. We are very grateful for Mitsubishi Electric, the main sponsors of this tournament. Without them, it would not have happened. I had George Nicholson, the tournament organizer, on a little while ago. And doing some great stuff between him and the rest of the team here, and the Get Into Rugby crowd and Rugby America's North, which is not, it's not a Rugby America's North competition, but I think they're doing great things with the development of the game in this region. And here you've got Guadeloupe just trotting around the other side. This is going to be a real competition, really opening up their stride. Great covering tackle, Santiago Police. Lots of loose ball, can't organise that gain line to create the ruck. Short ball, changes direction. Another little short ball. He's looking for support, and here it comes. Ball went loose on the ground. There was no knock on. I stand corrected. I'm not going to argue with the referee.
Looks like Guadeloupe will be dominating this half too, or they just been playing down this half?
No, as you stepped away there, no, they come around the side. I don't know his name, I apologise. The number 12 for Trinidad and Tobago Police that was just striding through the middle earlier actually chased down a guy that they could be twin brothers. They look very similar. They actually run the same great open, expansive stride that they have, and it just chews up the grass and covers so much space. It was impressive seeing them sort of compete. It was definitely a one-on-one situation. It was cool. Little step, looks to go outside. There's space out there, but nope, he realizes he's lost. Throws that away. Actually went forward the pass. It's dangerous to do that. That's your own 22. Especially in this game, there's so much acreage of space out there that you don't want a loose ball flying around just because it's just 5 steps and you're over the try line. But it's been a great day out here. Rained a little earlier on, but there's been a little bit of cloud coverage most of the day, so all of the tourists and visitors that sit in the stands are not burning. They can not have to worry too much about it. It's been nice temperature. Steps inside. Guadeloupe's got the space around the outside, but again, another covering tackle coming as he got him. Reaches and gets it by the fingernails across that line. Great try, Guadeloupe.
Yeah, I wish we had the roster there. That 13's really stood out for Guadeloupe. Oh, there we go.
Jan Gwenek. Yeah, there's a few guys from France in this Guadeloupe team, obviously a French territory, and there's some really talented players, obviously playing with that French flair that we're all used to seeing, and a certain amount of talent that comes out of there. Great kick, that was huge, against the wind as well. Massive kick from number 10, Hugo Delobray, yeah, and it was in the corner over here. Hugo Delobray. I'm guessing. Wow, the height on that, did you see that?
Mm-hmm. That was a perfectly timed jump.
That was impressive, to say the least. He almost jumped over the guy that also jumped.
Talking about the police number 12 there, right?
Yeah, the longer hair. No, just massive height on that jump. Obviously not a 15th prop.
What are you saying here?
I'm saying we can't jump. And I say we, me and you. We're in the same boat. A little bit of loose pay, lack of communication here. And he's tackled behind his own line. So the ref will take them out.
Guadeloupe are definitely playing a bit more together this time. It's applying really good pressure, kind of shutting down all the options for the TNT police this time.
Yeah, there's a few too many mistakes, and Guadeloupe are capitalizing on those mistakes.
Would you say these guys have played each other quite often as well?
Some of the TNT guys, yeah, they may have played against Guadeloupe several times, for maybe Trinidad. Certainly in the local, more regionalized competitions, sometimes you might get like Guadeloupe traveling to Trinidad, to Barbados, having like a little competition over a weekend, not necessarily in a larger organized event like friendly tournaments. That's quite common in this region. So I'm sure they've crossed paths a couple of times before. Some of them more than others if they're on the national team and all. But yeah, the quality. I've seen a few videos of rugby within Guadeloupe, and it's quite a good standard. There's obviously a massive French population and influence there. So obviously the tradition of rugby is very, very strong, and you see that in the way that they play as well. There's quite a lot of flair and style, swagger to the game.
Yeah, because otherwise they play football, right? Guadeloupe, or?
I'm not sure if they're big in football there. So I've just been informed Thierry Henry is from Guadeloupe. There you go. A little tidbit of information. Very famous soccer player that played a long time in the English Premier League. Obviously, French. France, didn't he? So that'll be a scrum to Guadeloupe, just about 10 yards out from the Trinidad and Tobago police try line. About a minute left of this one. Guadeloupe in commanding position. Looks to go short side and then opens it up where all those backs are. Nice interlinking play. Defense read it well. Try again going the other way. We got the numbers out here. He's attacking the space behind the winger. He's looked on the inside. Nice try.
Beautiful ball.
That's just worked well.
I thought that guy missed a switch because there was space inside the other defender, but then it opened up. So it was a really good follow and read and reaction there.
That's some great rugby. Guadeloupe really have switched it on. Different team from earlier in the day, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. That's the game. Guadeloupe have taken this one. They've taken a scalp of Trinidad and Tobago police. They'll be going into the men's elite semi-final tomorrow at just after about 30 minutes after midday. In the meantime, we're going to go to break right now. Back in a few seconds. So that was 38-7. That was 38-7, that last game, Guadeloupe over Trinidad and Tobago police. Right now, who's out there? Science
And Northeast.
Northeast.
It's the final from last year.
That's it. So this is going to be interesting because Northeast, you said, won a competition. Thanksgiving, you said a little bit earlier
against Zion in the finals.
And so this is an interesting one. These girls obviously all know each other very well. Is it pretty much the same squad that was out there a few weeks back?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I mean, they're both academies. I mean, Zion's probably got a little bit more depth because, you know, they've been a little bit longer.
yeah.
But yeah, pretty much the same roster.
All right, this is going to get spicy. I've got the feeling it's going to be a good one.
Oh yeah, it's going to be one of those games that I just don't want to end. Here we go.
So early pressure by Sion, defensively squeezing up, pushing them back into the 22. Can they hold them in there? 2-on-1. They're over the ball really well, Sion. I love it when they get over the top of the ball like that.
Yeah, there you go. Kiki again, getting a turnover for her team. Very smart player. You said Brown reached out to you,
I can't remember Jim's name now, but yeah, Brown University has got a good rugby program. That's where she is, right?
Kiki's from her, yeah. Oh, she's a graduate now, but
Right.
there's your Ali. You were talking
There's
about her
Ali.
yesterday.
So Ali, the girl just went to ground there. I coached her with. She lives in Florida, or she went to university in Florida, Eckerd College, small college, then played in the NSCRO, the National Small College Rugby Organization, and she came out as coaching for Atavus a couple of years ago now, and just made a massive impact on me. Like immediately, she stood out from the crowd, training, sort of separate the guys and the girls for this clinic, and she definitely stood out as a very powerful player, great personality, good leader. she's slimmed down a hell of a lot. She's obviously been working in the gym and training and becoming a better athlete. And she's been representative now at USA South and a couple of other things. I think she was on the N-Scroll All-Star team that played in the competition, Penn Mutual competition.
I remember that. I think her coach reached out to me because she was thinking of coming to New York. But
Right.
yeah, no, she's a great player. I watched her at Club Nationals as well.
Yeah. And she's still, she's just finished college, I think, so still very young in her early 20s, and yeah, a good future talent. I think even she may have actually gone with the US second team, USA second team.
Falcons,
Yeah.
Japan.
She thinks she went.
yeah.
She did something. At least she was at the tryouts. I'm positive that she maybe been selected.
So
But
you
yeah,
got another Ivy League there. She's new there, Dartmouth. There, Emily there with the ball in her hands now. That's the one that I was saying that her mum played Thanksgiving Sevens as well. My first Thanksgiving Sevens with us.
Look at that. Yeah, you're old when you
Yeah.
see, you play with people and then you see their kids playing.
Oh, here goes Jade McGrath. We sort of nicknamed her Leah Green from Australia, the last Club Nationals, because we were like, she's just as fierce, same
Yeah.
physicality, super fast.
Oh, penalty try.
Oh, is that where she's running to?
Yeah, I think it was a seatbelt tackle, high tackle. Nobody else in front, so potentially that would have been a try. So yeah,
Right.
wow, controversial. Oh, simply
Yeah.
correct. So that's an early try for Sion. Bit of a dangerous high tackle with nobody else to stop her, so potentially that would have been a try. So penalty try, doesn't even have to try the kick, get the kick. That takes it straight to 7 full points. So Sion kicking into the wind. So watch it hang.
So the penalty tries, do you put a name for a penalty try? Whoever was gonna score the try
No,
gets the credit? No.
They
Ah,
don't
okay.
do that. They just call it penalty try. That's a good question.
Right. Alright, Northeast on the attack here. Here goes Captain Nash.
They haven't had much of the ball so far. A few loose passes getting thrown around.
No, we said this earlier, with this, that the teams that, they want to starve the other teams of possession, especially if they feel like they're going to be a threat with the ball, right?
Yeah. Good tackle, solid. Just getting to 40. Slow progress from Northeast, but they're making progress, and that's what counts. Just chip away, another yard, another 2, another 3.
There's Tess Ferry from New Jersey.
Broke several tackles there.
Yeah. Love her. Her mom and dad, KJ Tom, huge rugby behind the scenes.
So 7-0 is the score. Sion getting an early penalty try. You do not have to take the kick. So it's not 5 points, it's 7 automatically. Northeast ball on the halfway line. They restart. Goes outside, looks for the switch, but doesn't use it yet. Still going. There comes the pass. Big tackle, Ali Gallagher. And Northeast have managed to control the ball. A nice little adjustment on her lead in there. The pass went across the face of a hunter coming out. Great try, Northeast.
Yeah, Sarah Levy there, coming off the Eagles tour, like I said. They just beat Ireland first time. Yeah, great finisher. Obviously used to scoring in the fringes, but found herself in the middle, straight run in between the posts.
Yeah, she just changed her angle a little bit. The pass was longer. Someone came out hunting for her, and she just changed the angle, took the ball, and went on the outside of the aggressive line speed, and it worked. Good try. Okay, we got a game on our hands then.
We do.
You 7-7. Got the kick. There's an injured player down there. So Northeast gets us restarted. Ali Gallagher takes it comfortably. She doesn't generally take a backward step, and she got met with a ferocious tackle.
Yeah, that's that Christy Kirsch. She's on now, number 10.
It's really, it's like sort of low center of gravity. Really
Yeah.
powerful looking.
Oh, Kiki and Sarah is going to be a good competition this weekend. Here goes Emily.
Oh, and she found a bit of space.
Yeah, she doesn't like to waste time. She just runs it straight up the middle.
Beats another one. Hands it over. And that's not going to be a competition.
Yeah.
Wow, this is end-to-end stuff. Third try of the game. Sion go back into the lead. Kick's not going to be easy though.
Yeah, there's Toshi Palomo's brother, Thrin. He plays over in the UK somewhere.
Yeah.
It's a big fella. Doesn't look very big from here, but...
Well, there's a long ways away.
Yeah.
He has a man bun too.
He does.
I'm not judging.
That didn't sound judgment. Man buns not really big in Florida. I mean, they're
It
everywhere
is.
in Brooklyn.
Yeah, no. Florida, Miami, man buns. Just like
It's taking us into halftime, guys.
growing on trees. I don't know. We're just like, this is just such a culturally diverse show. It's not just about the rugby. It's about all of the fashion items.
Yeah, there's another man bun speaking now. Rish.
He's typical man bun material. Nah, I love him to pieces. He's awesome. He's awesome because he bought me beers last night.
Well, we were meant to send the media team the graphics with the book with him on the cover on it. We didn't do that. We'll have to do that tomorrow.
I'm sure. We can Google it right now. So one of the coaches out here, the Northeast coach, let's talk about that.
Let's talk about that.
Good-looking guys from Liverpool, he's a northerner like myself, made his way over to the USA, he's coaching up in New York. Actually found himself on, I've got to do this before I go to break, but just found himself on the front cover of a romantic novel, six-pack, pecs, the whole man bun thing. It's out there. We'll get the name of the book so you can buy it online. We're going to break.
The next one I want
And welcome back. Tiffany Fire here. Gavin's gone for a quick break. We're starting our second half here. We've got Sion versus Northeast, which was actually the finals last year in this very competition. It's a really tight game at the moment. Sion lead 14-7. Anything can happen. It's anyone's half. Here we go. Emily again getting good go forward for her side as usual. Northeast recycling around, building up the defense. Yeah, that ball just went a little bit ahead of Ali here. It was a really good call here of the ref. Forward pass. Good field position here. Substitutions made. Misha's coming on. Misha Green, WPL NYC player. Couldn't finish the season, had an injury. It's good to see her back out here on the field. Northeast with a good opportunity here to attack. I'm going to get behind him. Here's Sarah Levy versus Kiki. Nice little offload to Sham. They look very close to that sideline, but can't really tell from over here. Here's Kiki again. Little stop and go. Doesn't get past Christie though. Captain Maggie there coming up, pick up the ball here, trying to get go forward for her team. Penalty. Ref says Northeast not staying on their feet. Emily versus Sham. Seen quite a bit of this one today. Both centers. But Emily's too strong. Drives both defenders over the line. Another try here for Sion.
I didn't miss anything important.
No, you walked in just as they dotted down, so it should be 19-7 now.
Good kick too, she got it.
Yeah, Sion just, I mean, again, both teams, we knew it was going to be even. There was a scrum here. Northeast had a good opportunity to attack, but a little turnover over there with Kiki Morgan coming away with it and just putting a Sion, giving them an opportunity to dot down early in the second half.
21-7 is the score right now. Sion nudging ahead. Northeast taking it. Steps inside. Taking the ground heavy. Support arrives.
Jen Solomon's on the field now. Here goes Tess.
Support arriving again. Working it well to this side. Running out of space though, just brings the defenders with her. She's going to lose that ball there. That's a bad position to be in. Somehow manages to keep a hold of it. Nicely timed pass. Looking to get around the corner, but Gallagher gets him.
Yeah, some smart play by Jen and Tess there. Making sure that they're fixing these defenders before making that pass. And then here's Sarah Levy.
She likes to go straight down the gut, doesn't she? Straight down the middle. Doesn't hold back. And there we go. She's off to the races. It works for her. Just straightens that line up, doesn't she? And goes at it.
Yeah, it's really good to see her because I think at Club National she always stayed on the fringes, but it seems like Rish is, making her that winger that comes in looking for work, right? You want those wingers coming in. I mean, if they're scoring in the middle, then it means that they're not out there just waiting for the ball to come to them. So it's a really good effort. Obviously, she's being rewarded for it.
So that keeps them in the game. 21-14 with the kick as well. She's gone off after scoring and taking a break. They want a quick start because they want to get that ball back as quick as possible. Still got to make another try.
Nate Serevi is on the field now. She scored that really important try for Sion in that earlier game.
She was really comfortable on the ball.
Yeah, there's not many girls that would carry the ball like that with one hand.
Gallagher taking a big hit. The strength of the ball on the three side. Didn't budge an inch. Line speed is quick from Northeast Academy. Puts them under pressure. No worries, she'll go back inside. There's another big hit.
Lauren Rhodes on the field.
High pass, suicide ball. The rib tickle of that one. Substitution coming in. Can't be much more time left. Northeast are going to want to get control of this ball quickly and get the attack rolling. We've got to be patient though. Don't want to make any mistakes at this point. They've got to keep in the game. Looking for the space, but nothing there for her.
Yeah, if there's anyone to get him good go for, that Christy Kirsch has been pretty consistent for Northeast. There's Mallory, we were talking about before.
This is spectacular stuff at the breakdown. I enjoy the breakdown. It's a part of the game that I like watching. So when I see that where it's one breakdown coming from the other direction and then good contest, it's great to see. Now Simon running away with this, breaking into 22. She's got a lot of work to do. It's great work for she to come away with this time. But Northeast is pulling in under a lot of pressure. That was vital to keep the game alive for them. Wow. Great work. Now she can pop it off the ground from here. Released it. Support's arriving.
Pretty good chase there from Lauren Road there, number 12. She's not really known for her speed, but because she's a smart fly half. Like, don't get me wrong, but
oh, and there we go.
Yeah.
Now this game all of a sudden has become very, very interesting.
What did I tell you? Number 10.
That's your girl. That's a try.
She's a
so 19-14. 21-19.
Yeah,
21-19. So the kick is vital. There really can't be any time left. I haven't got a monitor right now. There can't be much time left.
She did this in Thanksgiving as well. Only it was signed at a knock on. She picked it up but just took off.
She hit the crossbar, and that is the game. So it finishes 21-19. Drama in the oval.
She hit the crossbar?
She hit the crossbar. The post nearly fell down.
I was like, yeah, and the post is still standing.
So 21-19, that one finishes. Sion win it. At the death, we thought that Northeast could maybe get back into it.
Close
But we're going to go to a quick break.
Dover Beach Hotel, a 59-room 3-star award-winning hotel, is enviably positioned on one of the most beautiful beaches on the south coast of Barbados. The hotel features a beautiful pool and sun deck, rooms with panoramic views of the ocean or tropical gardens, each with its own balcony. Visit our website at www.doverbeach.com to learn more.
Thank you so much for keeping him while we were away.
No problem at all.
Hey. Hey, what's wrong?
Can I go live at Joshua's house? The taste of happiness for generations. Farmer's Choice. Long live the flavor.
But yeah, both of them.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have got our next game on. This is the Ponty Butchers against Toronto Saracens. Just started. You only missed a couple of seconds of it. We've got to get those commercial breaks in for our wonderful sponsors that pay for me to get here and sit around on the beach. So it's only been on a few seconds. We're going to have a scrum here. Ooh, Toronto. So I like to consider this Wales against Canada. Well, it's not official national teams or anything like that, just club teams, elite rugby players from around the world at this competition. Holding her up in the ball, steals the ball. Ponty Butchers managed to get the offload away. Now there's a lot of space on that far left side if they can get it down there. They've got to work quickly. The defense covers across, and there it is.
So these guys were at that welcoming party that David had for us.
Correct.
Ah.
Yeah. The Ponty Butchers.
That's it. They look different.
Well, they were dressed very elegantly that night.
That's right. We were underdressed.
We just got off a plane and
yeah,
turned up. But yeah, no, it was a nice evening. Big thanks to David Watkins for hosting us that evening. A couple of the teams at his home. Thought she was going to go through that gap on her own, but she figured maybe it's a long way to that try line and I don't fancy it.
That's how I feel.
Big contact again. Trying to get to her feet quickly, but pressure's there defensively. And that pressure pays off because Ponty Butchers get the ball back. Ponty Butchers from Pontypridd in Wales went over, part of Shane Williams' little idea to get a rugby team over here, the Barbados Sevens. They're going to score the first try, are they? Yes, says the referee, and we agree. Good effort, the covering tackle from the Canadian Toronto team.
So, was that number 6 I dotted down? That's Ellie Boatman from Saracens.
She plays for Saracens. Now, there's an American girl that went over and is playing for one of the English teams. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Play for Harlequins?
That's what it is. Yeah, it's Harlequins. Yeah, not Saracens. Okay. Yeah, I remember seeing something about that. How did that all come about? Any idea?
Yeah, she was in the World Cup team with us. I actually haven't caught up with her to know exactly the details, but there's been a few, like even before that, Kimber went over and played over there. Jess Wooden, who's playing for Atlantis, was in England. So it's actually really encouraged for, within the US to just have some of the girls go over and
spend the season.
Yeah.
Get some exposure.
Just mix it up. And she actually stood. She was actually starting for them too, which was great. I mean, I'm not surprised. She's a hard worker, really great player, especially in that back row.
There's some space here. Great tackle coming out there from Toronto. Managed to recover the ball as well.
Oh, no look pass.
That's
Here
good.
we go.
She's going to make the tackle though. Great recovery. Just dumps her down.
Oh, that's the captain there, Raph Taylor, number 8 for the Butchers. And gets a turnover for her team.
Back at it.
I'm excited to see this Butcher team face one of these American.
Yeah, well, it'll be a good competition, I think. Support a little bit late at that ruck, so Toronto Saracens get the ball back. A real ding-dong between the girls in those ruck competitions. She could get that ball away. There was so much space outside. Just couldn't get her hands free.
How good is that tackle though? She knew that she had to keep that ball in there. Really.
Perfect. Did everything she was supposed to do. Pass over the top, a little bit wild. Still in contact though. Ball goes to ground. Recovers. Did it go forward? Nope. It went backwards and bounced. She will allow it to continue. Making great yards. Massive counter ruck. Nothing like it. No way. There was a player underneath there.
Steph the ref was like, no.
On it. They've gotten through.
That's her number 11. She was great in that first game as well. Megan Puckles, hometown Toronto. Oh, she played U20 national team.
All right. Toronto Saracens getting themselves on the board.
She's a biggie. I like her.
She plays rugby league. She must be amazing.
She's the national. She played in the National Rugby League team.
Wow. Yep, I used to play. Growing up playing rugby league, converted to union very late in life.
I was the other way around. I only went back to union when I moved here.
Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, it's difficult to play in other countries. Playing rugby league, it's just not so many. It's like the main 3 or 4, and then the Pacific Islands. That's about it, really. I love my rugby league, but if it's not a team that plays rugby league, then you got to play union. And then basically everyone just wants you to be a flank or a catchball.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was.
Right? So, yeah, that's how it works.
We used to play union on Saturday.
Oh, really? In where? New Zealand?
Yeah.
New Zealand.
Like, there's a handful of us that played both days. Oh, nice set piece move there.
Yeah, intricate work. Final pass went awry. Again, good tackling from Toronto. Really aggressive over the one more time. Ooh, good timing, it worked. And huge contact at the ruck, and there's space here. She's gone through the gap. There's chase on. Good work again. Oh, and a beautiful pop pass off the ground. How did she even do it? I couldn't explain it to you. Magic.
That was Bethan Davies.
Great little pop pass.
She played football for Wrexham Ladies.
Oh, good football team actually.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think Wrexham Ladies play a division above the actual Wrexham United, I think is the name of it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good standard at Wrexham. It's one of those produces a lot of like England soccer players on the female side.
And she's affiliated with a club called Camera. CAERFA.
So obviously, I don't know how much you know, but in Wales they have their own languages.
Yeah.
So a lot
Isn't
of
it the longest named city from over there?
yeah, and don't ask me to pronounce because I couldn't know where to start. So we're at half time here. We're going to go for a quick break. We're going to be back in a few seconds. Break and, back. So we are back, ladies and gentlemen. It's just the half time between Ponty Butchers of Wales and the Toronto Saracens, coming down to beautiful Barbados from Canada. Current score, I'll get 2. So 10-7 up, Ponty Butchers leading this one. My apologies, I've lost my monitor. There's a bit of the crowd there. Some great views of the locals visiting their illustrious stadium, Kensington Oval, having a good time.
10-7. It's a lot closer than it feels, huh? It just feels
Totally.
like the Butchers have definitely had more possession. So
Just haven't been able to convert that into points.
yeah.
But we'll get them back underway. Take them. Distribution going wide. Doing well, wrapping up the arms so they can't get that ball away. Just looking for some ball retention, not throwing the ball all over the place, which is a great choice. And wow, great work.
Nice ball movement here. It all spiked up with the captain here, number 8, just doing a quick shimmy and a draw pass. 3 blue jerseys to 1 green.
And the effort was still there from the Toronto Saracens getting back, just in case. Don't ever give up. But great work across the field. Just very lively, just a bit energetic and looking for the space, drawing a couple of players and releasing on the outside. So 17-7 is the current score. I'll have to take a look, see if she gets this kick and converts it to get 19.
I'm sad that it's coming to an end. There's only 2 more games after this.
Then what we're going to do? Nobody's going to listen to us anymore.
I know.
Can't just sit here and keep talking.
Can we?
Oh, and another one hitting the crossbar. That's becoming a habit.
I wish they would leave the posts alone. I mean, they're just barely.
So the posts are obviously not normally here. This is a cricket ground, so you have to get a little bit inventive with how these things are up. So it is PVC piping, so if you kick it hard enough, it'll probably snap.
Yeah, I mean, they're treating them like they're wickets. If this was cricket, that would be great.
We don't want to intentionally knock these things over. No. So by that, hitting the crossbar there, it stays at 17-7. She comes back and she's going to do the kick-off, just debate on which side she wants to aim at, and hanging nicely. That's going to put Toronto under a bit of pressure. Managed to control it. Inside ball, cheeky, and she's found a bit of space with that. She's got support on the outside, and she gets it there. Pass wasn't the best, but manages to stiff arm. Breezes by another.
Oh, hey!
And then over the top alley-oop. And oh, she's not going any further though. Keeps the legs pumping. Great work. She's got a bit of space on the outside. She's going to go for the line, and looks like she's gotten over, and that's a try. Wow. Toronto may be back in the game. That would make it 17-12. So a missed conversion could prove costly in the dying minutes of this game. That might come back and bite them in the backside.
That was so fast, coming from the one end to the other. Good work, Toronto.
Little
Saracens.
Basket. Little basketball pass over the top. Love that. Some Harlem Globetrotter stuff going on. People playing basketball, pretending to play rugby on a cricket field. It looks like the sun's beginning to go down as well over here. Cloud coverage, so losing light, bad light. Worse than bad light on a cricket field, guys. Kick doesn't make it. So stays at 17-12. So it's going to be a tight last couple of minutes. A test of patience, maybe, and build up for the next couple of phases to see how we go. We really need to get it back in hand. It makes the 10 yards bounce. Rolls out. Onto Butchers. And have control of the ball.
You can't see the time. There can't be much time left, yeah? Yeah, I think Ponty Butchers know that too.
Slow the game down a little maybe and let the clock run.
Pretty wide channel there.
Stepping in, changing it up a little bit. Great line out. Oh, loose pass. Could be in trouble here.
Oh,
she's got a hand free. Desperate tackles across. They broke past the 22, but the ball goes to ground.
Oh, they will be relieved about that one.
That was almost a disaster for Ponty Butchers.
I missed what happened here.
Fell awkward. Referee brought it back. Not sure how much time is left, but Toronto Saracens lost an opportunity there. They really did have it. The opportunity to get back into the game and level it up. Referees coming back to the line out. Wants to get it started.
Tell you what, our line defense over here hasn't really got any victims lately.
The line defense?
Yeah. Our sideline over here, that keeps creeping up on everyone.
They're playing at the other end, is the problem. Yeah, I think maybe people have figured it out. They've realised that there's actually a line there instead of just running off the park.
Must be final play, surely. Line out, Toronto throw in. Butchers will want to get their hands on this ball.
Toronto have got it. Can they keep it alive? It's not going to work to do that. Running
Yeah,
across
here's
the
that
way.
number 11.
She steps back inside, and that's a space. This is it. Equaling the game up. She's just got to dot it down. Try. That makes it 17 apiece. And if she gets the kick, then that early missed kick earlier on that hit the crossbar is going to be costly. So if we had to make a suggestion, it would be don't rush your kick, because every time someone's rushed it, they've missed it in a vital moment of the game. Oh, and she's
It
missed
went
it.
under.
It went under the stick. She's been so good so far today with her kicks. So it stays at 17-17. I'm about to have a heart attack, and there's not a hospital near.
Like goalpost 3, players 0.
Exactly. It's one of those days, but hey, entertainment factor. The neutral viewer has got to be enjoying this.
There's still time on the clock. I mean, we need it, right? Can we finish on a tie? We can. It's round robin. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's different points. You should clarify that for the crowd. Points it is for a
Oh, should have moved it.
Big collision of the heads there, but they both seem okay.
That Stefan was pretty much. It just reminded me of that red card that was given to Megan Ron. Did you watch that? Oh, it's really unlucky.
What a knock forward! Is this the opportunity that Toronto Saracens were looking for?
Is it you?
Just little tiny mistakes. Are you seeing Tiff? Tiff, it's time to go home. Been here since 3 o'clock this morning.
We've got cabin fever, guys.
They've locked us in a room. We're not used to it. It's weird. We're high up. We're not next to the action, and we just don't know how to deal with it. We usually do this commentary from a sideline, under a tent, on a little picnic chair.
Trying to hold on to all our papers.
Not losing our papers in the wind. But we're up in this luxurious cabin in the middle of Barbados at the Kensington Oval.
Yeah.
Crossing. Mistakes on both sides of the park here.
Did she make the 10? Must have just made it. Huh?
Loose bounce. Ponty Butchers have got it back again. Another opportunity to go score, and she's found a gaping space. And I think Toronto, but the chase is there, and she misses the tackle. This is too much for me to handle. Get me a doctor. This is spectacular stuff. Ponty Butchers might have just clawed themselves back into it.
But
the chase was a spectacular one, but just didn't make the tackle.
But can they make the kick?
Well, right now it's 17 apiece.
No, it was 17 before.
It's 22-17 now with that try. She needs to get this kick. That one's good.
All right.
We're still got game time or no? That's it. We're done. There's a little bit of debate. Toronto obviously upset that this game has finished on a sour note for them, but they didn't hold it together. They clawed their way back, but Ponty Butchers take the spoils. 24-17. We've got a little bit more rugby for you here, so stick around for a few more seconds and we'll get another game.
And the score?
5-0 to Ecos.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting. Both sides are got some very athletic players. Got sprinkled with some international athletes. So expect a very good game. Yeah.
Showing their full repertoire of skills.
Is he going to into his pocket? Oh.
That was the try from just a few moments ago. That was Ecos going over.
If you missed that, they just sent one of Ecos players off with a yellow card.
Down to 6.
So opportunity for Atlantis here.
Ooh, nice little step through the gap.
Yeah, Rachel Johnson, you don't want to give her even a couple of meters. She will use them. Here goes Jess Wooden.
Ooh, Heather Fisher with the big boom. They managed to keep the ball alive somehow, and there it must have been tipped forward. She managed to hold on to it. No, she'd knocked forward, knocked on.
Great defense from Ecos. I think they know that they're short, so everyone's just doing that little bit extra, putting pressure on the ball carrier, but knowing they have to slide as soon as possible. So,
Bodies flying everywhere.
yeah. Yeah, they definitely want to get out of this part of the field to relieve themselves of a bit more pressure.
With the ball, in good position here. Really need to convert this pressure into points though. Just to sneak through at the edge of the fringe of the ruck. Not successful. A little whistle happy.
Yeah, we haven't seen this from the refs all day.
Change of direction. Change the focus of the attack. Move past.
Yeah, I think Fisher was expecting it quite flat, right?
Looking for the short ball to attack.
She's like, all good. Let's get the next one. It's our second to last game of the day. Right?
We've got the Swansea Signets and Toronto Sneckerers coming on just after this game. That's them warming up back there.
But a great way to finish day one. This elite bracket, especially for the women, is just.
What do you do? Who do you put your money on
Oh man.
at this point? Like I really
Yeah, I just wouldn't bet.
over in the corner, finally the pressure. They've gotten to it bottom. That evens things up. And that seemed like a really long sequence of play to get down in that corner. I feel like they've had the ball in hand for a hell of a long time. Finally converted into points. So 5 apiece. A long kick into the wind. Challenge.
Well, the rainbow's disappeared. Looks like the yellow cards run back on as well, so. Ecos back at full strength. So far, pretty good match. Not really, not one-sided. Pretty even. Atlantis just look like they have a whole nother team there. I think it's their men's side, right? On the sideline they're supporting.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what a chase. Ref's like, no. Computer said no.
Split the attack right in the middle of the park. Massive handoff. They've slip arm from Heather Fisher and goes around the corner. She's got someone chasing. That was just rude.
She needed under the post.
Belligerent.
Wow.
That's just power. Pure brute strength. Amazing to see. And that, I guess.
Takes us into half time, right?
So, it's in the balance, it's wide open. Anybody can get this one, the penultimate game of the day. Go for a quick break before we get back into this and see if we can see a bit more of this end-to-end stuff from these two. Really great. Okay, so a bit end-to-end stuff here. You got Ecos are just in the lead at this point, but only. Yep. Okay, guys. Welcome back. We've got the second half of this excellent matchup between Ecos in pink on the left-hand side of your screen. Now let's switch to the second half, and Atlantis about to kick off. This one's going to be tight. I feel like it's going to be a really close one. Deeper kick. Time. Into the 22. Aggressive attack to the outside. Solid breakdown. Recycle nicely, working back along the way, being patient. Nice step inside. Clean. Going from side to direct.
Yeah, I'll be right there. Head.
So we've got a scrum right on the 22 for Ecos. Let's clean out that again. She likes to get around the edge aggressively. Really works hard to get there. Flopping on maybe at the ruck. Yep, diving over. Dangerous place.
Mac's doing a pretty good job managing this game.
He is, yeah. So go back again. She's looking down the fringe, but just keeping the defense honest. Again, trying to hold up for that to create that maul. finally down. Not looking out wide, looking to go back in, staying it, keeping it in the middle for a couple more phases. They feel like maybe that's where the space is going to open up. Collected well. They're still good. Maybe 6th or 7th phase at this point. Now she's under pressure and she's a little bit isolated there. Cavalry arrives to take care of Fisher. That ball was live and it just opens up. Patience. And it works. There's a chase coming, but I don't think she's going to get there. Valiant effort. And try Ecos. Now that might put the seal on it. There's still plenty of time to play.
Yeah, really good heads-up rugby here from Ecos. She saw the ball was out. Some people were like, ref, is that out? But she just like, nope, that's out. Picked it up, took off.
Sometimes it's about confidence.
Yeah.
If in doubt, just do it.
You ever
Look
do-
like you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you ever do those like half tries where you're not quite sure you got it done, but you just get up and celebrate anyway?
Like,
just so that
absolutely,
you-
I'm 110% positive that was a try. Hoping that nobody else saw it.
Persuade the ref.
Exactly, it's a psychological game. Let's see if she can get this over and really seal things up. Good height on it. No good, says the end goal judge. Fair, I mean, it was in the sun a little bit, so, but it looked good. Yeah, it looked good from our side, but it doesn't really matter what we think.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't at all.
What's the score now? I can't
17-5 to Ecos. Heather Fisher debated whether to end somebody's life and stopped herself, which was nice of her. Really motoring around the corner. Great tackle, just drawing her in to get that sealed up. Gets to her feet as well with the ball. Great work down here.
Rosalind would be very happy with that.
Managed to keep herself in somehow. Actually used the body of the Ecos player to stay in the field. Great work. Just so much good awareness of where they are coming in from the side here. Ecos guilty of coming in the side from the side one more time. It's happened a few times this game. A little bit over eager. Trying to make it happen. Still working really well. It's towards the end of the day and they all look still very lively, they look fresh. Heather Fisher. Bodies everywhere at these breakdowns. It's amazing to watch. Gone for the quick one. Now there's some space opened up here. One more to beat. Wrapped up nicely. Gets to her feet quickly and another big contact. Really close to the try line. Fisher throws it out wide. Great pass. Great try. That's got to finish it off. Real team awareness. Good communication between them all, but some desperate tackles from Atlantis, but not enough to deal with this Ecos attack. So that makes it 22-5 to Rugby Ecos Feminine.
Ecos team though.
It's legit, it's the real deal.
They're here to play.
I have to have a look through some of the video. A lot of this will be up on YouTube later on, so you'll be able to watch all the games. If you didn't catch some of the games from earlier on today, you'll be able to see that on YouTube. It's all being live streamed. We'll be back again, obviously, tomorrow. We've got one more game today after this one finishes up, which looks like Ecos is going to be the winner of this one. Another massive breakdown competition. It's so, for me, it's so entertaining. I can watch breakdowns at the Ruck all day when it's good quality like this. Loose ball. Ref will bring them back.
You know, that was my favorite law in league, how you couldn't strip the ball 101.
Oh, yeah.
God, it drives me nuts when it happens in Union. I'm like, it's not really a knock on. I didn't have bad hands. It was just stripped.
How'd you end up with two rugby league players commentating on a rugby union sevens game? People listening to this are probably disgusted with the situation.
But don't you see the way they play Union? It's pretty much league nowadays. 2-layer attack.
It's true. It's very true. There's a lot of similarities. just a faster game, more professional now that Union finally became professional.
I mean, the league forwards always like looked fit, you know, compared to Union.
Just like me.
Just like me.
Great work. Just so very aware of what they're doing, where their bodies are. This is going to be a big one. Fisher just goes through. Nobody is interested in dealing with Fisher today. To just walk through 3 of them. If I didn't know them any better, because some of these Atlantic girls are amazing players, but they almost look like they got out of the way.
Too much respect. I remember one commentator talked about that in New Zealand, and the teams needed to not give them that much respect because they would always let them attack and wait, you know. And this is like a couple of years ago. Clearly, it's not like that anymore. Like, no one thinks that. I mean, New Zealand we know are favourites, but you still know that other teams can come out with a W. But there's definitely a time there where we just let them run, you know, and let them throw the ball around.
And I think that's maybe why Ireland have been successful the last year or so against New Zealand. When they've been successful against New Zealand, they've been successful because they've attacked them defensively. They've got off the line, they've got in their face, they've caused them problems, and it's enough to make it work. Just don't.
I feel like, you know, that's probably how they feel about Fisher.
Potentially, yeah, that might be actually, you might be right. So that one finished 27-5. So Ecosse seemed to be the team to beat for this weekend. We shall see tomorrow. We got one more game here. Stick around for this. We've got another game right now, and then we'll be back in the morning. And we'll see how it all goes. We're going to a break right now. Squeeze that in right before it went.
Nice. So when you say you set the schedule for tomorrow, do you know what time?
This Christmas, make it a very special season. This Christmas, make a wish and watch it come true. This Christmas, let Republic ease your way. Let Christmas get rid of the brain, get a new point of view.
Make your Christmas happen. Get a quick, easy, and so affordable Republic Bank loan up to $50,000 unsecured, low monthly payments, and up to 6 years to repay.
This Christmas, share it with the ones you love. This Christmas, let Republic make everything happen for you.
Republic Bank. We're the one for you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last game of the day. This is Gavin McLeavy alongside Tiff Faye. She's going to be here tomorrow with me also, and she hates the fact that I'm singing her name in a ridiculous manner. But this is the last game of the day. We've got Swansea Signets playing against Toronto Sneckeras. They're about to kick off. Good timing, guys. Enjoy the last game of the day. We'll talk you through it. Good height on that, but stuck in the wind up there. It's still a bit of a breeze. There's almost looks like there's a bit of rain going to come through right after this game. It's only a 14-minute game, so we might be able to squeeze it all in before the rain comes down. The grounds workers are bringing out the cover for that centre square, so that might be useful for them to protect the grass. Great work going forward. How are we doing, Tiff? How's your day been so far with spending it entirely with me?
I've had worse days. No, today's been great, especially the quality of games. I mean, I can't get enough. It's as long as the day it's been, it's sad to see it end because we know we only got half a day tomorrow left.
Yeah,
but with these two sides, both of them are looking for their first win of the day. They both struggled with their first games. I know we're looking for these Swansea's Signets to really show us what they can do because we thought their first game against the Ecosse team, who are super strong, you know, kind of starved them in any possession. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully we'll see a different side to both these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I feel like they're a very good team. They just didn't have a chance to do anything against that Ecosse team. They were so aggressive with them. Nice little pass there, and that's the kind of thing I was expecting. They looked like an organised team. They just didn't have any time on the ball last time. So here we go. They've got themselves on the team on the score sheet early. the Toronto Secaras. They've got an uphill task, I feel. I think this the Cygnets might be a strong team going into tomorrow.
Yeah, and what's really cool about these two sides as well is they both travelled with other sides. So, you know, you got two lots of sevens teams from the same, representing the same club. Did we make that kick?
No, I don't think that went over. The rain's
that
about
rain?
to... The heavens are opening. I wonder if they'll let us finish this game. Only because it's a cricket ground, and they did tell us that if it rains heavily, they will have to stop the game, cover the centre of the field, because that is where the obviously it's a cricket field, so that's where they protect that piece of grass there. So this should be an interesting last few minutes of our day.
And with the rain comes handling errors. That was a really deep kickoff, better than the first kickoff, but we just couldn't catch it in the air. So probably see a much tighter game here, less offloads.
Yeah. Maybe put it up your jumper and hold on to the ball a little more.
Looks like we got the gentleman over here ready to cover the pitch.
Yep, the cricket groundsmen want us off the field. That's part of the deal. If it rains heavily, they've got to cover that patch in the middle where the bowlers do their work on when they're playing cricket. So unfortunately, they're going to wrap us up at least until this rain goes by. Could be the potential to maybe push the game to tomorrow. Hang on for a few minutes. We'll see what we're doing. We'll find out for you. This game really only has had a couple of minutes to get going. Okay, well I've just been told that they're going to wrap it up for today. That game's going to be the first game in the morning because this rain looks like it's going to be settling in for a few minutes. Okay, we're back in a few minutes, guys. We're going to go to a commercial break, unscheduled commercial break. We're back in a few moments. Tiff, let me get your thoughts on the end of the day. How do you feel it all went? This is obviously, we're going to wrap this up today. That game is going to be played first thing tomorrow. They're going to start 8:10 tomorrow instead of 8:30, so we can get that game played. But what's your general opinion of the whole day?
Oh man, I just had so much fun. I'm loving seeing all the different styles, you know, each team playing to their strengths. Obviously, you could tell that some of these teams don't take the competition lightly either, right? Like, they came pretty serious, well prepared. But no, it's exciting, and just like in Sevens fashion, you just don't know who's going to go home with it, you know? You just don't know which horse to back right now.
Absolutely. No, I think there's so many on the women's side. There's so many options. I mean, if I was putting my money on them, and egg costs look amazing. But there's going to be a few teams in there challenging them. I think it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow, both on the men's and the women's side. For now, we're going to wrap today up. I appreciate you guys all hanging out with us for the day. We look forward to speaking to you all again tomorrow. We are here at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. We've had to cut it short because of weather right now, but we're going to be back tomorrow, and hopefully it'll be a beautiful day. And I've thanks very much, Tiff. Let's go get ourselves a beer, and we'll speak to you all tomorrow. Thanks very much, guys. I'm signing off. This is Gavin McLeavy at the International Barbados World Sevens.